paradise since the first time I saw you standing there. But it seems so long ago now, yeah. It's paradise, but no map can show us how to get there. Come on up, baby, let love. We made our way out of long, long darkness, and we made it this far, such a long road. So let's go, shine it all the way. Oh, we're on our own path now. We can take it anywhere that we wanna go. Sweet songs of love, oh, can you hear it too? I am always looking at you, my sweet girl, and I see you right there smiling back at me too.
just how you found me way back then.
Hello, hello. Okay, maybe you guys will help decide who is correct in this. So yesterday, I could not get this dumb camera to focus. I can't do it easily myself. So I pulled MEGYN in because I have it set to manual focus because I noticed if I leave it on autofocus, I will go blurry most of the time because it's highly sensitive. It's a Sony Alpha 6700. And if I just move around, especially given where it's located relative to my monitors, it just picks up everything and it throws everything off. So I keep it set to manual. And then right before I go live, I hit the button so it focuses on me and then it should be good for the rest of the stream. Yesterday, I couldn't get it to work myself. MEGYN came in and he was pressing it over and over and he couldn't get it to work either. I look great so far. Well, thank you, but I can't. That leads me to the next thing. Okay, so yesterday he fixed it. He came in and he fixed it. But he did not tell me, or it wasn't made clear to me based on what he said, that he manually turned the lens to the lens itself to get it to focus, which means that, I don't know, I'm already blurry there. I'm already blurrier there than I am here. And I was trying to adjust the button today. I was like, it's not working at all now. And so I asked him to come in and then it hit me. You turned it manually to get it to focus yesterday. So now I have to go into that camera, which is the last thing I want to do, and manually reset it so that so that the button works again to make it focus. Yes. Yes, MEGYN, you did this. And so I said yesterday when I got happy that you fixed it, I think you deliberately left out that you turned the lens to do it because I told him over and over again, get it to focus just by using the button. Just use the button. Just click the shutter button over and over till it focuses on me. And all of a sudden he gets it to work and I'm happy and I'm like, okay, perfect, thanks. He goes away and he doesn't tell me, or it's not clear to me based on what he said, which he says that he said. Because I asked, what did you do? And he said, he pointed to the lens and said, I did the manual focus. That is not, how am I supposed to tell the difference between his man fingers pointing at the camera lens versus pointing at the button because they're right next to each other? So to me, he was saying that he was just saying, I did the thing. I just pressed the button. I just did the thing. But to him, this is disclosure that he was starting to mess with the lens manually. This male trickery. Who's more correct? Don't you disparage man fingers? I have to when they can't figure out how to push a button apparently to get me to focus and have to turn things. Okay, let's do this. Let's get into it for today. Enough about me. Okay, am I starting with this Elon Musk Jubilee or the iDUBBBZ video? I'm doing whatever the first thing I see in chat is, so if anyone wants to say, oh Lord. Jube. Okay, let's do Jube. Let's do Jubilee. So Elon Musk is not actually in it. It's just his fanboys taking time out of their day to sign up for a Jubilee to defend his honor. And I've seen parts of this, and it's insane, obviously. Musk vid. No, I don't want premium.
Elon Musk, he is...
Okay. Go back. I bet this is mostly men. Shocker. One vote for iDUBBBZ. Well, it'll be next after this. So this came out June 1st, start of Pride. They don't even add a description. It's just, is Elon Musk a genius or a fraud? Middle ground.
I applaud Elon Musk. He has found an enormous amount of waste, specifically fraud and abuse. And he did that by getting into the government and showing us how fraudulent he is.
Welcome to Middle.
He did that by breaking the law. Legendary. He went outside the Constitution to do whatever he wanted and then claimed victory.
Your host. On this side, we have people who are pro-Musk, and on this side, people who are anti-Musk.
It's the teacher that I think is a Hassan fan. Like this guy in the middle, or who?
Musk.
Identify is it all men? Is it really all men?
The government and showing us how fraudulent he is.
Welcome to Middle Ground. I'm Ryan, your host. On this side, we
Okay, there's one woman
We have people who are pro-Musk, and on this side, people
brave
who are
enough to put herself in this room.
anti-Musk.
And of course, she's pro Musk.
The first prompt is, Elon Musk is a genius. Let's have the agreeers step forward. Welcome. Who'd like to go first?
Yeah, objectively, IQ.
I also don't get this format. I've never understood this format. Maybe I'm stupid. Because they start out with these very, very intense premises that if you're trying to reach a middle ground between two opposing viewpoints, why would you expect any people from the opposing viewpoint to come to the middle ground and discuss it when I think you're only supposed to do it if you agree, right? They just seem primed to only bring one side or the other to talk, but there's not actually going to be much like crosstalk.
Welcome. Who'd like to go first?
Yeah, objectively, IQ. I think that's all I really need to say for my argument. I mean, whether you agree with what he's doing or not, objectively, his IQ would state that he is a genius. I think that's argument done and dusted right there.
Yeah, the prompt of him being a genius, to me, we know that there are mad geniuses, there are evil geniuses, there are just neutral people. But Elon Musk, we're talking about the ability to receive information, act on information, juggle the amount of balls that he juggles.
There are just neutral people. I just noticed that he said that in the context of discussing people's like IQ, I guess.
That there are mad geniuses, there are evil geniuses, there are just neutral people. But Elon Musk, we're talking about the ability to receive information, act on information, juggle the amount of balls that he juggles. You could argue he doesn't always do it perfectly, but this isn't about his virtue or
One could argue that.
his character. This is about whether or not he has a higher intellect than the average person. He's a genius.
I seriously question the judgment of anybody who hears Elon Musk speaking and just think, wow, I was really touched by that. I really thought what he had to say there was insightful or intelligent because he sounds like a moron most of the time to me.
just not necessarily the best.
And I'm not going out of my way to find bad clips of him. I'm talking about just when he's at press conferences giving his unbridled stream of conscious thoughts. He seems like he does not know what is going on most of the time and is just blabbering.
People.
Yeah, I think when we're analyzing intelligence, it's important to consider what that actually means. So can he analyze highly technical and highly theoretical questions? Yes, he has demonstrated that time and time again. When he interviews people for his company, he launches a litany of super highly technical questions at them, which he himself understands, and he's able to do that in many, many different industries. And he's able to innovate around regulations and processes that other...
Okay, again. Innovate around regulation and processes is another way to say he breaks the law good. He does a good job of breaking the law, okay? It doesn't take a genius to break the law.
people would otherwise feel constrained by. So I think
But he never lets a little thing like the law inhibit him.
practice and in theory, he is a genius.
I mean, when you just look at the breadth.
Did you see him nodding out high as fuck in the Oval Office? No, because it's a story that's like almost pointless to engage with because nobody who is you don't even have to think he's a genius, but nobody who in any way supports him is going to believe the drug stuff. So
companies he's created, all successful, all in completely different areas, and the fact
weighs 5, I'm guessing, by IV is a full-scale IQ test. Has he taken one?
that maybe you could say Benjamin Franklin is ahead and Leonardo da Vinci is probably still up there, but he's
Okay, they already had a fact check. Musk has had extraordinary success, but there have been failures. For instance, he was ousted as CEO of PayPal in 2000.
and the fact that maybe you could say Benjamin Franklin is ahead and Leonardo da Vinci is probably still up there, but I think he's in the top 5, and I felt he was going to be in the top 5 for a long time of most innovative, incredible people of all time. But you know, when you put that genius in the free market, this is what you get, and you get someone that is affecting the world in so many different. I mean, I can't remember just studying like he did this company. I can't even remember all the companies that he's created, and he's constantly doing more.
Or like the myths. Also, when you look into what counts as, he's credited as like he's a founder of SpaceX, so he's a founder of PayPal. Do you know all it takes to be able to be designated as one of those? You have to be an early investor. So when you think founder of these companies, you think that he was part of the inner circle or team of people that originally conceived the idea. You're not thinking, oh, they were an early investor. But I think people have it in their head that he was actually coming up with these ideas instead of being able to recognize that they would be profitable or good ideas, which in and of itself can be praised, but they have to escalate it, or whether they know it or not, they're repeating mythos surrounding him that he like either single-handedly or was like a 1 in 4 team coming up with these business ideas of industries that are parallel to one another, but still fundamentally different.
And he's not scary, but we'll get into that later. Why people think he's scary. I mean, again, you're in the free market. We're not in the government. He's in the free market. But anyway.
Got it. So you joined us after a little belatedly.
Yeah.
Say what brought you over?
You had me at evil genius. That's where you got me. I think that he's an incredible marketer. He's done so much while doing so little. There is intelligence to what he's doing. If you look at his history.
Why is that man wearing sunglasses on a dark set? Because his aura is too powerful.
For me, it's not striking of something I would want to emulate, but you can't deny that he's been remarkably successful in ways that a lot of, really nobody else has.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
I'm muted. ContraPoints was so right to have a running gag in her videos about how stupid these panels are. Is that from the Transgenders videos? I think she was making fun of the Rubin Report specifically, but it's not too much. It's not too different from this.
What do you mean by he's done so little?
Most of his accomplishments he didn't do. Most of the things we credit him for, he didn't do. He didn't found PayPal. He sued to get his name on the letterhead.
That's not true.
He didn't find.
Okay, they're immediately bringing up things that were my understanding of his participation in this business. Musk founded X.com in 1999, not Twitter, which he merged with Confinity, which ultimately became PayPal. Musk didn't found Tesla. He invested millions, became chairman of the board, and then CEO.
He didn't found PayPal. He sued to get his name on the letterhead.
That's not true.
He didn't find Tesla.
Okay, so the fact check is like not entirely refuting what he said, but it's adding additional details that don't meaningfully challenge the spirit of what he's laying out.
Found Tesla. He sued to get his name. Or excuse me, you're right actually.
He is a true patriot. Leave him alone. If he were a true American patriot, he would be able to withstand scrutiny. From let's check. I'm a 19 viewer Twitch streamer. I think he will be okay if I have some words for Mr. Musk. I think your daddy will be fine.
Actually, he didn't sue to get his name on the letterhead. It was part of his agreement. But he wasn't a founder in any of these places where he's been. However,
okay, again, he's like technically a founder, but it conjures up a colloquial understanding in people's minds of what they think when they hear founder. And it really translates to, in his specific instance, like early investor, not a true founding.
Figured out a way to get the general American public to think, oh my God, Elon Musk invented these things.
Let's go ahead and bring over the disagreeers.
So I'll start real quick. I heard somebody say above average intelligence, and something I'm not contending is that Elon might be a smarter guy. I don't know him personally.
Fair.
I've seen him speak on a lot of things, and he has a very high vocabulary, and he clearly knows a little bit about, obviously, the inner workings of his company. Now, where I'm seeing a lack of genius intellect, or intelligence, we might say, is when you torture a company who at the pinnacle of December was at the highest evaluation that it ever was, and now it's down 71%. This is unprecedented when we're looking at especially auto manufacturers. So if you take the losses of Tesla since December in 4 months, that is more than the entire entity of Toyota, of BMW, of Ferrari, of F1. That is insane, and that's not a genius move.
What big moment has happened since December, though? Yeah, I guess that's my thing. Is like we've seen a big thing that's happened since December that could very much contribute to those drop in prices. I.e., him being very involved in the current president's administration. Yeah, I think, but I do agree. That's fair. I'm fair and analyze. I mean, you analyze that very well. True, it is unprecedented how big of a plummet. But I think that's like just saying it at that. And maybe you were getting to that. Maybe I cut you off. I apologize if I did.
Yeah. So I'll speak to that. I think that saying that his involvement in politics is a little bit of an easy answer. Fair. Definitely, that's ruined the reputation, especially with a majority of his consumer base. And when you are the head of a company, playing to who your customers are is an important part of delivering what they want. So yeah, the top 10 blue estates were all Tesla fiends. They love Tesla. True. And now you've alienated them when you've said Democrats are.
Was it Elon doing a Nazi salute because that's Elon's fault? Yeah, well, the ADL looked at that and they said, tomato, tomato.
Satanists that are helping the cabal. Like, that is not something that's helping.
Well, maybe he's just a genius at also tanking companies. Like, he can build them up, and nobody does it.
But going back into that, I don't think politics is the only answer for why his evaluations have plummeted. Yeah. It's also lack of foresight. So talking about someone who's a genius or has this high level of intellect, when you're promising fully self-driving cars year after year for the past decade and haven't delivered on that, investors are starting to notice you might be full of shit. And that's something that is important when you are the head of a company, is that you keep over-promising and giving all this confidence, and don't worry, guys, we'll be in Mars in 4 years, I guarantee that, and then you don't deliver on any of those promises. Yeah, people are going to say that you're not the genius that you keep presenting.
One of the ways that you lay that out is you look at, I think it's $122 billion actually that he has lost right out of his pocket since he joined the Trump administration.
So this says between mid-December and the end of April, Musk has lost approximately $150 billion, according to Business Insider.
At the beginning of the new year, it's been a catastrophe for him financially.
Yeah, when you have 400 billion,
and for his companies, and so sure. But you can look at that. You can look at that as stupidity, a lack of genius. You could also look at it through the lens of incredible self-sacrifice for things that he actually.
Why did I know that that was going to be the fucking spin on that? How do you turn his $150 million loss into a a sign of altruism instead of just like incompetence. What are your thoughts on BYD and I'm guessing it says Xiaomi and other Chinese EV manufacturers? I don't really have many. I mean, I'm generally for electric vehicles. It seems good to do.
Actually cares about.
Whether they're produced domestically or abroad, I'm indifferent towards. I think if it moves people closer to away from like gasoline powered vehicles, that would be good. And I just noticed that someone donated $5 at the beginning of the stream. So thank you to whoever did that.
He's doing all this supposedly because he wants to be an interplanetary species, take the world to Mars, all that kind of stuff. What kind of person does this to their companies just for a political project? I would say it's somebody who actually has a higher aim, and money and loss of it is not really that important.
I just want to say, too.
Or it's somebody that makes huge miscalculations when it comes to attempting to yield profit.
The stock is down about 40% from its high. It was 480. Every stock in the stock market is down 40, 50, 60% right now from its high. It's just like every other stock.
Particularly bad.
No,
Thank you
it's
for
not.
acknowledging that.
It's not. I've been in the stock market since I was 6 years old. They're all down 40% from their inauguration.
I just want to real quick make like a 10-second thing, and then y'all can talk. But like everything that you're speaking to is like great man theory of history. Is that history is told by the few biographies of a few great men. Elon is this revolutionary innovator, and you specifically talked about it with Benjamin Franklin and Leonardo da Vinci.
Yep.
Like sure, these people have contributed to the ethos of how history has played out, but all of these innovations in these companies are because of the workers, because of the engineers, and because of the scientists who have developed these innovations. Elon is not writing the formulas that are going to get us to Mars. Elon is pocketing the money that's going to make those people be able to function.
This woman is gobsmacked by what he's just said, which is objectively correct. That like, yeah, capitalists for the most part just profit off of other people's innovations. They're not necessarily the creators or progenitors of it themselves. How she incorporates this into her worldview going forward, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I just take issue with the word genius. Like, he's a risk taker. He has a very grandiose sense of
Dude tried to buy votes, such a sacrifice to these people it is.
self-importance, which sometimes can amount to
Because they'll just look at that as him putting in advertising for causes he believes in.
good things if you have a lot of capital to work with. Like with Tesla, sure, he helped them like vertically integrate their supply chains, and that was good for Tesla. So he's above average when it comes to like capital allocation, but part of being a genius should be knowing your limitations.
I can't help but notice in this conversation right now, on the one hand, when we were talking about being a founder of a company, there is a definition and then there's a connotation. Yeah. You all were very happy with the connotation. But now that we're talking about, not everyone did.
No cross talking.
But now when we're talking about what it means to be a genius, and the definition of genius is also much more highly contested than the definition of what is a founder, whether your names are in the articles of incorporation, whether you were on the initial board of trustees, however large your company might have been, whether you had the initial idea, that's very separate than what it means to be a genius. Like we can agree that maybe Elon Musk is very good at investing money. He's very good at finding engineers for his projects. We've seen that throughout all of his companies. There's no doubt about that he's smart.
Does Elon claim to be a genius? Well, the premise of this meeting of the minds here is positing that he is, because his fanboys seem to think so. I think so to be able to participate in this, you had to agree that he was a genius, because that's what it's titled.
You might have some
or think that he's a fraud.
Although even throughout school, his grades were low, just like they were for a lot of other people. We would actually assign the title of genius to, infamously, Albert Einstein. But to say that he's somehow so far ahead of the curve, historical example, invention of the printing press. There were at least 3 or 4 or 5 people across Europe who were simultaneously working on it who had no idea that each other were doing it. Electric vehicles were in the Jetsons. It was not an initial original idea.
They were dead by the time
That's
Elon Musk
about
came
investing
around.
into Tesla. That is not about having the intellect and genius to design an electric engine.
He understood what was going to be valuable in an electric car. People looked at electric cars like they were golf
cars. Did he design the electric car?
He designed a lot of the aspects of Tesla. He absolutely did. He made it a luxury.
Did he design the car? Well, a lot of aspects of it he designed. The thing is that anybody can have a good idea. That's not revolutionary. The revolutionary part is if you have a good idea and you're able to actually make it a reality and construct it using independent research, harnessing other people's just tactile ability, something. But having a good idea, everybody has good ideas, but it doesn't mean shit if you don't actually make it happen.
The only patent that he holds for Tesla is the shape of the charging port. He owns no patents. He designed nothing but the charging port.
It doesn't matter. We have
every year,
It doesn't matter. Somebody said here, like, people that believe he's a billionaire because of his merit and intelligence need to explain why the vast amount of accomplished scientists and academics aren't billionaires. One, they would deny that those people are geniuses to begin with. And two, they're like, well, the particular geniusness of Elon Musk lies in his ability to monetize it. So
It doesn't matter. Hold on real quick. Every year they have the same argument. Hey,
are we expecting Musk to create everything inside of a Tesla? If you think he's a genius and you're basically making those claims, then yeah.
Let's make.
I do expect them to be able to back it up a little bit more.
Self-driving car to be a taxi with no steering.
Like, is it possible that there are people on this panel that think he's a genius, but it doesn't rest on the assumption that he created like the electric vehicle or Tesla itself? It's possible, but it doesn't seem to be anybody's opinion here. They have the understanding that he's a genius because they think that he did stuff like that.
Wheel, and he wants argument.
It doesn't matter. We have
every year
that doesn't matter.
Hold on real quick. Every year they have the same argument. Hey, let's make a self-driving car to be a taxi with no steering wheel, and he wants that, and everybody's like, that's impractical.
Are they not launching in Austin right now?
He says it. He's been saying that for 10 years.
They're literally launching right now.
They said that 10 years ago. We don't know if they're actually going to come through. The point is that objectively, Elon Musk is great at making himself a lot of money.
Hey, before we go any further, we want to take a moment to say thanks so much to Straight Arrow News for powering.
Oh, I thought they were going to say to Straighter Aid.
And allowing you of the news. Balance you can transcription news episode.
Under Musk.
Let's get into it.
The next prompt is X.
Wait, what were they claiming that he did? Elon Musk, Austin Ventures. Oh, I'm going to search to see what comes up. Elon Musk confirms Tesla plan for robo-taxis on Austin roads in June. So this was published Tuesday, May 20th, 2025. Tesla CEO Elon Musk said robo-taxis will be on the streets of Austin, Texas by the end of June. Musk spoke in an interview with CNBC's David Faber. Musk also said he was committed to leading the automaker for the next 5 years. Okay, but how long has he been? Somebody said like he's been doing this for like 10 years. So I'm going to see if that's true.
Formerly Twitter got worse under Musk. All right. These agreeers were so excited.
So his ex, formerly Twitter, got worse under Musk.
Invite you over. You're already so excited to talk. Who's going to go first?
For me, the reason I came up is I think the reason it's worse now is it's now politicized as much as I want it to not be. It is a tool for, and even on my side as a conservative, I mean, it is a talking point for us as this is our freedom of speech here. I don't like that. It's not what social media is for. It's meant for us to connect and just get to know each other, learn more about each other. It's not meant to be this political tool. So I think where I do like who is running it now, and I agree with the ideas behind as to why he wanted to do it. And but I think for me, what ruined it is you can't talk about X or Twitter. It's even that thing where we have to say X and Twitter, all that. Like, you can't talk about it without it being more than just a social media thing. And I think that's what ruined the whole root of it. Like, that crumbled it for me. That's why I personally don't use it. I don't care who's behind it.
It's not just that, but like it's unusable. The amount of bots on there when you're looking at replies, the amount of just spamming anti-Semitic and racist and sexist, like just straight up slurs. Where before on Twitter, sure, there might have been some issue with the algorithm, but at this point, it's like such a free-for-all that 90% of the traffic you see isn't even real people. And then at that point, it's like, how much are we amplifying?
Is this sped up or it's its natural cadence? It's only at 1.25.
Certain movements, making them look bigger than they actually are.
I've never understood this perspective because I've been on Twitter since it originated.
I'll slow it down.
And I have never seen any vile, like, out of proportion sort of anti-Semitism, bigotry on my Twitter timeline. I just don't.
You're one of the lucky few.
No, I just.
His self-driving taxi is launching in Austin, but only available in a small, like, 8-block radius and only available for a few people. The last, like, big promise I remember him making was the Hyperloop. And then that didn't, happen.
I follow a lot of people. I see a lot of stuff on Twitter. I just don't see it going, oh, now it's so much worse. And to the point, like, I'm here as a pro-Musk person who thinks that X has gotten worse. I think that his acquisition of X was important. I think it was a populist move by a multi-billionaire to actually try and pass the mic around to everyday people. But there's a huge problem.
Everything that he does is like altruistic. It never traces back to his desire or want to just enrich and increase his personal wealth. Everything he does is for you. The idea of framing his acquisition of Twitter as a populist move, I mean, I guess this is how you can come to the conclusion that he's a fucking genius, because you're constantly projecting all these motivations onto his actions that don't exist. He tried to back out of the sale. He didn't want to do it, but he was too far along in it and he had to do it.
problem with what he did with the verification process and the doling out of blue check marks, making that populist and taking away any sort of discrimination between who is a verified, important, influential person has not been good for the dissemination of ideas and credibility on X, which is what it was for. That was a place where news broke, where discussion was driven at the highest level, and now every time you think you're talking to an important person, you're talking to some guy in his mom's basement. It's ridiculous, and it has not been helpful for X.
The Lily Phillips fiasco was personally really funny to me, but if I'm an investor in advertisement, I probably don't want to
What's the Lily Phillips? This is the woman that slept with 100 guys in a day, right?
invest in an infrastructure that's helping disintegrate the profile of major pharmaceutical or other corporations.
Or am I way off?
I think
No?
it's just really interesting to see that we talk.
Yeah, she is a pornographic actress. So like, what's her connection to X?
Talk about, the Second Amendment being written for a time when weaponry was at a certain level, and maybe there's discussions about like, should people own a machine gun? Does the right to bear arms allow you to have a nuke in your house? Most people would probably say there's moderations, with the exceptions of some libertarians. But I think that like X in particular is like, it's interesting to see, is this a new weaponry of like what freedom of speech means? Because someone like Elon who can tweet, hey, I have funding secured to take my company private, and completely take the stock portfolios of
No, it was the free insulin one. Oh.
people who are investing in Tesla, enough so to the SEC has to fine him, and him and his company have to pay $20 million each. Like, this is an irresponsible use, especially when you are like at such a high level of impact and influence, that I think it's worth having a conversation of, does everybody need to say everything that's on their mind at all times without having to
Get your head out of the gutter. This is my point of reference for this shit. I'm watching Jubilee videos. What do you think?
emotional intelligence to think about it before pressing send.
Yeah, I agree.
My bigger concern is the
Also, in the context of discussing X, a scandal involving Lily Phillips, is it really so hard to think that I'm connecting that back to the woman that sleeps with 100 guys in a day?
illusion of free speech and sort of the previous regime of Twitter and X, where there was sort of this idea that we were all speaking freely and openly, and certain links to certain stories, Hunter Biden, wasn't being suppressed in some sort of weird way. And that to me is more scary, when people think you're on a free speech platform and then you're not. The fact that Twitter might just be a complete populist meltdown right now, where anybody can say anything they want and amplify all their speech, I would take that and that status quo over one where you're sort of deceived into believing that people are speaking.
We still have that right now. I think one of his baby mamas called him out and he just like blocked her. He like shut down her account, suspended her account.
Sorry, you're right. It was the 100 guys. And when I'm thinking of Eli Lilly, so my head should have been in the gutter. Fuck you guys.
He amplifies people he agrees with. There was this one guy that was like...
Because I was like, I just searched Lily Phillips like insulin and nothing was coming up.
Tracking the movements of his jet, which is like public information. He shut down his account. So like, it's interesting where it's like when the shoe's on the other foot, a lot of these free speech principles kind of just disappear, and he's doing a lot of the same things he complained about initially. So I don't really see it as being better, even on that front. I think in basically every regard, it's gotten like markedly worse.
Now let's bring in the disagreeers, who have been itching to talk.
The problem is there's 10 billion things I want to say. We're not going to have time for it. So let me make this abundantly clear from the beginning, especially for the viewers, because they're going to think everybody on this side is conservative Republican. I have never voted Republican in my life.
No, I just think that they're crazy people, and crazy people are more likely to vote for Trump.
And the people at Jubilee probably know from my biography, I've played 4 times at the White House. I'm a professional musician, and all for Democratic presidents. Okay, so let's keep that clear. Now, the only
thanks for your service.
Is this even true?
Sacrifice.
Yeah, exactly. So the only way, if we look at Twitter until Elon bought it, the only way you would think that Twitter was somewhat even in any way is if you went to bed every night with AOC and the squad blankets and a Bernie Sanders teddy bear. That would be the only way that you would think that Twitter was even, it was 1,000% controlled by the left.
The issue with talking about
I don't think anybody thought that the owners of Twitter were particularly great people or anything like that. People are just strictly talking about the functionality of the app.
Disproportionate enforcement on somewhere like Twitter is like, for example, the 2020 election. If one side is disproportionately lying and saying the election was stolen, and then you say, why is Twitter cracking down on the right?
Also, yeah, the idea that like leftists are sitting on the seat, like the board and CEO of Twitter until Elon Musk came along, that's a joke. And it's also just kind of putting it out there that it's not really about fairness. It's just about having your guy installed to represent your point of view.
Maybe because those people were like telling more lies,
it's
violating
okay.
TOS.
Lies are fine.
Well, TOS exists, right? And it's a private company. And if they don't want like complete disinformation being spewed out, then that's their right to
decide
prevent
what disinformation is.
Yeah.
Now
The people
on
own the
Twitter,
platform. Let's raise our
we
hand
have
at the
community
2020
notes, right? Which is essentially getting the entire community. You have to agree. Both sides have to agree.
This feature is probably what, like, when I think about the improvements that came to Twitter after it was acquired by Elon, the community notes are probably the only thing I can think about.
On a note for it to get posted.
And it's not perfect.
That regulates content, so it's not just
Community
one
notes
side.
still a thing? Like, I'm genuinely curious. I don't think I've seen
it. It is.
Elon allows
I saw it for a long
community
time,
notes
like a
to
couple
attack
months
him and
ago.
say when he's wrong. But
Absolutely. And to be clear, there is something I disagree with Elon on when it comes to X. He should have a firewall between him and content moderation. It's not fair for him to remove journalists from the platform, for example. Like, I think that is a point where...
Oh, yeah, he removed or suspended Ken Klippenstein because he posted the J.D. Vance docket.
He absolutely was a hypocrite, and I'm glad he reinstated the journalists. But I think Twitter, or X, is markedly better because it is the free speech platform. Like,
CNN even had a poll that was 50-50 recently about this.
Yeah, and
Left right
beforehand, I mean, I really got my start on Twitter. Twitter really empowered me to get a job in media, you know, because I grew a following, even though I wasn't a journalist or
Free speech until you say sis. I wonder if anyone's going to remember to bring that up.
or someone from the elite or someone that anyone should be listening to.
Or like, I don't, at this point when it was filmed, I actually wouldn't be surprised if the Grok South Africa genocide thing hadn't happened yet. Because like now he's not just tipping the scales with moderation in accordance with what his personal preference is. He's also trying to have somebody chew on the wires with respect to the AI technology he's put into the platform.
Start.
I started in 2019. Okay. Yeah, and I remember the before and after of Elon. Before Elon, friends of mine, big accounts, small accounts, would just get plucked.
Babylon Bee, what about that one?
Like overnight,
So
someone would
that's-
vanish.
No, they actually said
People
it just
would
delete a
vanish.
post that had against the TOS. It wasn't just a complete banning of that org. And they said, no, we're going to stand on this business. We're going to be stubborn about it. We're not going to agree to the TOS. Okay, well, you're not going to be posting.
But if I
until
can
you delete it.
continue.
And then they did, wait, one thing. They did delete it as soon as Elon acquired the org and then claimed Elon released them. That's not true. They deleted the posts and they got their account reinstated before Elon even acquired it. So that's just one example of like people, again, using this as politicalization when it's not even.
He's getting, I just saw her side. She's like so frustrated that he's like blowing the wind out of their sails on their, like the few anecdotes that they have to support what their claim is.
So that's just one example of like people, again, using this as politicalization when it's not even.
Like when I'm trying to think of like negative changes that came after he acquired it, there's more bots now for sure. There's more, I don't like the integration of AI. I don't like the at Grok, is it true? I don't like seeing any of that. I don't like that he started to, it changed the way, because somebody just reminded me of it, it changed the way that if you linked an article, it was presented on your timeline and it would cut off the headline for the most part. Then now a feature that I do like is if you try to repost an article before you've actually read it through the app, it says, are you sure you want to repost it before reading? And then it encourages you to read it. I think that's good. I think community notes as an idea, even if the execution is bumpy and at times inconsistent, I generally like it. And then I had an issue with my account, and because he fired so many fucking people, it's impossible to send in the ticket for customer service or help. But he legalized comedy.
So again, like I remember friends of mine or just random accounts would get just completely suspended overnight, not be informed of what they did wrong. And this was a really big problem on Twitter. And then when Elon took over, there was confusion about what the content moderation standards would be. And I absolutely admit he definitely made a lot of mistakes in the beginning of that. But to give...
It literally destroyed the verification feature. That's another thing. And also the way that you have to pay if you want to be able to use two-factor authentication with just your phone number. Those types of things being behind paywalls to me is stupid.
Absolutely took over. There was confusion about what the content moderation standards would be, and I absolutely admit he definitely made a lot of mistakes in the beginning of that. But to give us the option to allow Donald Trump back on the platform, that was an incredible move, because before Twitter, like the people...
What, you have to pay for that? Yeah, I think that there's a free option, but like you have to pay for the phone number one. I think that you don't, if you just use your email as that, it's free, but yeah.
Content moderating. We're being heavily influenced by Joe Biden's campaign. We have emails.
Just Twitter file stuff.
Back and forth of them asking to like deplatform certain posts and certain.
Let's see if they'll call him on that. So what the FBI said was, with respect to the Hunter Biden laptop story, that it had the markings of Russian disinformation and they were just giving tech companies a heads up. You can say that there's no such thing as a neutral heads up, any sort of directive from the government to private companies like that with respect to the authenticity of certain stories or whatever is not communication that should occur. But there is no evidence that Joe Biden's administration or FBI issued a statement to private social media companies telling them to restrict the story. Those companies, of their own volition, decided to do it. And then when there was backlash, they backtracked and apologized. So for about one day, the story was restricted.
I don't think that ever happened. I think there's one example ever of any politician ever saying take something down. It was Trump. When it was Trump, it was literally Trump. The one time Matt Taibbi reported on this. One person, Trump was called a pussy ass bitch and demanded that they take it down. Everything else, you're right, there was influence. And this idea that there was only influence on one side, let's look at Matt Taibbi in the Twitter files. What did he get access to? What Elon gave him access to? What didn't he get access to? Everything Elon didn't want him to see. So this narrative was spun, and they used an independent journalist in Matt Taibbi and said, run with this, go show the bias. He didn't show all the bias. Matt Taibbi didn't tell us that Trump was demanding things get taken down. It's one-sided and it's apparent. And my only problem is I understand what you're saying. Like, I believe that clip that you're talking about. But if the counteraction to that is I'm going to take Twitter and then I'm going to have it, I don't even think it revolves around politics. You can look at those, what are those bubble graph things called? It's Elon and
see, this is the maybe they changed it because AI is linking me to a blog post and maybe they changed it, but this was February 18, 2023. Twitter's two-factor authentication change doesn't make sense. The company will soon require users to pay for a Twitter Blue subscription to get sign-in codes via SMS. Security experts are baffled. And I have to pay just to get into this article to learn why.
The counteraction to that is I'm going to take Twitter and then I'm going to have it. I don't even think it revolves around politics. You can look at those, what are those bubble graph things called? It's Elon and everybody else combined doesn't have his imprint.
I think I really relate with what you're.
And then, okay, to be fair, I guess they got backlash and then they changed it. An update on two-factor authentication using SMS on Twitter, February 15, 2023. Oh, wait, when was that other article from, though? Hold on. So, February 18th. Oh, wait, no. This is them saying, let's see. February 18th. This is February 15th. We continue to be committed to keeping people safe and secure on Twitter, and a primary security tool we offer to keep your account secure is a two-factor authentication. Instead of only entering a passcode to log in, 2FA requires you to also enter a code or use a security key. This additional step helps make sure that you and only you can access your account. To date, we've offered 3 methods of two-factor: text, authentication app, and security key. While historically a popular form of 2FA, unfortunately, we have seen a phone number-based 2FA be used and abused by bad actors. So starting today, we will no longer allow accounts to enroll in the text message / SMS service of 2FA unless they are Twitter Blue subscribers. Okay, no. So this was affirming it. That really was a change that they made. And I don't know. Okay, maybe I guess they never changed it back. This is wrong.
You're putting out that there is always a double standard that goes on between the left and the right. They are always fighting for control of these major institutions so that
you got to start using UDM equals 14. What does that do?
They can win. Donald Trump and his team, absolutely, always trying to push for certain things to be pulled down, particularly during the first administration. But I think in the background of this conversation is a concern about the role that the wealthy and the powerful have to representation, our voices, our system of government. And it is undeniable, and the Twitter Files reporting is part of that the federal government, the intelligence agencies, the alphabet soup of government entities are always trying to get into the background of these organizations, collude with Twitter, collude with Facebook, and suppress the views of everyday people in ways that I just think are creepy and totalitarian, and it changes hands based on whoever's in power. We should just be against that. Elon Musk has definitely ratcheted up the volume for the right as he has been in control of this platform, but I think you could definitely argue that government does not have the kind of control that it did before.
They don't own Twitter, and we finally have a platform.
It's amazing that that's his conclusion from what he just outlined.
Where we can speak, although there are certain...
Like, he's not really arguing that it's inherently something that should be looked at with skepticism or something that, regardless of who's governing it, lends itself to have negative incentives that encourage censorship, especially coming from, like, the top down. But now he's saying that because of Elon and Trump, you don't have to worry about that again.
Issues like they don't own Twitter, and we finally have a platform where we can speak, although there are certain issues. Like I think we should ban certain...
Do we get a raid? Thank you for the raid, Left Reckoning. We were watching Jubilee participants decide if Elon Musk is a genius or a fraud.
It's off the platform.
Darla was lit.
If you go look at my Twitter engagements, you can watch lefties. Every lefty that has Twitter, if you go watch your engagement pre and post election, silence
the same thing
pre-election.
Same thing happened on the other
I know
side.
that's what I'm saying. Like,
My engagement's been flat the entire time.
But they think that this is, if you just made the claim that the scales have been balanced and you have people reporting that, or this guy is saying that like, hey, left-wing users found themselves deprioritized after ownership changed hands from Twitter to from the previous owners of Twitter to Elon Musk, then what is it? All they had to say in response to that is that's not true. They said, what did you think we had to deal with?
We have a voice, but
small
we don't.
accounts got to grow in that time.
So I'm not a Democrat. I'm not here to combat or defend the Democratic Party. I think that it is really important to look at what government overreach has on censorship when it comes to Palestinian outreach movements, when it comes to people who are a little bit more skeptical about pharmaceutical companies. Like, sure, I can see both those sides, and I completely agree with that. My criticisms of Elon aren't rooted in my defense of the Biden administration or saying that the government was perfect pre-2025.
DOGE is making the government better.
I feel like we needed to see the conclusion of that interaction.
Please join me up here.
DOGE doesn't go far enough, but it's a great start. Right. I think for my generation, and the reason I really wanted to be here is because we are being taxed to death and our dollar is consistently being devalued through.
Regardless of whether or not you like DOGE, I want them to ask these people, do you think that what has gone, like, DOGE is legal? And see what their justification or understanding of that, of how to go about answering that question is.
Through Federal Reserve money printing to subsidize government debt and government spending. And DOGE has been the first real effort to combat that. And specifically with the USAID scandal, I thought that the fact that the media immediately shifted the camera over to these Democratic legislators who were screaming about Elon Musk and calling him a Nazi and a Nepo baby, instead of focusing on the fraud and the abuse of taxpayer dollars, was just perplexing. And I saw these narratives become really popular even among friends and family. And it's just really sad to me that the one time we've actually had someone advocating for our interests, they're demonized.
So you believe that DOGE has found a lot of fraud and done something about it?
I don't think they've found enough. And frankly, to be clear, I think we need to cut most of the government spending. So
okay.
I really don't think it goes far enough. And there could be more done, but they have been severely limited.
Can I say mine has nothing to do with politics, nothing to do with liking Musk or anything like that. So where I come from is,
okay, I saw this part.
I love you. Please don't hate me. So my mother works in the superior courts, right? They get to work from home 2 days a week, right? They still see cases, they still do all that stuff at home, right? Now I'm not saying her, but people in the courts, right? There is a convenience to that, where in between your cases, you can do laundry, go to the store, walk your dog, work out, whatever, depends on how much time you
God
have. Right?
forbid.
So, but the thing is, it makes it really convenient for you. So I will ask her, and I'll ask people like that work in her field as well. So just answer me this simple as that. Is it more convenient for you to be able to be at home and be able to do your laundry or walk the dog in between cases? 9 times.
Tell the truth. Do you enjoy being able to fold that washcloth in between your emails?
Out of 10, they will say yes, because it objectively is more convenient. The problem is, you working a job that services the public, it's not supposed to be more convenient for you. It's supposed to be more convenient for the people that you are serving. And so, whereas somebody like my mom or certain people will not take advantage of that system, what DOGE is doing is basically saying there are people taking advantage of a system. It's not necessarily the actual.
So he's throwing his mom under the bus, and his mom having a remote shift for her mostly in-person job. It seems like 80% of the time it's in person. Her doing basic household tasks in between her work commitments, even though he's not saying it's affecting her performance. He's not saying she got in trouble because she was goofing off during the remote shifts. He's just saying, why should she be allowed to do anything except work during this time? He's not interested in the question of, does it yield better results? Does it yield more productivity? He's just saying, no. That seems like it's a convenience for you, therefore you should not be doing it. It doesn't matter if it doesn't affect productivity or if it increases it. I want my mom to be a slave. A wage cuck at least.
It's fault, not even necessarily the employer, it's the structure of it. And I think You can't blame somebody for enjoying being at home 2 days a week, right? Getting to dress up on top and then have sweatpants below. The thing is, though, that's not your job. And if you finished your case early or finished your reports early...
This guy is incredibly unimaginative. It has a very rigid understanding of how work needs to look like in 2025.
At work, you would just work on something else. You would just get to the next point. You wouldn't say, oh, I'm going to go do something for myself now because you're at work. You can't go to the store. You can't do that. Just because you're at home now doesn't mean it should be treated any less of like if you are in the office.
So you're saying work from home policies make less productivity?
Yeah, I just think, in my opinion, because you could do more work you would do more work if you're at the office. You can't go to the gym at the office. You know what I mean? You can't do that.
Gotcha.
Okay. One. So if you are not outraged by the idea that there are remote workers that on company time, technically, between the hours of 8 to 5 during their remote shifts, where they're likely salaried, like somebody mentioned, the idea that they're going to run to the store really quick or walk the dog in a spare 15 minutes that they have between tasks, the idea that that's happening, and this is supposed to be just an anecdote of waste, fraud, and abuse that's occurring rampantly throughout the public sector, this is supposed to get you on board with the idea that DOGE is making the government better and that a billionaire should have unilateral executive authority to gut the American administrative state as he sees fit in order to improve it. This is the equivalent to me of seeing like a safe workplace thinking and then thinking, oh, look, people behave safely. There's no need for OSHA. Let's get rid of it. They don't understand that, did you ever think that maybe your safe work environment is the product of OSHA? Or did you ever think that maybe your mom and other employees are permitted to work remotely on some days of the week because the company has already thought about the things that you're talking about and have made the calculation that it's not going to end up losing more money for the company if they allow them to do it and actually might be better? Because I think study after study has shown that people are more productive when they work remotely. Studies demonstrating that people who work remotely are more productive. This was... Where's the Stanford study? That says apparently there's a Stanford study. So in this study, Stanford University conducted one of the most cited research studies on remote worker productivity in 2013. This was over a decade ago. This 9-month study monitored 16,000 call center employees volunteered to work remotely who went on to show a 13% performance increase. And then another remote work productivity study by Telework Research Network revealed that 47% of people who have the option to telework are quote-unquote very satisfied with their jobs, compared to 20% of those who are office-bound. In the same study, it talks about how Best Buy's average productivity had increased 35% through its flexible work program, and how American Express teleworkers handled 26% more calls and produced 43% more business than their office-based counterparts. So even if I granted him, like, okay, like, let's look into it, because he's like asking a question that has already been mostly answered. Like, won't remote work just lead to people goofing off and not actually doing what they're paid to do? And it's not even true. It's the opposite. The other thing is that if you want people to work harder at their jobs, you would need to actually not be gutting, but investing. You would need to be putting more money into making public offices basically resemble something closer to a Google campus. So people are incentivized to spend all of their time there because it's very, very appealing to be there because they have free food, or they have really fast Wi-Fi, or they have video game consoles, or they have different types of like employee events where people want to spend time there. And because you spend so much time at the office, you end up working harder.
So I think your point was mainly about the spending and actually trying to cut waste, fraud.
Main people opposed to remote work are people who want to force people to socialize with them at work. My theory is it's just a prop up commercial real estate.
and abuse and sort of rebalance the scales in terms of the government debt. Color me skeptical. I think we might agree that Social Security and entitlements are still just going to continue to run. We basically just are still paying interest on all of these things. Nothing is really going to change. I think at this point, conservatively, $160 million, billion, have been, billion.
So according to this fact check, DOGE claimed to have saved the government $160 billion as of the end of April, but only $61.5 billion was itemized, and they only had receipts for $32.5 billion, according to a BBC analysis. And didn't they also fuck up and add like an extra zero or something? The New York Times, DOGE lies about savings. Let's see. What are these? DOGE reverses move that made its claims nearly impossible to check. Okay, wait. We got to do this in the order that it was published. So this was March 13th. And then this was February 21st. This was March 18th. This was 13th, 18th. And then this is May 13th. So DOGE continued this as of May 13th. DOGE continues to publish misleading or inaccurate claims on its wall of receipts. Added a new batch of entries to what it calls its wall of receipts, touting purported savings in the hundreds of millions of dollars. Yet many of the claims cut appear to be misleading, and the potential for actual savings continues to be uncertain. Then, just March 18th. No, let's start from here, actually. DOGE's only public ledger is riddled with mistakes. The figures from Elon Musk's team of outsiders represent billions in government cuts. They are also full of accounting errors, outdated data, and other miscalculations. So DOGE says they've saved the federal government $55 billion through staff reductions, lease cancellations, and a long list of terminated contracts published online this week as a wall of receipts. Oh, I think I remember a specific criticism of this is that they would terminate contracts and say, look, we saved $14 million by terminating that contract, but they would ignore that the contract was only had like 6 months left. So really the majority of the money for that contract had already been allocated. And by suspending it, you're not actually getting the money back. The money is still committed to that contract. You just don't actually get any of the work out of it. Trump has been celebrating the published savings, even musing about a proposal to mail checks to all Americans to reimburse them with a DOGE dividend. Dude, I gotta fucking keep this one in the back of my noggin for promises made and not kept, because I didn't even remember this. This was an insane thing for him to promise. But the math could back up those checks. Is marred with accounting errors, incorrect assumptions, outdated data, and other mistakes, according to a New York Times analysis of all contracts listed. While the DOGE team has securely cut some number of billions of dollars, its slapdash accounting adds to a pattern of recklessness by the group, which has recently gained access to sensitive government payment systems. Some contracts the group claims credit for were double or triple counted. Another initially contained an error that inflated the total by billions of dollars. In at least one instance, the group claimed an entire contract had been canceled, where only part of the work had been halted. In others, contracts the group said it had closed were actually ended under the Biden administration. The canceled contracts listed on the website make up a small part of the $55 billion totaling that the group estimated it had found so far. It was not possible to independently verify that number or other totals on the site with the evidence provided. A senior White House official described how the office made its calculations on individual contracts, but did not respond to numerous questions about other aspects of the group's accounting. But it is clear that every dollar the website claims credit for is not necessarily a dollar the federal government would have spent, or one that can be returned to the public. And this is like the main thing. Then DOGE makes its latest errors harder to find. Elon Musk's group obscured the details of some new claims on its website, despite promises of transparency, but the Times was able to detect another batch of mistakes. They find more mistakes about the way that they're reporting the savings. And then DOGE reverses move that made its claims nearly impossible to check. Then after getting called out, Elon Musk's cost-cutting group reinstated details about the grants it had canceled. Yeah, contracts that were already paid out, yeah. He also is the right-wing framing that sees government employees as owing them because they pay taxes. I pay your salary stuff and all of that. Yeah, for sure. Like the Karen, you work for me type move.
And have actually been removed from government spending. That's not as important.
Japanese workers routinely work more than 40 hours a week without remote work, and their economy has flatlined with some of the poorest birth rate because people are literally not allowed to do anything besides work. Their work environment is highly inefficient, much lower in productivity. Even when working more hours. I saw a video talking about this. It was like a video essay after I watched Severance talking about how we ended up getting the type of workplace that is constructed within Severance to be this sort of like liminal nightmare and something very clinical and sterile and off-putting, and it's not an environment that exactly inspires productivity or creativity. It's just you have these like overhead lights just glaring down on you all day. Everybody's in their cubicle. You don't really interact with people unless a task is designated for you to explicitly do that, and it's just alienating and depressing.
To me,
but saying that there were alternative workplace models that had a more collaborative and like open environment that actually increased productivity.
Readjusting the scales on how we think about the administrative state and whether or not they are impartial in how they do their jobs. We are living in an America that for the past 100 years has been misled to believe that the alphabet soup of agencies have no political interest in how things happen in Washington, D.C. and around the country. These are not impartial.
The idea that DOGE advocates are saying that other people are actually the ones that don't get how things work in this country is something for the books.
Civil servants. A lot of these organizations do have political aims, and you can see that just—
Wait, so they're not— hold on.
Partial civil servant interest in how things happen in Washington, D.C. and around the country. These are not impartial civil servants.
No one is an impartial civil servant by this standard. Nobody is. Every single person at any business anywhere with a functioning brain has opinions that bias the way that they do their work and the things that they think. You are not going to find this class of people in America that are educated adults that do not have a slant one way or the other. But the idea that it must necessarily be influencing their work without substantial evidence or proof, this is like the Jordan Peterson cultural Marxists have invaded academia, and like gender ideology is being upheld by like HR reps.
Organizations do have political aims, and you can see that just in this administration in how they put political appointees atop the different agencies. This is not a very good system, and it robs everyday normal people from more power in their society, in the United States. And
everyday normal people, unlike those civil servants that are not impartial and not normal people.
I think DOGE's main purpose, the main thing they've made better, is they've removed some of the illusion of this, and that's positive. Spending, I hope they fix it, but it's going to require major entitlement reform to do that.
The United States of America has been living in a lie since first Woodrow Wilson with, income tax, and I'm supposed to have that. Federal Reserve, and that's been great. And technocracy, which was I was going to say in the last aspect of what's an expert, what's a Now, the next one, FDR, who decided to take the phrase to protect the general welfare and decided to completely change the foundation of America, which was a government this big and the Constitution to protect the people from the government, and decide that the government is supposed to help the people. If you think the government is supposed to help the people, please leave America. That is not what we are about. We are about freedom and individual liberty. We are about—
Okay, but the way that those enforcement mechanisms exist in this country is in part to the government.
Us and the government being, again—
These people have like a very— and it's not that I love the government, I clearly loathe it, but the idea that there could never— that the government is at every single point something that is an obstacle or unable to assist you or have robust social delivery is just right-wing propaganda to me. The idea that like governments could never do something positive for you, because he's not limiting it to like issues related to like domestic surveillance or privacy or the Patriot Act or these types of erosions of civil liberties. He's just talking about the government TM. That's it. And I don't know if anybody's ever posed it to him, but it's like the power is going to exist, especially if this dude is like, he's not a conservative, but he's probably a capitalist. It's just a matter of, is it going to be in the hands of the government, which is ostensibly represented by the people for the people and publicly accountable, or is it going to be in the hands of private capital who have no incentive to listen to you other than as a single consumer of their product? And if you are not a consumer of their product, even not really then.
That big. So we've come to this idea where the government is supposed to help my Social Security, my welfare, all these things that have destroyed what it means to be American.
They artificially created that environment, though, through underfunding and deregulating everything. Yeah, they run the government poorly, they cut everything, and then they point to that dumpster fire that they've started and say, see, this is why you can't trust the government. They hope you just don't notice that. It's like, yeah, but you're running the government poorly on purpose and then pointing to your failure to justify running it even more poorly.
And so DOGE, oh, wow, they've cut 200,000 jobs. I want about 2.8 million of the jobs to be canceled. Remember that in Thomas Jefferson's time, there was 3,000 people that worked for the government. There's almost...
During Jefferson's presidency, early 1800s, there was one federal worker for every 1,359 Americans. Today, there is one federal worker for every 151 Americans.
3 million now. That is not what the founders created and why we...
In Jefferson's time, there were 3 federal departments. Today, there are 15.
...quickly became, in 150 years, the greatest country of all time. In that short period
Wilson refounded the country.
Oh, yeah.
Wilson refounded the country on the belief that checks and balances were something that had to be limited by the expert class. The early progressive era, the turn of the 20th century, is a time where Darwinism is sort of running amok through the culture, and there is just a belief that we have become enlightened as people, and that popular rule by the legislature is not enlightened. It's not smart, and it's not the way to run a complicated...
Wait. Okay, Darwinism is, his vulgar understanding of that is just survival of the fittest. So Darwinism is running unimpeded, and he's saying it's leading to bad outcomes? Wait.
The turn of the 20th century is a time where Darwinism is sort of running amok through the culture, and there is just a belief that we have become enlightened as people.
Oh, okay, I see.
Popular rule by the legislature is not enlightened. It's not smart, and it's not the way to run a complicated society. And I think some of the people who disagree with us would say, we're a huge and complicated country. There's so much stuff that has to get done. And I'm going, where are the Congress? Where are our congressmen who are actually supposed to legislate and run the country? They gave...
Okay, so, and I don't disagree with him that Congress runs fucking poorly, and that in a lot of ways it's kind of built into the fabric of how the Constitution and framers set it up. But his solution to that is, so just break the law. So just go outside of it. So just don't get congressional approval. Just do the thing. Just do it.
Gave up all of their power to the administrative state. DOGE has a huge role in helping people understand that, but I think you're in a losing battle when you get into nitpicking over how much money they save, because it's sort of just a black hole.
Let's go ahead and bring in the disagreeers and see what they have to say.
Here they come.
Yeah, so virtually everything that was just said is just completely incorrect. So
I saw you now.
Yeah.
Please tell me.
Yeah, so when Elon Musk says, I've cut government spending, he's either lying or breaking the law, because the branch of government that decides how much money we spend is the legislative branch. So the executive branch can't just start cutting funding for things. So
Yes, the government doesn't want to cut
number
the government.
one.
I know, shocking.
I'm just talking about basic civics right now, like the 3 branches of government. When we talk about, like, he's identified all this fraud, to my understanding, not one criminal charge of fraud has been brought against anyone in, like, the over 3 months.
Well, there has been no formal announcement. I'm sorry. Well, there has been no announcement of formal charges. President Trump said criminal referrals for fraud have been made to the Department of Justice due to DOGE discoveries. Got it. Okay.
Now, to my understanding, not one criminal charge of fraud has been brought against anyone in, like, the over 3 months now. When we talk about he's found $150 billion, I think only 50 or 60 billion are actually itemized. And that is inefficient compared to the... People don't even know what inspectors general are. The government is audited every single year.
DOGE claimed to have saved the government $160 billion as of the end of April, but only $61.5 billion was itemized, and they only had receipts for 32. Oh, this is the same thing. Yeah.
Dozens of times by these people called the inspector generals, and Trump illegally fired a lot of them in his first week in office. And these people, just as an example, in the fiscal year of 2023, identified $93 billion in waste, which is way more than Musk has done. And they actually went through the proper channels of going through Congress and doing audits the right way. This idea that because he's in the private sector, that's good for the public sector, those are not comparable in the slightest.
Did you hear the story about DOGE gutting the FMSC? This is the Federal Mediation and Conciliatory Service. So this is a very obscure agency that popped up sometime in the 70s or 80s. Which is a optional thing that people can use to actually settle disputes between government.
Where is the fact check thing?
Agencies. And this employs about 260 people. And Elon Musk followed up on 10 years of reporting that the people who work inside this agency were actually just living off of their company credit card.
Okay, this reminds me, do you think that they're going to bring up the fact that you have a president who has pretty much revamped the promise of drain the swamp, but with DOGE this time, and outsourced it to Musk, who shouldn't even be part of the government, but whatever. And he's given all of this range to operate. But if he wants to, and he says he wants to target government abuse, which I'm on board, with the principle of it, just not the execution of it in the hands of this fucking insane billionaire. But he doesn't target the Department of Defense. He doesn't touch the defense budget. He doesn't touch the Pentagon. Nothing. The first thing that they go for are these USAID or people working within the FDA, like somebody said, doing safety and testing standards. you're just not, the idea that this is where you're going to find all of this money, it's a joke. It's a joke. If they were serious about this, they would be gutting the DOD right now. That would be the easiest way to find savings and a bunch of money in the budget and the way it's allocated currently without cutting into like entitlement programs or things that the administrative state that needs to exist so that the country functions properly.
People
like paper
who work inside
pushers.
This agency were actually just living off of their company credit cards and doing little to nothing, commissioning portraits of themselves for the offices, buying storage units for their home stuff. Some of them.
Again, they can tell me all of these horror stories. I can take this horror story as read, totally granted to him. It still wouldn't make me think, yeah, I should just give Elon Musk all of this power to be able to unilaterally decide what will stay and what will go. And that's the point that they're building to. So what the fuck?
Living abroad and then pretending that they were in Washington, D.C. and eating out for lunch every single day. One person even bought a storage unit to store the photo albums of their dog. This was 10 years of reporting that they just followed up on and went, no more.
So I think Stephen highlighted something great in his preamble, his monologue on the last time when we were back there. But the main spending for the government right now is in military, it's in Social Security, and it's in Medicare.
Hey, correct.
Is not looking at touching any of these. The military has only increased with Hegseth in charge. This is not something that's going to remove the debt that our country has. We are targeting very minuscule parts of the budget for political theater. This is really to rile up conservatives and say, look at how much we're doing. We're getting rid of the condoms in Uganda. We're getting rid of LGBTQ programs. We're getting wokeness, guys. And it's like, okay, well, is this really substantial when it comes to the overwhelming debt? And when you look into a lot of those things, those aren't just like random things that Joe Biden or Barack Obama was like, yeah, condoms in Uganda, let's do that. These are programs that were approved.
Or transgender mice.
By congressional body. And it's nowhere near the sensationalist titles that people will have when you're having like increased contraception in places that have heavy amounts of disease. So you can change the flavor, change the title however you want, but if you want these things cut, like Adam said, you got to go through the proper chambers. You can't just cut all these for that political theater.
Why would you gut DOD over raising taxes a little? No, my only point with that is that if you want to swiftly be able to find this surplus of money to be able to use on better things or to save the government money, and you're a Republican who's, if you say like, oh, we'll just raise taxes, that pitch is not going to fall, like, is not going to do well with conservatives. You have to find cuts, and to me, you got to find the place to go would be the Department of Defense.
Just to say we got rid of all this.
And I think one of the biggest issues I have with this department right now is the efficiency to accomplish what. So right now, efficiency is just let's cut and save money, right? Save money for what? How much money are we trying to save? Why are we gutting entire departments that were created to protect people, to ensure that they did have this whole liberty and justice for all? Because if we didn't have that, then non-government entities would literally be killing us. Right? So like when we're rescinding and we're trying to cut.
This guy is like, again, these people have all of these criticisms of the government and of unchecked power and people that rule above you and control your life. And he's like shocked at the idea that those same incentive structures exist in the private market too and are worse.
People in the FDA, right? And
he's like, what? A private capitalist hurting people? No way.
Trying to reduce that workforce. Well, yeah. I'll be the first to admit, FDA, not necessarily the most efficient. Removing people from it is not going to help speed up the process of reviewing new medical technologies. We can look through what is happening at the FDA, right? We can look through what's happening at pretty much any department and see what their goal is.
You want to form a committee to review what's
No, we already have that. We already
have
have auditors,
do we need
but like
to make it efficient?
Well, let me say this. First of all, he did bring people.
I mean, and again, these people will talk about, they're talking about a real thing, which is that anytime you have to bring in government auditors or set up a system to make sure that it's not being subject to waste, fraud, and abuse, what ends up happening is that program to oversee and make sure that it's not occurring ends up being more expensive than if you just had it, if you didn't have that accountability and oversight trying to see and investigate and find waste, fraud, and abuse. It ends up being more expensive than if you just let it run rampant and see what happens. Usually it tends to be the case, okay? But the thing is that these people will cut off their nose to spite their face as far as their understanding of how you can get the government to save money, because they think that they're like laughing at the idea of like government oversight committees for accountability and audits and whatnot in this context. But if I asked all of these people, do you think that there should be universal programs with respect to healthcare in this country or there should be for like food stamps, there should be built-in administrations within each regional branch of how we dole out welfare to people to make sure that people who shouldn't be using this program are recipients, they would say yes, even though that's more expensive than if you just let there be some waste, fraud, and abuse and you don't have this committee.
So he did ask people. Pause. We get to hear from all the disagreeers, and then we'll talk more, okay?
Yeah, let me just say this. I think we have found, I applaud Elon Musk. He has found an enormous amount of waste, specifically fraud and abuse.
Your Excellency, here's your water.
Wait, what is this?
Washing the wealth and metal. Your Excellency, I thought you left.
Oh, no, I don't leave.
But I saw you with my own eyes.
Well, who are you going to believe, me or your own eyes?
It's funny. I think the only like Marx Brothers movie I've seen was Night at the Opera.
And he did that by getting into the government and showing us how fraudulent he is. For example, if you have heard of the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau and you listen to a single Republican tell you what it is, from Congress to Mark Andreessen on Joe Rogan, to Mark Zuckerberg on Joe Rogan, to Elon Musk, they will all say verbatim the same thing. It is an agency that was created by Elizabeth Warren to debank people. That's a lie. She doesn't run it. It doesn't debank people. In fact, it keeps people from being debanked. And one of the big things the CFPB did and does is they try and keep X, Facebook, and all of these social media companies from becoming payment processors that don't have to follow the same laws as banks. And there were 280 complaints against Elon Musk's companies alone. And he walked in and he fired the inspector generals and then he gutted it. And he did this at the CFPB, he did it at the National Labor Relations Board, where we also now know that there was a sudden spike of information going out and Russians were using the created usernames and passwords that had been created 15 minutes earlier to try and log in. He went to the FAA. He was able to go and look at every contract that he was negotiating against. He went to NASA. He went into every one of these programs and he gutted them. And he made it so that he and his billionaire friends didn't have to keep the rules anymore. And all he had to do is hold this shiny object in front of everybody's face. Look, we're going to cut $2 trillion. Never mind, it's $1 trillion. Never mind, I only cut 150 billion. And you mentioned before, it's closer to 60, but if you want to take what has receipts, it's $32 billion. And we increased the budget by $200 billion.
Like, they keep only putting up this one fact check.
We're increasing the budget. He has saved us nothing. And he's hurt every one of you. By gutting the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau, every one of you lost the ability to go when your bank screws you, when Chase comes in and they start charging exorbitant fees and they cheat behind closed doors, you all lost your protection.
Why would I pay those exorbitant fees?
Elon, well, for example, Chase, what they were doing is they were signing people up for additional accounts, or excuse me, Wells Fargo, signing people up for additional accounts. And they were charging exorbitant overdraft fees. And the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau was a way for me to go to them without having to hire an attorney and go up against Wells Fargo, and they would act as an intermediary between me and the government. And they clawed back billions of dollars for consumers. And because they went on and they just lied about it, and on Rogan every day, and every Republican just lied about it, you all thought that they were debanking people. They were protecting you. You let Elon Musk go in and gut the protections for you against the banks. Yes, sir. Yes.
Wait, I was about to say, you have to, like, you're now challenging, like, a foundational belief in these people. The idea that the government could in any way be helpful to you is it's a bogus starting point for them.
You can laugh when you don't.
They really, what's that Reagan quote? It's like the scariest thing that a government agency or employer can tell you is, I'm here to help you.
Don't have
like
substance.
these people, for the most part, buy into that.
No, I do.
I have one quick question.
You worked a case with them, or you had a case?
No, I've just studied this in depth.
It made it sound like you actually had a case that you worked with Wells Fargo onto the CFPB.
So, Stephen, one quick thing. Like, you can laugh when you don't have substance. I totally get that. I had a question for you because I heard what you were saying earlier, that there are a lot of government.
Do they think the police is helping them? They'll probably say, maybe this crowd would be willing to say no, but they also can't think of an alternative, so they don't want you to touch it.
Officials that are being lined by lobbying interest pockets. Why would a lobbyist be incentivized to line up a government's pockets?
Because the government can steal our money and use it for contracts that then get...
So their interests are being taken over precedent over the American people's. Right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's
1,000%.
And that's because they're getting money to profit, correct?
100%.
Okay, so the goal here should be reforming government so it actually acts as a body that protects the nation's interests instead of just letting the people who are having a profit incentive just take over that power structure. Because if you remove the government, which you keep saying, I know you might not be an anarchist, but all of your language is like, I'm done, I'm super libertarian, anarcho-capitalist, whatever.
No, I'm not, definitely not.
Like seriously, removing all of the government or removing any sort of protective agency for consumers is just going to seize all of the power to those that already have the profit incentive and have the maximum amount of influence, which are these
What is the
oligarchs.
incentive of the government? Why do you guys trust the government more than the free market?
The government
Please
is not the
explain.
shadowy cabal of people that aren't
The free market is what allowed for people to discriminate against people like
No,
me.
no, that's a
yes,
lie.
it actually
Oh,
was.
1,000%
It
a lie.
actually was.
No.
Yeah. Before
the government was always the racist. Always.
Oh,
it was
okay.
never
so
the
when
capital.
When a restaurant decided
Let me
not
give
to
examples.
feed my grandparents when they would walk in, was that the government saying, go be racist?
The free market cares far more. These greedy, evil businessmen. You're so scared of these greedy, evil businessmen.
We found like the last objectivist in America.
They care about making money. Whatever racism, sexism they will ever have, capitalism destroys that. If I wanted to start a basketball team and I was a gazillionaire, I'd say, I hate black.
How does he explain Jim Crow if this were the case? How does he explain slavery? We had capitalism then too.
Black people. I'm not going to have any black people.
I guess, I mean, like with chattel slavery, it was probably closer to more of like a feudal system, but Jim Crow, unambiguously capitalism by that point.
What would my team do? It would lose every game, wouldn't it? Whether or if it's, I want to have a town without an Italian restaurant, even though I'm Italian, for example. How would that? The free market only cares about making money. There was train companies in the South right after the Civil War.
Yes, and sometimes it could be more profitable to be racist and discriminate against certain people. White business owners made the calculation that it was more profitable for them to exclude black patrons entirely and only serve white patrons than it was to have integration between those two customer bases and get both of their money.
War that allowed black people to sit wherever they wanted because they wanted about money. They don't care about racism.
Any libertarian that I scroll on Reddit, dude. I don't need to hear the whole monologue. I liked what you.
Then why do you trust the government more than free market?
Let me give you an example.
Dude, it's not about trusting the government at face value. It's about reforming the government.
I want the
to actually
government.
work on behalf.
I want the government totally out of money because
I think you have to. I think the way to get that is, well, I guess he kind of already answered it. He thinks that there's like no. You have to point out that these same incentives exist in the private market and sector as well.
That's ultimately
value monologue. I liked what you.
Then why do you trust the government more than free market?
Let me give you an example.
Dude, it's not about trusting the government at face value. It's about reforming the government.
I want the
to actually
government.
work on behalf.
I want the government totally out of money because that's ultimately why money gets into government. That's.
Oh. I want the government totally out of money.
Why people.
So where does money come from?
I was gonna say, wait till you tell her how money is like minted in this country.
Standard, right?
Yeah.
Are you kidding?
Are you kidding?
But can I ask you guys a question real quick?
Wait, no, that was perfect. That was perfect. Walk.
Okay.
Well, let me just, go ahead.
Just real quick, a gold standard always leads to deflation because the supply of gold is limited and economic growth is not. So when that delta gets bigger, eventually the economy crashes. Like this is basic monetary theory. I mean, like I don't want to do an appeal to expertise, but like I have a degree in economics and I just don't understand this worship of the free market. It's like it solves all these problems. The free market was what created conditions where these workers were working 7 days a week, 13, 14 hours a day. The doors were being locked.
Child slavery, child labor.
Yeah, they could
just starve and die.
Just create
starve
your own
and die
company.
somewhere. Yeah.
Yeah, everyone's going to be an owner. Yep, that's going to work well for enterprise.
Well, while we sat back there, you guys used a lot of examples
simplistic,
about
dude. This guy's 6 years old.
about spending that the Elon Musk uncovered. Elon Musk, every time he uncovered wasteful spending, he showed a screenshot from usaspending.gov. That's been around since 2009. Our government told all of you where this money was going, and none of you knew it until Elon Musk did. It was a great thing that our government did. It was an act of transparency, and you guys are now arguing that the government is bad because Elon went to a website and posted screenshots of shit that had already been done. Just because nobody knew that website existed didn't mean it didn't. Our government, by the way, the Democrats, after 2008, Elizabeth Warren, Bernie Sanders, they pushed for this stuff. They pushed for the transparency, and it was the Republicans who fought against it. It was there the whole time. You all could have seen it, but you had to wait until Elon Musk told you he found it.
Elon Musk is a horrible father. Agreeers, please join me up here.
Look, I'm not going to pretend like I know the man's personal life. I've seen all of his tweets, though, and I think that he tries to present himself in a certain way. I think
we're 41 minutes into a 59-minute segment, and this is the first one that is tilted towards the anti-Musk crowd, right?
That having continuous unstable families and just replacing fatherhood with money isn't the best environment for people to grow up in. And I'll take the personal testimony of some of his kids, like Vivian Musk, or I don't know her last name now, but Yeah, I think they're pretty clear on how he acts as a father and how he is the head of a household, if you could even say that. I think I don't know. I believe in alternative families. I don't think you need to have like a monogamous, like nuclear family in order to have a successful life. But I think that when you're continuing to just see yourself as somebody who spreads his seed for the next aspect of human civilization, like I don't think that you care about the children. You more so care about the idea of offspring.
And it gets to a point, like I think it was maybe Grimes who like their kid was having a medical emergency, and first she tried texting him, then she tried DMing him, and then he just kept ignoring her, blocking her. Then she had to tweet at him and he suspended her account. And it's like,
I have no idea what was going on there. I feel like the daughter thing alone is proof that it's not he's not a very good father.
The kid with the medical emergency. Like at a certain point, like DOGE is not the most important thing in your life. And I feel like he puts his public image in this grand.
And what's that saying that like the one thing rich and poor people have in common is that neither raise their own kids?
Self-image. Like I'm Tony.
Like, does anybody actually think that Elon Musk spends a good deal of his time or week with his own kids?
In real life, he puts that above like very basic human relationships. It seems like.
Got it. Yeah.
I don't know. I might be the only father here. Like, and I have a daughter, so I'm a girl dad, another father over there. Look, it's hard. I don't always understand. I know one thing. I know that like my daughter needs my presence, and I know that she needs an example. And my job is to operate in an online presence. And like I think about every day, like, am I going to do things today that 10 years down the road my daughter's going to have to answer for? And he does something nearly every single day on Twitter that is vile, that is cruel, that is inhumane. If you go look back at his history of running companies, they're always filled with people who are suing him for mistreatment, specifically racial mistreatment, specifically sexual harassment. And as the father of a daughter, I don't want to judge somebody necessarily how they parent individually, but I can say that his public persona is not conducive to his children not having to deal with their father's mistakes and their father's anger and their father's words towards other people. So I don't think that shows.
I need that guy who has put an altruistic spin on everything to justify him being estranged from his kids as somehow a greater sacrifice on his part, so he can dedicate more time to invention and geniusness and populism or whatever.
That he puts his children first. It's clearly money first.
Let's bring up the disagreeers.
I'm uncomfortable with the word horrible, so that's really what I'm quibbling with. Is I just don't know enough to say horrible father. I really look at Elon and I see a lackluster man, where
he's actually a genius of being a deadbeat father. If you think about it,
this is a person. I believe it's 14 plus children between 4 women, who has just been unwilling to.
Jesus Christ!
To give these people his full time, his full attention, and to lead a family. What he has done family-wise is not good. I just don't see enough to say horrible father. I like what we see with one of his young sons that he takes around with him everywhere. We need a more pro-family approach to that kind of thing. I think that's wonderful.
The idea that a man who has sired 14 different kids, who spends as much time in the public eye as he does and traveling globally, is spending enough time with each of those kids as he should be in their formative years and throughout their adolescence is laughable. Time literally does not permit. Even if he only had like 3 kids, that would be difficult to do, and he has 14.
You mentioned his son, who identifies now as a daughter. Her name is what?
Her name is Vivian.
I want to be respectful as possible, but just disagree on principle. Like what he says about Vivian, he keeps saying, "My son is dead." That's really wrong. Yeah. That's really, really messed up for him to say that about his child, who identifies now in this different way. And he's not just saying, my son is lost, or my son is struggling. But to say my son is dead is acknowledging what Vivian is saying, like the whole dead naming thing, right? Like, I was never that person, I'm Vivian. He needs to
Okay, but he's not coming at it from that perspective.
Support his child in a different way. So that's the story that I've heard where I go, you've really messed up here. But the other 14 children, I just don't know.
Why doesn't that go to horrible then? To me, that seems like possibly the worst thing you could do. Like, you just, again, adopted, like abandoning your child, just cutting them out of your life.
Again, I'm uncomfortable making a blanket judgment of this person's a horrible father because of some tweets I've seen between him and one of his children, who they've clearly had an explosive falling out.
It's not, you don't even have to know about the tweets. Again, just the calculation of how much time he probably spends with his kid is probably not much. If he wants to make the argument that he makes up for it by being very, very wealthy and giving them lots of money, then make that argument. But that's not what he's saying.
But I just don't know enough, and I don't like making those kind of character judgments.
Yeah, and I don't think he cut Vivian out of his life. I think
when Hassan interviewed Vivian, she said that her mom was super supportive, so at least she got one good parent. There's that.
Vivian was deeply uncomfortable with who her father was, right? Like, she was uncomfortable with him being a billionaire. That was their first falling out. And so he sold all of his possessions and moved into a 2-bedroom house in Texas, and that still wasn't enough. So clearly that relationship has been really fraught.
Sold all
for
of his possessions?
Well, not all of his possessions, sorry.
Yeah,
Being dramatic, but he sold.
That's what it says. In 2020, Musk announced he was, oh wait, no. Go back. Elon Musk's transgender daughter, Vivian Jenna Wilson, said Musk was an absent father who harassed her for exhibiting feminine traits.
Moved into
sold all of his possessions?
Well, not all of his possessions, sorry.
And then Elon Musk announced he was selling almost all of his physical possessions in a reported attempt to save his relationship with Vivian, but they are now estranged.
Being dramatic, but he sold like his big homes and moved into a much more modest house. But clearly that relationship is really fraught. I think I also disagree with this idea of calling him a terrible father or horrible father. I don't think we know enough. Like, a private life is private for a reason.
How many of these people do you think have like followed libs of TikTok or retweeted anything where they're just slandering some random person or teacher or who's queer that they don't like, and we're completely fine making character assessments and judgments instantaneously, but in this context we just don't have enough information apparently.
What we do know from his biography, because he gave Walter Isaacson unprecedented access into his life to interview absolutely everyone, Elon Musk had a really, really difficult childhood.
This is also not, it's not just Elon Musk. This is not a particularly unique criticism. Most men, especially most businessmen in the United States, if you're a venture capitalist or billionaire or whatever, they probably are not great fathers.
Was abused pretty badly by the kids at school and by his father.
As in, like, you just don't really have the ability when you're that busy to spend that much time with your kids. You can materially provide for them, but that is always going to inhibit your ability to bond with your children if you don't have time to spend with them.
He's definitely on the autism spectrum, so he does struggle with emotional intelligence and with empathy. And so what we're seeing is a really complex personal life, like a really complex man that struggles with his interpersonal relationships.
Yeah, I think that's fine. Like people, I shouldn't say I think that's fine, but I understand the nuance in somebody that's having trouble with social interactions, especially when they're as intimate as like a familial bond.
Yeah.
The thing is, you shouldn't be advocating to have all of your life in the public eye. And again, his need for admiration when he already has like the business mogul aspect of his life, it's just in conflict with him being able to be there as a present father. So like, I'm all here for nuance. I don't think that anybody inherently is evil. I think that people do evil things. And I think it's important. I think it's important to recognize that, like, if you are coming out and you're advertising yourself as this amazing father for all my kids, I'm propping X around because look at me, I'm such a great father. That's all showmanship. It's not something that is grounded in real affection. I'm choosing this child because it's the most easily moldable right now. If any one of my other kids, I probably wouldn't bring them around because they'd have other.
I think they have a special relationship,
and
there's like
about the last two kids, my biological mom, hence the kid. You know, because I knew somebody on the conservative side would say he's bringing this kid around, bringing this kid to the White House and all this. But I mean, as you just made a point, you can't just pick the kid you want and then not have the rest. That's why I made it my opening statement is to mention how, yeah, I'm sure she was a good mother to those two kids, right? Like to those two kids. But it doesn't mean she's a good mother. You know what I mean? As a whole, that's just, yeah.
It feels like we should be able to call balls and strikes on this, though. Like, I'm a San Francisco 49ers fan. Like, we had this awful coach named Jim Tom Sula, and we went like, and we went 1-15. We were horrible. Does that mean that Jim Tom Sula is horrible? No. But like, there's not much evidence that he's a good father. He's not there for the births. He's not there around them. He sometimes like lugs a kid around. Just like, I think if we take out the personal attack of it and just say like, is he good at being a dad? Probably not.
The United States is turning into an oligarchy. Agreeers, please step forward.
I mean, Elon Musk is.
I mean, they'll probably, if to the extent that they might agree, they'll be like, yeah, but it's based. It's based though.
Point of this entire prompt. I mean, he is the richest man on earth. He has one of the most powerful government positions. He's trying to get contract for things like SpaceX and Starlink with the government. So, I mean, the wealthy and well-connected, especially with Trump's cabinet, I think it's like more billionaires.
He was using that kid as a human shield against assassins. Where is that? He literally sent a DM to that woman that he recently knocked up, no? Where she was DMing him on Instagram and was like, when can we see each other? And he was like, we can't interface, things are dangerous or whatever.
Than ever before. I'm pretty sure everyone in his cabinet has a net worth of at least $100 million. So when we talk about the influence of the wealthy, they've always had some influence with super PACs and lobbying, but at this point it's like so direct where they are now in the center of the heart of power, and they, in a lot of cases, are just straight up calling the shots.
Yeah, I almost didn't step forward for this prompt because I don't think the United States is turning into an oligarchy. I think it was an important principle in even the inception in the first place. You can not just take that from Lefty Mason. You can look at John Jay, one of the founders of this country, who said the people that own the country are the ones who should run it. Like, this is very direct, and the people are complaining about technocracy or being an expert. Like, we're saying that oligarchs are the ones who should be calling the shots instead of the American people who are too pursued by their passions or, wanting a better life or actually wanting to make sure that they have freedoms. Like, no, that might destabilize what the country's about. We should leave it in the hands of those who show that they deserve that, with wealth being the primary reason why. So I don't think that Elon is like the direct reason why oligarchy is coming to the United States. I think he's a symptom of something that's already here. And I think all of these folks who I've talked to today would agree with some aspects of that, because we're saying all these...
Like, some people swing too much in the camp of like, everything was fine until Trump.
Government agencies are
like wanting to ignore all of the circumstances or the things that like led up to him. It's like just Trump is the issue.
With wealthy interests, and they're being pursued by lobbyists, and they're making decisions in order to increase the elite instead of the popular people. That's what oligarchy is. Let's not pretend like it's a small section of people. You could say the deep state all you want. It's people that are influencing politics with their wealth in order to get their interests over the American people.
So you got me with the John Jay bit. That, like, oligarchy was sort of in the original intention of the country. A lot of the founders.
Unfortunately, I think that's the vast majority of Normies. Yeah, I know.
We're actually looking back to the writings of Cicero and the late Roman Empire and going, we actually want wealthy class people who have a stake in the future of the country to be part of its leadership class, as well as a permanent legislature and then an executive. It's part of the design. I think where I get off the boat is when you say that it's becoming more oligarchic in that power is more concentrated than it's ever been. Oligarchy is a small group of those wealthy interests. We have a lot of wealthy interests who are all fighting every single day in the United States for different pockets of power, different influential areas.
The goal's priority. You could say that the aims are different as far, or I guess you flip-flop those. You could say that the goals are different of these wealthy interests, but the aims are the same, which is that there is priority given to those that do have an absorbent amount of wealth versus people who do want more things like spending time with their family by not working as much, having more time on the weekend. These are all exceptions.
I don't think you could say that the aims of Michael Bloomberg and Sheldon Adelson, RIP, are the same. I mean, these are different sort of really...
Yeah, RIP to a real one, to Sheldon Adelson.
Powerful Sheldon Adelson, RIP, are the same. I mean, these are different sort of really rich, powerful bundlers.
You want to maintain your wealth,
visions.
right? Would they want something like a wealth tax? Absolutely. Would they want something like universal health care where they're having a progressive taxation, paying more into it? Of course not. So you could say that the goals of their corporations or their entities are different, but the aims are the same insofar as people with wealthy interests will prop up both political parties. And I'm not a Democrat. I'm here, I might be arguing with some liberals over here.
I'm a registered Republican.
I think that, wealthy...
I knew it. This guy in the blue, he said, I can't remember what it was, but there was something that he said earlier that makes me think that I was like, I think this is coming from the perspective of somebody who is like ashamed and disappointed that a wealthy person with a lot of influence would do this, not somebody who is principally opposed to those things existing and dictating politics in this country.
Interests in these institutions are what are propping up so many of the candidates on both parties. And that's something that's important to recognize if you want to get to objective reality.
So to a degree, I think that it's completely fair for billionaires, millionaires, the wealthy to want to protect their own property. And donating money to campaigns and causes is a way to do that. It's almost financial self-defense. Like if the mob is at your door with pitchforks and saying, give me all of your money, you should be able to defend yourself against that.
Don't you want to protect your interests?
Absolutely.
Yeah, absolutely. So there's a contradiction of goals. That's what's going on here, is that there are wealthy interests that want to protect their own aims, and there are working class people who also want to make sure that they're able to provide for their family.
Fundamentally, I don't understand the difference between what we have viewed historically as an oligarchy and now. J.D. Vance was bought. There's no question about that. He wasn't on a short list of VP candidates. They went to San Francisco, they raised a bunch of money, they came back, and he was bought. Every one of these VC tech guys, every one of them, if you can look into this, Curtis Yarvin is a great name for you to know. They all want to be oligarchs. They all want technocracy. They're investing.
They want like monarchies and whatnot.
Private cities. They want to privatize our entire government. You look at America, look at Russia. I think almost everybody agrees Russia is an oligarchy. What's the difference?
The Russian example is really
real quick.
interesting.
They vote. The votes don't count. The richest 12 people in Russia make all the decisions, write all the bills. Who writes all of our bills? Rich people. They just have a congressman sign their name to it. Fundamentally, I don't see the difference. And if you look from the introduction of trickle-down economics in '82 until now, wealth inequality is just boom, skyrocketing.
The mention of Russia is important because in most...
Okay, he's not wrong, but the idea that republicanism is going to save you, God help your soul.
U.S. news coverage, when we hear that word, if it's not Bernie Sanders saying oligarchy, it's discussion of Russian oligarchs because of news coverage. And since the fall of the Soviet Union, what you had was this huge amount of industrialists who bought up all of the collapsed rubble of the Soviet Union, became super wealthy in different areas, steel, engineering, manufacturing, all that kind of stuff. As Putin consolidates power, he does not surround himself with the oligarchs for joint decision making. He has them stand down. He allows them to stay wealthy if they stay out of his way. And so what they have is this protected wealthy class who do control a lot, but they are not involved in Putin's day-to-day. That actually is a little bit of a misperception. They don't control him. He's given them permission to exist. And that's very different from what we have in the United States.
That's incredibly naive, one. And two, like somebody said, how does he think that they became an oligarchy? There was a free-for-all once they were transitioning into free market reforms. And then two, the idea that, I don't know if the point he's trying to make is that, oh, you want to see what a real oligarchy looks like? Look no further than Russia. It doesn't, he's not wrong that like Bernie Sanders is using it in a more hyperbolic way, but he's trying to say we are moving closer and closer towards a plutocracy with the way things are, money influences. It's not as clear cut or unambiguous as, yeah, billionaires control the Kremlin and the Russian government, like in that country. Here, it's going to manifest and look a little bit differently.
States where the wealthy and billionaires here are fighting the government every single day, depending on who's in charge.
That's happening in Russia too. I mean, with all due respect, like he has gotten rid of people who fought against him. The Russian oligarchs control the economy, and Vladimir Putin controls foreign policy. But if you can go read about Bill Browder, who was given a red nose. He went and he uncovered all of this. He showed how Vladimir Putin allows these oligarchs to swallow up company after company after company, and they are the ones making the economic decisions, which is exactly what's happening here. Trump brought them into the cabinet to make the economic decisions while he sits back and does the stuff he cares about.
And taking it back to U.S. policy, like, do you think it's justified that Bill Gates has absorbed so much of the agricultural land in the country? Yes, thank you. Someone's agreeing with me. Do you agree?
That's the downside of capitalism.
Do you agree?
Exactly.
That's what we're talking about, dude. That's what we're talking about.
Well, we're not talking about capitalism in this whole debate. We're talking about, government efficiency. But yes, in that argument, yes, I do agree with you. He shouldn't, but that is one of those things. We're a capitalist society, but we can go to legislation. Oh, that might have been another.
Yeah, and I think we're in a late stage.
The U.S. turned Russia into an oligarchy because it's easier to influence an individual than a decentralized group. I was just talking to somebody about this because they were saying that, like, oh, the United States was trying to help Russia liberalize as they transitioned from being the Soviet Union, or like after the fall of the Soviet Union, to Russia, and that didn't go as well. And I was like, doesn't that seem a bit more intentional than you're kind of letting on? But they were telling me no, there was more to it, and that it wasn't quite as intentional, and that there were multiple times where we tried to normalize relations with Russia and bring them into the fold of like the broader international community. But obviously that's not what happened.
Age of capitalism where we're inching closer and closer towards not even having any sort of protection, or if you guys don't want to say protection, because I know you think the government's all out to kill us. Representation. Representation, that's what it is. And if we don't have good representation, we're going to be surrendering to those that have the most amount of influence and the most amount of power. And in a capitalist society, you would say that is wealth. That's what it's transferred.
Fair, but is something being oligarchic implied that there is no distinction between money and power, whereas you have plenty of people who have a lot of power in the U.S. that are not billionaires or even millionaires? I'm not saying that the current administration.
Wait. You just said that there's a lot of people with a lot of power in the United States that aren't millionaires or billionaires.
Yeah, I mean,
explain to me that power.
For example, the average everyday politician that can get elected.
How do you classify power?
Wait, hold on. I got distracted because my chat thing is making people's chat show up 3 times.
You have plenty of people who have a lot of power in the U.S. that are not billionaires or even millionaires. I'm not saying that the current administration.
Okay. Just because somebody themselves is not the direct beneficiary to the point that they're a millionaire or a billionaire does not mean they are not being influenced by moneyed interests, which you can usually trace back to people in the 1%.
Wait. You just said that there's a lot of people with a lot of power in the United States that aren't millionaires or billionaires.
Yeah, I mean,
explain to me that power.
For example, the average everyday politician that can get elected.
How do you classify power?
Well, okay, so in oligarchy, and I could be wrong, somebody tell me if I'm wrong, it's implied that the people who have that money, like we said, that small group, they bought up a lot of the rebel in Soviet Union, we use that example, the perception would be that they kind of control Putin's government. Now, I know his argument was that he controls them.
So you're arguing that oligarchy is a small set of people that run everything in society?
I am arguing that, yeah, I guess that's closer to what I'm trying to get.
But I would argue that that's not the case. Okay, I don't believe that wealthy interests control every aspect of the entire country, right? I think that they have the most amount of influence. And what I'm saying is, if I have to go to the ballot box and I have to elect a neoliberal Democrat and a neoliberal Republican, and I'm trying to decide what's the economic future of this government's going to look like, it's really hard for me to feel like I have a choice here when the chef's already decided the menu. I'm not making the order. If the chef is the one that's deciding.
Yeah, you're saying like if we broke down red in America, blue America, no Democrat Party, no Republican Party, but we had the millionaires party or the wealthy party versus some sort of class-based party, that there would be a uniparty at the very top and they would kind of control everything.
I think
but we don't have that because of the amount of actual ideological disagreement amongst our wealthy class.
But we might now.
Adam
because he's picking.
The ideological disagreement is not really one of ideology because they're all capitalists for one, and what we're really talking about is just different strategies for managing capital, which is pretty much the biggest diversion that exists between Democrats and Republicans.
Elon Musk is the only person who exists who is going in and getting rid of departments that are investigating him.
Ideological disagreements would be you have somebody who is like a socialist versus a capitalist, not you have this, you have a Keynesian versus like a Friedman type or whatever. They're still capitalists.
Political appointee.
I mean,
I understand he is, but he's the only one who's ever done it, and it's because of the investment he made into Donald Trump. And Donald Trump said, "Yeah, I'll just give you this access." And so now you can look at an oligarchy like it's set up that way, like we structured it that way, or you can look at it in the way that like they're going to tell you you're living in a democracy while you're living in an oligarchy. That's what they do in Russia.
Yeah, but propaganda can tell you you're not living in a dictatorship, and you are. That's the whole point of it. I mean, it's
right. It's an oligarchy.
I mean,
Can we find as a group a middle ground statement encompassing everything we talked about today?
Get ready for cringe. Let's see.
The government needs to be more efficient. Is that a fair middle ground statement?
Elon Musk is representative of the problems that we all have with underrepresentation, with government being in bed with the government. He is literally the epitome of everything that
I think he means with private capital being about the government.
I think most of us agree we dislike. We don't want one person to have that much unelected power.
Elon is the product of a corrupt society, and we might disagree on what that corruption is.
No, I think
No,
the
actually, I agree.
antidote.
He's the opposite.
Okay,
Closer to that.
wait,
Exactly. No, I'm close to him. Yeah.
Can I say why I agree? Because it might be able to sway them.
Sure.
I think it's the same thing as we say, like, okay, there's a lot of like bad that's come from Trump getting into office from your side, right? Is that fair to say? A lot of you guys that don't like Trump would say there's a lot of bad that's come, but you guys have a lot of really good politicians that have come with the sole fact of hating Trump that they've been elected to office, like they were a local.
I hate the efficiency argument. None of these people understand what that means. They literally have a child's understanding of what constitutes efficiency as it relates to the government. And in some ways, they already acknowledge that they're principally against the things that would actually facilitate more efficiency. Efficiency in their mind is just the smallest government and state that could possibly exist is therefore must be the most efficient. But this is like thinking that a society that actually has like the only rules that there are no rules would be the most free society where there's lawlessness and no accountability for anything. This is like saying, or like a society is more free if you have the right to discriminate against people on their race because you're not inhibited by the government about who you can do business with, or it's a more free society that permits murder because you have the freedom to murder other people. It's just a dumb way of looking at it.
Activists, now they're there. So when we say, yes, Elon is the product of a corrupt society, for us, it might be that's a good thing. Like we have a corrupt society and he's coming in and he's going to fix it. For you guys, I think that's a fair nuance, because for you guys, it would be the inverse, but I get what you're saying. I think that's an awesome one.
What about more simple, we are only talking about Elon Musk because we don't feel represented by our government?
Yo.
Yes.
Good to meet you.
Dude, I'm sorry.
Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Jubilee. Okay. I just don't even know. You never know what you're going to get with Jubilee. Okay, what's the next thing? I think I'm doing the iDUBBBZ video. But before I get into that, to those that are watching, if you're not already following me on Twitch, you should be, or you should subscribe to me so you don't have to have those annoying ads interrupting the content every hour or so when they take place, because one is about to start in 2.5 minutes. But if you subscribe to me, you can avoid it entirely. Or if you want to support me in a different way, you can hit up my donation link, which is pinned in my Twitch chat, or you can check out my description box in my YouTube, which also has my Ko-fi link, and you can buy me a coffee on Ko-fi if you're interested in doing that for $3. Or you could subscribe to me on YouTube if you're not, or like the stream. And if you like what I have to say, I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. And let's get into it. So iDUBBBZ TV uploaded a video called Concern Trolling. Do not concern troll in the comments is what the description says. A few hours ago, it's already got 100K views. Just yesterday, I was covering what led to, what is it? the beef between, like, I wanted to see what had happened post Creator Clash, and I was kind of consuming bits and pieces, but yesterday I finally listened to Harley's statement on PKA podcast on stream talking about why he dropped out, and then I watched him do an episode with H3H3 2 weeks ago where he talked about it more, and then just yesterday or the day before, they were reacting to this video that the new owners of Creator Clash had put out talking about what restructuring had occurred now that Anissa and Ian had relinquished control of their shares of the company or Creator Clash, because this was their event that they helped co-found with another event organizing company. So the order of things was Ethan and Hila call out Anissa and Ian for tweets that a previous editor of theirs made at them on Twitter that they felt constituted harassment or at the very least was mean. So they put them on blast. And then this was on the same day that they also talked about the CPS call being called to their house. And those segments were like together. iDUBBBZ as a content cop at Hassan's place with Frogan, Denim, Sean the Black, Hassan. And I want to say there was somebody else involved, Psychology in Seattle, Dr. Kirk Honda. And then after that, there's more fallout between Ethan and Hassan. And Ethan and Ian and Anissa are no longer friends either. And then Ethan and Hassan debate. Ethan debates Sam Cedar. Harley Morenstein of Epic Mealtime, who was set to participate in Creator Clash, which again at this point was still Ian and Anissa's event, was seeing these things unfold. He became increasingly uncomfortable with how politicized and the bad vibes, as he described it, the event had become. So he decides that to tweet out, "I'm not boxing." And he goes around to different podcasts and creators talking, like leaking some stuff, talking about it. A few days later, it's announced that Ian and Anissa will be stepping away from Creator Clash 3. And then, so the event can succeed pretty much. And then from there, some more details have come out in light of the new ownership, the handover to this new ownership and the new hands. And there's been some more transparency regarding some details about the fee structure and how things were paid out. And people are now understanding that a thing that I thought people already understood, which is that Creator Clash was not and never has been a nonprofit event, a 501c3 or C4. I can't remember. It's one of those. People were under the impression that it was, but I think it's just a lack of familiarity with how those types of these charity events run. I think people were under the impression that like 100% of ticket sales went to charity and that nobody got paid even like a salary, that maybe it was like an entirely like a volunteer based thing, or people got paid very modest salaries. But either way, Ethan, Harley, and Hila were talking about this in the most recent podcast episode, and they are upset that one, Hassan and Ian did like a fundraiser for Creator Clash 3 or for like a charity that's being part of Creator Clash 3. I don't know. And Hassan raised like over $200,000 apparently with Ian by reacting to Ethan's content nuke of him that he made back in like February of this year. And then there was also them talking about those details that have come out with Creator Clash and saying that things are shady. There should be more transparency. They're crooks. And so maybe this has something to do with that, but I guess we'll find out.
Now, thankfully for me, I have the majority of this video already recorded. This is just a little addendum. I think an addendum is something that you put at the end, but this is a predendum. I'm throwing in a little predendum. Something that I've been struggling with for a long time on YouTube is concern trolling. The thing that I really struggle with is not identifying concern trolling. The difficult part of it is when there are people who have authentic concern out there and the concern trolls are concerned over the same thing. So I'm like, oh fuck, I'm giving in to the concern trolls by addressing, you know, this segment of the population or this segment of my fan base who have genuine concerns. So
in between the CPS call and Content Cop, Ian and Anissa spoke out on their podcast about how Ethan was getting a lot of harassment. Yes, but they would not disavow somebody else's comments, and that was that meant they were bad friends apparently.
I don't want to let the trolls inhibit my ability to communicate to my fans or people who are confused out there. So I want to talk about Creator Clash. I want to talk about the structure of the business and how it's changed over the years, and just sort of put to rest any of the lies that are being spread out there about Anissa, about me, and about the event. My main incentive for sharing this information is that I have felt extremely handcuffed by Creator Clash these past years because I'm not an expert communicator, and I don't know how to convey things, not over communicate, not do all these things that potentially put the event at risk and put other people at risk. And that's kind of why I wanted to step away from this event. It feels like it's inhibiting my ability, like the business side of things, like inhibits my ability to communicate openly and effectively, especially when there's so many people counting on me to do that well. So it's a lot of pressure, and now that Anissa and I have stepped away from it, I want to just clear the air because I don't feel that same pressure that I did when I was part of the event. If you look into charity events, they come in so many different shapes and sizes, and there is really no format that is completely obvious for creator boxing plus charity. For the first Creator Clash, we had the business model of after everyone has been paid for the expenses of the event, all profits go to charity. That was the business model, and it was successful. Thankfully, it worked out the first year. Now, some people will be critical of one of the costs being parties for Creator Clash 2 and actually Creator Clash 1 because
I don't know if you've seen this. Maybe he had already made the video and edited it by this point, but Ethan and Ela were one of these people. Yesterday, when I was watching the podcast, they were like, why did they spend frivolously on these types of things for Creator Clash 2? And they didn't even make any money. And don't get me wrong, like even small parties like this can be, you're already talking about tens of thousands of dollars, especially if everything's completely free. But they were $250,000 in debt. So with Creator Clash 2. So optically, would it have looked good if they did not have these parties? Like in light of the fact that they lost so much money on that event? Sure. But overall, it was probably it seemed that's like a small percentage of wasteful funds allocated to different portions of the event. The reason why that event failed was because of bigger mismanagement than just, oh, we had these parties that we shouldn't have or whatever. That seems like it's a much more deeply entrenched and endemic issue with how the event was structured and run, not just, oh, we shouldn't have spent so much on this party.
That's where we got
they could have not had these parties, and they probably still would have been like 150,000, 200K in the hole. If I even grant that 2 parties cost 50K.
Idea from. It was very successful for Creator Clash 1.
But maybe he'll say something else. So.
We don't know if the party worked to encourage people to promote the event, but that was the idea. You get a bunch of creators to show up to a fucking hotel the night before their fight, and they're going to post about it on social media, and the internet will be abuzz. And the event was successful, so we thought that that's...
What I will say is they seem so irresponsible with many decisions they made for Creator Clash, like not announcing they're leaving a public statement, but randomly in the content deputy and having people figure out over clips being spread. Was that the first place that it was announced? But yeah, we read a different, there was a fighter that's part of it that put in the Creator Clash Discord asking kind of like an open letter of like, hey, what the fuck? And this communication strategy is not acceptable. Which is reasonable, obviously. If you have a stake in the event, you don't want to be finding out about these things via social media. You'd like to be notified prior. I wouldn't be surprised if the reason why is because they understand that working with a bunch of creators, it's not the most secret, this is not a cohort of people that have been self-selected for having the best discretion. So if they told these people in advance, it was likely subject to be leaked, but it seems like that kind of happened anyway. No, so they probably should have just done it, but I can imagine a world where they decide to keep it hush hush and then they just break it on social media because they feel if they tell the creators this, that they could drop out or they could leak it and then that could lead to more dropouts or whatever, but they should just be transparent and try to minimize those downsides. But yeah, it seems like it was the first Creator Clash event was very, very successful. The second one, not so much. And this third one, who's to say? It seems like it's not going to be very, very successful, or to the extent that it is, it's because of the saving grace of Hassan's and his community being willing to do the fundraising and get a lot of money that it probably wouldn't have generated otherwise, to be honest. But the way that the event is structured now, financially, is like, you can like all of your ticket purchases and all of that, like that's one thing that goes towards paying for the cost of the event. and the salaries and the generating profits. And then the other part of it is that they're amplifying I think it's a cancer charity through this thing called Tiltify, and you can directly donate to it whether you've purchased a ticket for a Creator Clash or not. But they did not seem like they were necessarily the best stewards for event planning because of the massive failures of Creator Clash 2. Though I do find it rich. The people like Harley and Ethan and Ela have all of these criticisms for it and how it was run and it was mismanaged, when if Ian had never made the content cop or the content deputy, does anyone seriously think that if he had asked, like, let's say he never did that, and then he asks Ethan and Ela, hey, can we promote Creator Clash 3 on your podcast, that they would have had an issue promoting it? I don't think so. I do not think so. And same with Harley. Harley knew about all of these errors with at least the second one. It didn't seem like there were too many with the first Creator Clash, but at least he knew about the ones for the second one, and he still signed up. And now he's stepping away, and a lot of the criticisms he was voicing seemed like criticisms that would be landing a lot harder if it was right after Creator Clash 2. And he was saying, I'm not doing Creator Clash 3 because I did not like how the second one was run, because it ran at like a net loss and things were mismanaged. But no, he saw all of that and he was completely fine with it until the content cop. Then he backs off.
Strategy of having, a little hubbub, a little hullabaloo before the event and after the event was a good idea. So we ran with that strategy again, hoping that creators will post about it and be excited about it and buzz will be generated. But it didn't happen. Or maybe it did happen, but it just didn't sell tickets. I would cross that off my list as a learning experience of, well, if you do.
But that seems reasonable to me, like the idea that, yeah, let's throw this big party in affiliation with Creator Clash. We're going to have a room full of influencers who are constantly and terminally online. So they'll post all of this stuff and it's going to generate hype for the event. Because the way that they also get a lot of money is by people paying for a pay-per-view. And the first one, I think they got over like $1 million. And the second one, or like 100,000. And the second one was only 50,000, I think. Yeah, the first event sold over 100,000 pay-per-view buys and raised $1.3 million for charity, but the second event only sold 50,000 pay-per-view buys and therefore failed to raise any money for charity.
Do this strategy, you either got to force people to post about it, or you have to fucking I don't know, not do it. You gotta make sure that people are slapping each other during the weigh-in. That's probably what I change it to, because it's cheaper. It's a lot cheaper if people slap each other during the weigh-in. I just wasn't about that. I was just like, I don't want this fake drama shit. For the second Creator Clash, we used the same business model. This time we increased the budget. We had more fighters. We had a bigger arena and more expenses in general. As a result of that, there were a lot more costs, and our ticket sales did not make up those costs. It seemed very obvious that this was not the way to run the charity boxing event. We told our business partners, we are not going to do this event again unless it can be promised to us that there was a way to guarantee money for charity. And the business model that was presented to us was what we're enacting, or what we did enact this year with Creator Clash 3. And that is, the for-profit side of the business is unincorporated with the charity aspect. So the charity partner is its own fundraiser that we sort of like push people to, before, during, and after the event. I think where some of the confusion is that many people don't understand.
Okay, and because of that, I saw Ethan was like, this is like Taco Bell having a donation jar at the front for cancer and then saying that they're a charitable org or something like that. I guess it's one way of looking at it. It makes sense to me because they're saying that pretty much regardless of, like, if you keep the unincorporated part or the corporate side of it, however you want to describe it, the business side of it away from the charity, that it is possible to have a net revenue, for the for-profit aspect to be a net loss as far as money goes, but then for you to still have raised a non-zero amount of money for charity. Should they have been more transparent with this? I can't say. I don't do marketing and business. My gut answer is like, yes, it's always better to be transparent, but I also wouldn't be surprised if a PR firm was like, no, the last thing you do is inundate the public with all of these details because they don't know what each aspect of it means because they're business illiterate, and so they start placing blame and fault and thinking that they can identify where things went wrong with like very, very just a disparate and like discrete points of data that they think connect to a bigger failure that don't. But this seems to make sense to me. But yeah, I guess when people hear charity events and that's the funding structure, they probably should have been more transparent and given talking points to their creators involved, because I think I saw a clip of one of the creators saying that 100% of the ticket sales go to charity, and that's clearly not how the events is set up. Do I think they were instructed to lie? No, but it's clear that they were negligent about arming their creators with the proper information as to how the event actually works, and then educating their viewers and followers on that.
Understand how charity events operate, because to be honest, they're all very different. And with something like a charity boxing event, there's a lot of money that you have to front to put it on in the first place. And if you have an investor, you're able to do that. That investor is going to want money, they're going to want profit, but that at least gives you the initial funds to put on the event. There are other charity initiatives and events that allow people to spend money for a ticket and immediately get a product, and also their money goes to charity. Those are usually big fucking conglomerates, giant companies that can afford that cost because they're selling you other things. Some people have an idea of charity events as being like a strictly altruistic thing where everyone is just sacrificing their time and energy and money for the charity. To put on a boxing event costs a lot of money. And even in other examples like GDQ, Games Done Quick is a charity event, but they're not like a charity themselves. You know, they run a business and they partner with a charity and they fundraise for the charity. They send people to the charity, and thankfully they have, multiple ways of being paid and paying the people who are running the show. That might be through payment from the charity, that might be through their own Twitch stream or merchandise. I just know that for a charity boxing event in the form of Creator Clash, there aren't too many ways to recoup your money other than ticket sales. And that was
sponsors.
Obviously the biggest challenge of the previous two events. When it does well, awesome. But when it doesn't, it's a huge problem. It remains to be seen whether the for-profit business side of the event will be successful.
They didn't care about transparency because Ethan is talking about it. I didn't hear as much criticism when Creator Clash happened compared to now. Well, when the second one happened, I do remember that because he made a video that I don't think I ever watched where he addressed the failures of it, and I wouldn't be surprised if it had negative reception to it. The harsh reality of Creator Clash 2. This has 770,000 views a year ago. But obviously, this is already... Look, if he can get 100... Ian? Silence. If he can get 100K views in just a few hours, then this video is already set to surpass this video talking about an event that was a far bigger failure, as far as we know. So, I mean... that this one hasn't happened yet, and maybe it will end up being that much of a failure. But right now, this one is the big failure. It lost $250,000. Let's see. I felt as if I didn't really hear about Creator Clash 2 until it had nearly begun. Meanwhile, for the first one, there was a lot more hype generated and advertising done. I would strongly encourage you to post the whole event with full ads and maybe a donation goal. I appreciate you're willing to step forward and tell us this. What do you want to bet that the comment section underneath is not quite as positive and constructive and receptive and open to why this happened? I'm sure there were other corners of the internet that came down hard on him, but at least the reaction of his native audience seemed to be a little bit more level-headed. This is the best apology channel on YouTube. This dude is allergic to taking W's. Well, there's some. It's a mixed bag. It's a mixed bag. First one had a lot of buildup. This one just flew under the radar. Exactly. The amount of smoke he's getting now compared to when Creator Clash 2 happened is insane. Well, the thing is that it's just, maybe I'm doing the DOGE assumption of, if you want more government efficiencies, that means you need to cut. And I think that people think that this kind of radical transparency surrounding the backgrounds of these events equals, one, more public understanding and less disinformation, which I'm not entirely convinced of, and two, that means that they are being open, but then you're leaving, what you end up doing is inviting people in to say, here's how you should be doing it, and here's how you shouldn't be. And even I'm making those judgments right now, but I will also freely admit that I am not a business major. I don't know how any of this works. I'm not a marketing or comms major. I don't know if my kind of immediate solutions that come to mind would actually be the things that you need to put in place to have better communication with the public and an event that is guaranteed to raise money for charity, and also the way that you communicate these changes to people without them thinking that you are trying to run like a slush fund.
Successful. But the main controversy, I would say, is that it was revealed with the change of ownership that Anissa and I, because we're 1/3 ownership of Creator Clash, the business, that we were getting 34% of the profit share. We weren't anticipating this event doing well. Like, we wanted to do well enough to pay back the investors, of course. So that's one of the reasons that we were, okay with the profit share thing. But another part of it as well is that the contract wasn't structured in a way that the profit share could just directly go to charity. It was told to us, like, you could just donate your portion of the profit share to charity after the event. So we were like, okay, fine. Now, I know some people will find it hard to believe that Anissa and I were just going to give our portion of the profit share to charity. There's nothing I could really say to, I think, convince them otherwise. It was up to our discretion at the end of the day. And if you don't believe us, I can't say anything that'll change your mind. I guess my only appeal is that year one, we made a bunch of money for charity, and I just got the fighters pay like everyone else. In year two of the event, we definitely got nothing. So yeah, having said all of this, I know that...
And my understanding is that they also invested their own money into at least the first one, maybe even the second one. Well, what do we think? Is he telling the truth? Would he have taken that 34% and put it right back into charity and just taken a small cut of it?
There's probably a lot of you out there who honestly don't care, and you're just like, you want to see boxing or you just want to see regular videos. I get that. For my soul, I needed to communicate it. So yeah, that's a big relief for me. I mean, I'm very happy that, this year money is being raised for charity, and I'm glad to know that it's already more successful than year two. Mission accomplished as far as I'm concerned.
I responded to his personal attack with a joke, and then he hit me with a concern troll.
From the right, there's a lot of concern trolling.
Okay, this is a different chapter? This almost feels like the start of a different video entirely.
Around small businesses.
This is the most boring kind of concern troll.
Get Snoop Dogg and Tupac the concern troll.
Concern trolling. You need to address this issue, man, because you are offending the trans community. Shut up.
That is such poor concern trolling.
Lindsey Graham did a lot of concern trolling about this.
His concern trolling is empirically wrong.
Oh, dude, this is like the hardest concern trolling I've ever heard in my entire life, dude.
You don't answer to the concern trolls.
Concern trolling about homeless people.
This guy's an example of a concern troll.
Concern trolling about fairness.
They sit on the sidelines and they concern troll.
It's basically concern trolling.
There's a lot of people do concern trolls.
Concern trolling.
As concern trolling.
Concern trolls.
Concern troll. Concern trolling.
Concern trolling.
Concern trolling.
Quintessential concern troll.
That was some expert concern trolling.
Matt Binder's like a baby in that. He's so young. That was very long.
I've been working on my laugh lately. I'm trying to get it to a level where it's contagious. I haven't figured it out. I'll let you guys know when I figure it out. Hello everyone, welcome back to another episode of iDUBBBZ Complains. In the last couple of videos, I got a lot of comments. Now, I don't have time to read all 150,000 comments, but I also don't want to let down my audience, I want them to know that I hear you. I hear your concerns, and I'm listening. I've put all 150,000 comments into the AI, and I told it to condense it down into a singular comment that is representative of the whole. My hope is that the one comment will perfectly represent a small fragment of everyone in the audience, so everyone is equally happy. Okay, hold on a sec. So I'm kind of lost. Who's Hassan again? But hey, it's cool to see a content cop after all these years. Still, I gotta say, something feels different, man. Did we lose the plot somewhere? I miss the old days, but whatever. Keep doing you, I guess. Anyway, peace out. I'm gonna go rewatch some Filthy Frank now.
So this is what AI spit out, okay.
I'm gonna be honest, I'm a big fan of the one comment because I feel like it perfectly encapsulates a comment from like a normie viewer who maybe watched you 5 years ago, but they don't keep up with the drama or anything. When I first started my research on concern trolling, I was trying to find scholars on the topic. I know it hasn't been around for that long, but I'm like, surely there's someone who is well versed in the art of the troll.
He's mastered that art of trolling.
To my surprise, the scholar on this topic is Anita Sarkeesian. Yeah, it's been almost a decade since like the Gamergate time, and go figure, the white guy 8 years later is like, I think Anita Sarkeesian was kind of onto something. There's a lot of assholes on the internet, and they're kind of misogynistic too, I think. It's crazy what a little CTE or the love of a woman will do to you.
Unfortunately, that's not the only species of concern troll out there.
The most obvious definition for concern trolling is when someone is pretending to be concerned about a particular subject or cause, when in reality, they don't give a fuck. They're just doing it to either get attention, start a fight, derail a conversation. To be honest, it's very effective, because back in the day, you could identify someone trolling pretty easily, and you can kind of scroll past it. They'd have a name like Shit is Fuckus, and they would say fake and gay. But nowadays, it feels like the average troll is going to give you a paragraph or two, and you will not be able to identify straight away if someone is fucking with you or not. Do they hate me?
This video honestly broke my heart, not because it was bad, technically it was fine, but because it didn't feel like you were president. I don't know, maybe I'm projecting, but there was...
Are they making a point here? Should I rethink my behavior? What the fuck? It seems like they'll oftentimes give you their fan resume to like prove that they're not just some random hater, right? They're not a troll or a hater. They're a fan who's been supporting you since the Kickstarter crap era. They've been supporting you since you made an NFT of your ball sack. I've been subscribed.
Isn't concern trolling when someone pretends to be worried about you but really just means to belittle you? I don't think it's relegated to just concern about you specifically. It's general fake it's a fake attitude of concern and like using either that person's feelings or some sort of alleged harm or a good cause or a bad cause as like, oh, I don't have an issue with you. I just have an issue with all this other stuff, and it's a smokescreen and Trojan horse for criticisms that you actually have at that person, and you just try to launder them through a more legitimate criticism, effectively.
Subscribed since the Overgrowth Let's Plays.
Hello, everybody, and welcome
But yes, I've seen this. Like, as a longtime viewer, to kind of give their comments some more weight and authority on the off chance that they see it.
Back to more Overgrowth.
Just want to say that this video really missed the mark. Hope that you can do better. Hope that you can do better is such a great thing to say. It's like, you're a piece of shit. Part of the reason I want to share this is because I know there are a lot of creators out there who have to deal with this on a regular basis. They have to be the ones to differentiate between authentic and inauthentic. And a lot of the time you just gotta fucking flip a coin or just ignore it outright. And it's really easy to say like, I would handle that really well because my policy is to not give a shit about any of it. But obviously, if you do want to have some sort of relationship with your audience or the internet in general, you do have to give some percentage of attention to what's being said online. That's going to be different for everyone. Now, some people might...
Well, that being said, I actually thought that there would have been more than, I guess, about 6 minutes dedicated to some of the questions surrounding Creator Clash and less dedicated to how he's responded to concern trolling, but that's just me.
I'd be worried that I'm giving new strategies to all the trolls out there. But don't worry, they already know these strategies. This is kind of like I think this is in all of us, right? Like, if you want some attention, you're gonna figure out a way to get the attention. If you wanna fuck with people, you'll figure out how to fuck with people. This isn't like some secret sauce, really. There's a few different strategies of dealing with concern trolls. You can obviously, you know, try to look into their post history, and if they don't come across as
I feel like Ian fucking hates his audience. IDK, why he would even care. I actually don't get that impression, but I've never really watched him, so I'm not sure.
credible, if all their post history is wiped, then you can just...
The last video that I had watched from him before all of this was when he... What was it? Let's see if it's still there. I watched this video 2 years ago. I missed the old iDUBBBZ. And I think a really big mistake that he made in it is he had this apologetic tone, and this is at the point where he was saying, I've discovered empathy, and people dunked on him for that, and that he had an issue with a lot of the past content that he had made, including the content cops, which is why he's privated all of them since, and he felt like it contributed to senseless bullying. He didn't like some of the things that he said that he felt enabled bigotry. And a big turning point in this, and him kind of shedding his old identity, was that he was at an event where he met fans, and somebody was trans, and they came up to him, they said like, hey, I don't think you really like trans people, but do you mind taking a photo with me because I'm a huge fan of yours? And he was like, what the fuck? Like, what have I ever said or done to give this person that impression? That's not me. Like, I'm not bigoted against trans people. And it kind of, I can't remember the sequence of events, if that was like a starting point or if that was a breaking point for him to realize that people just still had this idea of him as this edgy gamer boy, and that he was starting to outgrow that, or that he didn't want to be seen that way. The big mistake that he makes is that anytime you are talking to your native audience and you were indicting the content that they once or still currently enjoy, feels like a personal attack on them, because you're now saying that a thing that they just liked passively or thought was funny was problematic and wrong to consume. So people take that not very well, and they feel like it's condescending and an attack on them, and that he's being holier than thou for doing that. And I just don't think that there should be... He apologizes in this video, and instead of like being very apologetic and saying that like, oh, my old content's unethical or whatever, I think yes, you have to kind of be more agnostic on those sorts of things if you want to not get a bunch of backlash for a transformation and change.
Say, I'm going to err on the side of you're trolling me. When I listen to Tim Pool, he
was like, I don't like most of you. Did he say that? Maybe. Okay, hold on. Actually, now I want to verify it. Because things can change in 2 years, but if you have 7 million subscribers, a lot of them will still be holdovers and people that didn't actually see that video. Because this is the type of video that basically breaches your subscriber base, and if it has 2.9 million views, it's probably not because 3 million of your 7 million subs are watching it, but because other people that the algorithm has pushed it out to you have come across it. Let's see. Don't like. So he says, sorry to everyone that I made content comp videos. I still don't like the majority of... Yeah, okay, here it is.
Sorry to everyone that I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way.
Oh, wait. Does he say he didn't like his audience? Because he's saying that he still doesn't really like the subjects of his content cops, but that nowadays it wouldn't follow from that premise that he would create one. Unless he says it somewhere else. You probably don't like transgender people. Okay, so I think he was only saying that the people that he doesn't like were the subjects of the content cop, but that he felt that he owed them an apology nonetheless.
It's like look into their post history, and if they don't come across as credible, if all their post history is wiped, then you can just say, I'm going to err on the side of you're trolling me. When I listen to...
No, I don't think that's right. But he just said it. What other point in this am I missing?
I particularly want to apologize.
He's talking about his subscribers.
Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never... Sorry to everyone that
I just don't think where it's saying don't like, and like in a chapter of this video that's called I'm sorry, that he is saying anything other than I don't like you guys who are the subject of my content cop. I still don't like you guys, but I'm sorry for making the videos.
I made content cop videos on. I still don't like the majority of you, and that's fine, but I can recognize that you did not deserve the hate and harassment that I sent your way. I particularly want to apologize to Tana. Tana, I'm sorry. I should have never made that video.
Yeah, I don't think he's saying that, but I think it's almost immaterial that he doesn't explicitly say, I don't like my subscribers, because if you are saying that you disavow all of your old content and the overwhelming subscriber base that you currently have is subscribed to you because of that content and you're not disavowing it, you are in a roundabout way saying you didn't like the type of people that it attracted. Or that's how it's going to be perceived.
Tim Pool, he has like a little bit of a theory on, the left versus right and who is doing more concern trolling.
The right has their concern trolls, but it's rare. It rarely happens. On the left, it's endless because people like Patton Oswalt don't care about principle.
Now, I don't fully buy into what Tim Pool is selling here. You can kind of look at the political spectrum as like a spectrum of concern, and people on the left seem to be generally more concerned than people on the right. You can say that people on the right are mostly concerned about themselves. That might be like a fair assessment. If you're somewhere over here where Tim Pool's at, all you got to do to concern troll him is take one step to the left. That's it.
I guess I would... Yourself, and yourself is going to include the people around you. So if you have a gay sister in your life who you like, but you are nonetheless mostly homophobic, you make the exception for her. So I pretty much agree with this assessment of how people are on the left and right.
it. I think concern trolling is in the eye of the beholder. With this example, you have Tim Pool thinking that Patton Oswalt is being concern trolled by his audience, or a portion, maybe like a small segment of people.
This is what happens when you fall for this stuff. Patton Oswalt falls for it. He is a weak man.
But Patton Oswalt doesn't feel that way. You know, he sees it as...
What the hell is this Patton Oswalt thing? If I zoom in, will the video stay? Of course it does. I don't want the video to stay the same size. I want to see what the hell this Patton Oswalt. Instagram. Let's see where he did this. You have 1,600 posts. And that looked like a very old picture of him. What did he apologize for? I don't think it's unreasonable to assume that if a celebrity is apologizing, it's because they're caving to public backlash and pressure. But there will be some instances of celebrities that are apologizing because they genuinely feel that they've done something wrong and they've incorporated criticism and feedback into their new worldview, and they want to tell people that.
Falls for it. He is a weak man.
But Patton Oswalt doesn't...
That was from the Dave Chappelle stuff.
Feel that way. You know, he sees it as authentic concern, which is why he addresses it in this Instagram.
If I had just waited, it would have been right there. I saw a friend I hadn't seen in a long time this New Year's Eve. We've known each other since we were teens. He's a fellow comedian, the funniest I've ever met. I wanted to post a pic and IG story about it, so I did. The friend is Dave Chappelle. 34 years we've been friends. He's refocused and refined ideas a lot of us took as settled about race and history and life on planet Earth and spun them around with something.
Post. By the way, the concern is basically just people are uncomfortable with his association with Dave Chappelle because Dave Chappelle did some transphobic or said some transphobic shit. But Tim Pool has such a fucking low emotional IQ that he doesn't realize it isn't a big deal to listen to what other people are saying and like adjust your behavior. It's all up to our own fucking discretion, right? Like if you aren't...
Yeah, this is somebody put Patton Oswalt has gone through some shit. His wife and mother of his daughter died and he's been relatively based, so I'm going to give him some slack. It's a case-by-case basis sort of thing. You can definitely tell, like, we were covering the Radiohead thing yesterday. And so Radiohead, to those that don't know, if I put Tom York, will it come up? He released a statement on Israel and Gaza on his Instagram. And he mentions a partial catalyst for him making that statement being that he had a heckler at a show in Melbourne, Australia, back in, at some point, questioned him about his thoughts and feelings on the ongoing genocide. But that happened in October of 2024. But you would think, based on the statement that he released, that it happened like just the other day or just last week a little bit. You kind of get that impression that that was the reason why. The only thing that throws a wrench in that is like, oh, since that happened, I've had trouble on the tour since. But even then, you could think like, okay, maybe it wasn't like the last show that he did, but it was several weeks ago. But it was almost like a year ago. So it also coincided with some tweets going viral about how Imagine Dragons is more bass than Radiohead. So it just seemed like, okay, I think you have a publicist that is name searching Radiohead on Twitter and all the different socials as they're instructed and paid to do to find negative or positive press of you. They found a lot of posts saying that their silence on this is disappointing. And so Tom York decides to make a statement. And his statement to me came off as genuine, but also very like self-centered in certain parts of it, that it seemed to me more of the result of public pressure, and I think would be a better example of a celebrity that's just succumbing to pressure to make a statement rather than one of genuine organic growth.
Tim, where, you know, you don't want to apologize for fucking anything.
Tom York's a fence-sitting asshole, but still love Radiohead. I still love OK Computer. I still love his music, and I saw him live.
Which, by the way, it seems like that's a theme on your podcast, is basically saying like I'm not a problem, but acting like that's the way the rest of the world needs to operate. It's like I think Patton Oswalt is doing just fine operating the way he's operating.
Wallow in it, okay, Patton Oswalt. Never tell an offensive joke again. Never cross the line again. Good luck trying to figure out.
Somebody said I will not give him the benefit of the doubt. And they linked me this. Wow, that's crazy. Anyway, here's Patton Oswalt with Nick Bogus, aka a white man, creator of the Happy Merchant meme, and Jim Goad, two of the most influential far-right white nationalists of the past 20 years. What is going on? What is the context of this? Context?
Figure out where that line is, good luck. You won't find it. You give in to the concern trolls and you will never work again.
It's so fucking funny too, because Patton Oswalt has been doing comedy since Tim Pool was in fucking diapers. What the fuck are we talking about? Can we please, like, I don't know. It feels like people like Tim Pool love to appeal to like authority all the time. In this scenario, can we please appeal to authority or acknowledge that this guy has tremendous authority over you in the world?
It's not just that one pick either. See, my assumption is that anytime somebody is friends with somebody who is very, very extreme, not to default to assuming that they necessarily endorse the most radical, bigoted fringe position that person holds. But the thing that does bother me is that if this is true and he's still in contact with these people, I'll always wonder, like, why is it that you feel the need to make statements about some friendships that you have, but then other friendships completely just go under the public eye or are not reevaluated? But, you know, I don't know him. I'm not privy to this. So maybe I don't know if they're still friends or how that works. But it's more about, I guess, consistency with that.
World of comedy.
Unless you think comedy is saying, like, I went to a Jewish bakery the other day. They had bagels. Really good, really good, really impressed with it. That's the comedy you're headed for. That's the joke South Park made. And even South Park has started pulling its punches. Let me tell you about the real world, my friends. Get woke, go broke.
One of the reasons that I'm bringing this up is because after the
Is that why movies like Captain Marvel made like $1 billion at box office?
Content cop, I noticed a huge influx of concern trolls. They're trying to impact things in the real world. They're trying to, you know,
people are not allowed to grow, though maybe don't let people observe your growth as they're going to critique snapshots of your progress. It's hard to say.
Make people crash out, as I was kind of indicating in my video. But I will say, one of the concern trolls was super fucking obvious to me. They came into the Discord. I'll read you what they put so you can kind of get a vibe for what a concern troll might sound like. Now, this comment is in reference to...
Personally, I don't give a fuck if Tom York says something about Palestine or not. Demanding that he does is extreme cringe. I mean, I don't think it's like... If somebody asked me, should I spend my time getting the celebrity to say a thing, I'd be like, no, it's better spent if you want to help with respect to that issue, calling your fucking senator or congressional representative and trying to bully them, or going to a protest or donating to UNRWA or something. But I also realize that people have deep parasocial attachments to the artists that they love and their music, and they sort of project this image of who they believe they are listening to onto the artists themselves, even though that does not always line up with the reality of how that person actually is. And so they feel very, very personally hurt and betrayed by that person being silent or not taking a certain position on politics as they would expect them to. And in some ways, some people feel like this is something that, regardless of what their politics are, it should be a red line. It's genocide. It should be something that he speaks out against. But I really think it comes down to, outside of the parasociology, just like hopelessness that people feel with respect to enacting actual change with the little that you have as a voter in the United States, and you're in somewhat closer proximity to a celebrity, or it feels that way when you can tweet at them, leave comments that they may see, reply to them, and try to get their attention, and you feel I'll get the word out culturally. Like, I'm glad he made this statement. I think a shitty statement is better than no statement. And his statement's not entirely shitty. There's just like one part that I'm thinking that really bothered me. But overall, it's like mostly unoffensive. Just, you know, disappointing in some way, in others ways. But I would rather, I guess, I'm glad that he said something over nothing.
To me saying that I think he needs a good ass whooping. What are we saying? He needs a hug?
Captain Marvel made $1.1 billion. Yes. And then the second one was a box office failure. But I think it was also because we were coming out of the pandemic.
No, he doesn't need a hug. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. They say, just being for real, this line in the video was pretty strange. Red flag number 1. At worst, it's a call for physical assault. At best, it's very toxic masculinity-esque. It just comes across as parody, right? This was literally no one's concern ever. He needs a good fucking ass whooping is what he needs. Either way, it doesn't seem to align with Ian's mentality towards being more progressive and against harassment.
This line of the video is pretty strange. At worst, it's a call. I mean, this sounds like somebody just, instead of like, these are the passing thoughts that you kind of voice while you're either streaming or consuming content. But this person just seems to have actually taken the time out of their day to put it in their Discord. It's not something I would do, but it's hard for me to tell if this is a concern troll or not.
You see what I mean? It's trying to like insert like a little seed of doubt. Whoa, you might have been irresponsible here. You might.
I think the statement is where he got most of the heat from. Was it the best for him to release that? I mean, what was in his like? I don't know, because in some ways, like his statement made things less clear than they were before, and he got some backlash. But overall, I think it's good because I think it's better to have people with large platforms talking about it and feeling comfortable making a statement about it. But
you need to take accountability for what you've put out on the internet. Never mind the point that you were making in the video. I think you need to repent for your call to violence. I don't think any creator should make that kind of statement unless they have a very good reason to do so, morally speaking, because you never know what one of your fans might do. It's quite dangerous. I mean, to someone who hasn't been through the ringer of concern trolling, I'm sure this could like upset or confuse someone, but this is just fucking drivel. I honest to God just think his vid and the whole intention would have been better without that in it. I don't see why he said that.
This person seems, again, it seems genuine, but it also seems like the product of mental illness.
Ugh. Of course, this is a new user to our Discord, so no post history. So we got to get creative. You reverse search the username, and you find that they have a Twitter. Their Twitter is suspended. The Blue Sky account, though, has tweets like, "So how long until Destiny gets banned from this app? Hashtag DGG. Hashtag Dalaban. Hashtag Destiny. Tankies are already terrified of arriving Dalaban forces. Following back all liberals. Hashtag DGG." Now, the reason that these posts are relevant is because Destiny is quite famous for saying very unhinged, offensive shit, and he doesn't really seem to care that much about it.
Don't pretend like you care about mental health or any of that cringe shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves. Make fun of people who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you use. Just do that. Go full in on it.
Now I'm gonna go out on a limb here.
What was the context of that clip? Was he Oh, wait. I'm stupid. He was responding to the, okay, for the first iDUBBBZ video, okay. So if I had to guess, this is in response to the first content cop at the end where he's all like, let's say something nice about Ian or no, about Ethan and Hila or whatever. Let's say something nice about them. No, it wouldn't have been about Hila. It was just encouraging the people that participated to say something nice about Ethan specifically there. And while I do think that Ian's intention seems to be genuine, I think the execution of this was incredibly clumsy and was undermined by statements that creators made after. Because I think Sean the Black, who was involved in the making of it, was like right after was like, oh, I wouldn't have given my compliment if I had known it was optional. It was about iDUBBBZ calling him crazy and get help. Yeah, like that sort of language or whatever just comes off as like passive aggressive and is honestly, I think, more triggering to people than to just say like, hey, I hate you, fuck you, or like what he's saying here, where you should just kind of say it with your chest, go for it. But I honestly think it was not some veiled passive aggressiveness. I genuinely think it's that, like, you guys listen, if it's a guy who's saying I only learned empathy at age 30, then this is not going to be somebody who's the best at manifesting that and communicating that emotion outwardly to other people just yet, because it was clunky. But I didn't think it was poorly intentioned. I'm just not surprised that Ethan didn't like it.
Shit. Just be based. Tell people to kill themselves.
It's about accusing Ethan Klein of having a mental illness. Why? Because he said you're crazy and get help. I mean, again, like, yeah, this is, I guess, how people are going to default to it, is that you're saying like, oh, you're mentally ill and you need therapy, you need like mental help. And maybe, but it just seemed like the way that he was using it is that he was saying like, get help generally, however you need to do it. Like log off, touch grass. To me, seemed to be the prescription.
People who are on SSRIs. Make fun of people who have depression or anxiety or GD. Just do that. Just embrace the I can't say the words on stream anymore. All the slurs and everything you use. Just do that. Go full in on it.
Now I'm going to go out on a limb here and say that I don't think this user is actually worried about the language I'm using. I don't think that they're concerned about me being toxic masculinity-esque.
Make fun of people who are on SSRIs.
And I kind of don't think that they're worried about a call to violence. I actually think that they wouldn't mind me doing a call to violence.
Tell people to kill themselves.
They actually might even be encouraged by a call to violence, if I had to guess, you know.
I think he's almost looking at it too literally, because I think what that person is saying is be authentic in the things that you are saying. And that's a criticism in response to the end of the first one, which they probably felt was disingenuous.
Can only speculate based on hashtag Daliban, which is just some...
But again, they didn't actually say that. Just someone he's assuming they watch says that.
Racist Twitter group. Ultimately, concern trolling is just saying something in bad faith. It's very similar to tone.
His behavior is not normal for just feeling wronged by someone who's...
policing or...
Ethan's? If you mean Ethan, I agree with you.
Sea-lining. But I didn't really want to talk about those because those feel different to me for some reason. Specifically sea-lining. That shit isn't even intuitive, you know?
There is an entire clip on the H3 subreddit. Anytime I cover this, without fail, there's always someone that comes into the stream or has been watching, and they have never left a message, but they feel that they will message about this specifically to either ask me about Ethan or to give it Ethan's side of it. It always happens. Which I'm fine with, but that's not happened with any other subject that I talk about.
I've looked it up, I think 3 times now, and I still don't fucking... I mean, I get it, I just can't recall it easily. So, in my mind, that means it's stupid. It's not working. I can't...
Say the lion, Bart. Yes. CPS and the skulls were bad, you guys.
Bust it out in the middle of a heated argument and say, you're sea-lining me. See? It's because you grew whiskers in the middle of this debate. That means you're sea-lining me. You started flapping your arms and going, oh, oh, oh. Therefore, you are sea-lining. I mean, there you go. It feels like 2 people getting into a shouting match is more an accurate descriptor of sea-lining than whatever the fuck it is. I think the least problematic part of being a concern troll is them...
See, I mean, I hate the term sea-lining, but what it describes is a very real phenomenon.
Taking a moderate position, potentially, because at that point, you're just being a party pooper, or like a killjoy, a buzzkill. Like, we're familiar with these types of people. They're just constantly reeling people in because they're worried that they're using, like, too crazy a rhetoric, or they're getting a little too excited, right? And I think we all could use people in our lives to, like, reel us in a bit. The aspect of concern trolling that bothers me the most is the role-playing aspect. There isn't really a lot of incentive to not be anonymous online. There are some...
Ethan brings up so much emotions. Wow, this is from somebody who, again, I've seen in my chat like twice, maybe?
Some people out there who've made the unconscious choice to be like, my online profile is just an extension of who I am in the real world. And then there are all the people who consciously decide to stay anonymous. Now, for some of these people, it's just like, I want to be safe and I really don't want to take that plunge. Fair enough. But then there are the people who are like, not only am I not going to be myself, I'm going to be someone else. You know, I'm going to be someone else so that I could fuck with...
What happened to iDUBBBZ's mullet? I do not know, and I do not care because this looks far better than that.
With this community of
3 times, actually. Was it related to Ethan?
People.
Fine, I'm guessing it was.
I see these characters, the image that pops in my mind is not like, oh, like you're a clever, smart guy who is infiltrated.
The loyal soldiers. There was somebody who came in a few streams ago who said that they don't watch Ethan, and they don't watch the podcast, and they don't care about any of them, but nonetheless had a mostly encyclopedic knowledge of everything related to this, including and telling me to go on the H3 subreddit for certain things and go to this other, go to his Instagram story to see this other thing, and they seem to know all of this stuff despite not being a fan.
The opposing pops in my mind is not like, oh, like you're a clever, smart guy who has infiltrated the opposing faction. You're like the spy in Team Fortress 2. It's like, no, that is a fantasy. What you actually are is you're like Steven Crowder in a wig at a women's only event.
3 times actually, but thanks for counting. Well, if I click your names, I can go to the channel activity and I can see every comment that you've ever left. It does tell me that. So
that they're making...
if people didn't, and my YouTube didn't realize that, if you do that, I can see everything you've ever said to me.
Some
I would just need to actually go check.
Point.
Hi, I'm Stephanie with all the frequencies of the feminism, and I am here at the Women's March in Austin.
We quickly found out that nobody questions, criticizes, nor runs security background checks on trannies.
Hands up our pussies!
The reason someone like Steven Crowder gets into this position is not because of his cunning. It's because people are like, oh, you're a fucking weirdo freak. I'm staying, 20 feet away from you at all times. Or I'm going to be a very non-judgmental person, and I'm not going to ask any questions about whatever you got going on here.
We could get away.
Yeah, Steven Crowder is like not really doing. I I can't play this Family Guy clip. It's gonna get copyright thingied or whatever.
With anything. Go anywhere, act any way we wanted, and we were really able to learn what today's progressive issues are all about.
But yeah, the reason why he's able to is Steven Crowder is able to do that is the fact that, yeah, people are like, okay, you're crazy and I'm staying away from you.
And I guess in this case, it's a massive own. He's proven that people are tolerant of him. Having said that, I think we can end this video on a positive note. I'm proposing that fucking with people might be a way for some of these concern trolls to indulge in things and lifestyles that they never thought were possible because they're so opposed to them. So by pretending...
Read mine real quick. I don't even have to read yours. You came into chat and told me to be mean. I swear.
Pretending to be the very thing that you hate.
I don't remember when you did it, but if you're who I think you are, I think you said that.
You might actually gain some sympathy, or you might be like, oh, actually, the people in this community...
I have no idea anything about Ethan. I just don't understand why everyone always so emotional about him, and it's all so aggressive from all sides. Have you ever been on the internet? This is not anything new.
I kind of fuck with. All right.
People are highly parasocial with all of these people involved, so they have very, very strong feelings on people both praising them and criticizing them.
Guys, that is going to do it for this episode of iDUBBBZ Complains. I hope you enjoyed watching. I will put a Patreon link down below. I'm still cooking on what needs to be uploaded there, so don't expect content on there straight away. Thank you for all of your kind comments down below.
Maybe it's because I was doing too many things at once and like going on all these tangents, but this video is just over all of a sudden. It was just kind of... I didn't watch it. Is this the way that he usually structures videos? This is a strange way to do it. Like creator clash, transparency stuff, and then all of a sudden like ranting on concern trolling. Steven Crowder just wants a reason to make a costume. Well, specifically to dress up as a woman because he did that multiple times. Okay. Well, if you're watching me, you should... And on YouTube, you should like my stream and subscribe to me. That way I can get super chats once I hit like 1,000 or 1,200 subscribers. I don't know which one it is. And if you want to donate and support me, you should go ahead and follow my donation links, which are pinned in my Twitch chat or in my YouTube description box. And if you want to support me anywhere else, I am at StreeterAid or StreeterAid_. Or what are you using for makeup? How do you mean? That chatter threw off my little monologue that I try to tell myself to remember so that I can do calls to actions regularly. Sorry, no, it's okay. It's my own fault. I should be much better at this. I have like 1,600 watch hours. Actually, more than that. I have like over 2,000 watch hours and like get... And you can only get that from streaming as long as I have in as short of a period of time as I had. And I still can't remember like what my little script should be when I'm going down what people should do. Oh, you should follow me on Twitch and subscribe to me on Twitch. That's what I was leaving out. Thank God. I mean, the brief rundown of base, eyes, lips. The base is the Giorgio Armani. Is that? It's the Armani Soft Touch Foundation, I think. And then the eyeshadow palette is the Makeup by Mario palette. The eyelashes are, what are these? Teddy Lashes. It's not going to focus. Teddy Lashes by Kiss. And the lipstick, I have no clue because it's like 3 different ones. What are we doing next? Should I do Taylor Lorenz on Majority Report or should I do... Let's do Jordan Peterson versus Megyn Kelly. Oh, the Luminous Silk? Yeah, I spent... I'm so annoyed at what happened related to that purchase. I said it earlier, StreeterAid, add your links to your bio for your shy viewers. I have added... Have I not done that? On Twitch, I thought I had done it. That's expensive, LOL. Yeah, but... I justify exorbitant costs like that by being like, oh, if you think about the cost per use, it's very, very cheap. Because it's only like 30 cents or whatever, because I use like very little at a time. Thank you for subscribing, JW Grimy. Wait, what is this? Oh, okay, this is a... Wait, I wanted to show this. Hold on. What happened with related to the thing? Like, It was Black Friday, and I bought this really, really expensive foundation because it was on sale on the Armani website. I didn't buy it from Sephora or a different beauty store. I bought it directly from them. And then I was going back and forth on what color to get, like what foundation color to get, because I was like trying to match the color online because I couldn't do it in person. So I went to a Sephora, had my color match, and then when I went to go buy it, my color was out of stock. And so I purchased it. And then I went to Sephora, and then I like bought the actual color that I wanted, and then I like switched it out, and I said, oh, I got the wrong one or whatever. And I was like, cool, I can get a refund by doing this. But because I had waited 30 days or something like that, I only ended up getting a gift card or like store credit back. And then I lost the gift card with the store credit. So that's what I got for trying to run a little bit of a scam on Sephora, I guess. That's my bad karma. Okay, it was this. So this account posted this. Mike from PA talks about how you're supposed to engage with Asmongold, Tectone, and people like him, like them.
The defense. You want to get back at Asmongold? Don't argue with him about Palestine. Call him a cockroach. Post the cockroach video. Post a video about him not taking a shower. Post a video of him catching his mom on fire with cigarettes. That's how you fight back. You don't fight back by making arguments about Palestine. You want to make arguments about Palestine? That's fine. But you want to argue with Asmongold? You need to bring up his disgusting house. The filth he lives in, the trash he's surrounded by, the rotten rat alarm clock. That's how you deal with these people. Tectone, you bring up his rapist father. You bring up all the sexual charges that are against him. You fight these people on the ground they live on. You don't try to engage with them in lofty arguments. They don't care. They don't fucking care. And so...
Okay, I am not a fan of Mike from PA, to say the least, but does anybody actually have an issue with this? I don't understand. Like this, I don't even feel like he's wrong with this. What, like, you are wasting your time and your breath trying to make genuine, heartfelt appeals to people like Asmongold. Mike from PA just demonstrated why he's a terrible person and poison to any cause he claims to support. This is just true. I mean, he probably is, but it's not for the reason that Wick thinks. He's a cancer, needs to be excised from any group he's in. Okay. Mike from PA blocked me because what did I do? Oh, he got mad because I posted a clip of him on Hassan's stream on election night where he said he didn't vote for Kamala Harris. And then he replied to it and he was mad at me for like endorsing or voting for her or something. Even though I was being charitable, I think it was being charitable to him because I was like, look, if you aren't going to vote for Kamala Harris, but you weren't doing vote swapping, that was irresponsible for you to tell your audience to do. And vote swapping is where if you are in a swing state and you didn't want to vote for Kamala Harris, what you could have done is there's these organizations that let you contact people in deep blue or deep red states, and they will vote for the third party candidate of your choice. And in return, you will vote for Kamala Harris in your swing state. That way you can do a protest vote in a more safe way, because all in all, when people look and aggregate at who voted third party, they're not going to look at a breakdown by state. They're just going to look at overall votes. So you can contribute to that overall number of votes without actually jeopardizing electing, like Trump becoming president, for the little stake that you have in that. And I posted a clip of him saying that he did that. And I was saying this was not good to do unless he was advocating for vote swapping. And I don't know if he did or not. And then he like came into my replies and he was like, why would I endorse somebody who endorses genocide? And I found a tweet of him not only endorsing Kamala Harris, but he said that he would vote for her if she picked Tim Walz. And then she picked Tim Walz and he moves the goalpost and he said, well, I'm not voting for her because of this other thing. And he was saying, oh, I never endorsed her, but he like did endorse. Wait, what's this called? Or can you link it in the chat? Link what, Sophie? Oh, the vote swapping thing? Hold on. Vote swapping. I put swamping. I meant to put swapping. But yeah, he said that, where was it? Swap your vote. That's what it is. I'm dropping this in Twitch chat, and I will try to drop it in YouTube, but YouTube doesn't really like links, so let's see. No, let me. Website expired. I'm linking a thing that's expired. Well, this was the website. There we go. Okay, I'm also going to link this article that explains what they're trying to do with it, okay? But I don't know, like, I shouldn't be surprised. Of course, it's not going to be up and running when there's not actually an election going on. But yeah. Oh, look, 6 days ago, they're talking about, like, how it works. Exchange voting or vote swapping allows voters in different districts to strategically transfer votes to maximize electoral outcomes. There you go. So yeah, you can do your protest vote without actually having like a guilty conscience. And that really is the only ethical way to do it, because the way it's set up, it's like impossible to do a third-party votes and have it be worth the damn. But he blocked me for pointing out that you didn't vote for her. I don't think he encouraged vote swapping. I never had somebody come into my replies and say that he had. And he also did not like that I drew attention to the fact that he had endorsed her and talked positively about her, and then shifted the goalpost and said he was not okay with her. I think the explanation was that was before her DNC thing or whatever. And it's like, I hated her DNC speech, but she will still be better than Trump. So you vote for her. Or like you vote, really, you should just think of it like voting against Trump, not voting for Harris. You tried to use logic and actually engage with reality and what can be effective, and Mike can't have it as long as it brings work content. Well, it's like, see, he was applying, I mean, I guess he sees me because he stopped talking to me after that. No, wait, no, he didn't. I just said that he sent me this after, I can't remember if he sent it to me and then blocked me, but I found this DM in my DM requests months later where he told me I didn't have the juice or something like that. Hold on, I'm not going to read it on stream, but let me see if it's still there. He said, "Are you really an orbiter? LMAO, that's funny. Career advice, being an orbiter is just the most pathetic and worthless thing you can do." Yeah. And then I like never replied because I was already blocked by that point. So I guess he sees me as no different than Asmongold and Tectone, someone who should just be called a cockroach and move on. Is it Mike an orbiter of his? Hypocrisy and reason will be lost on this man. I tried to be nice. He immediately was a fucking asshole, so that's what I get. And by nice, I just mean literally giving him the benefit of the doubt that I was like, hey, I don't watch him. I've never watched a stream of his, so maybe he said this somewhere, but here's what I did see of him, and I wasn't impressed. Isn't he the ultimate Hassan? Or the dude literally puts, as far as I can tell, Ad Hasanabi in his title practically every single day. And guess what? That's fine. It's fine to be an orbiter. It's make your bag, dude. I don't care if that's how you get views. I don't care if that's your community. That's totally fine with me. I just thought it was so ironic that this guy is going to get after me for being an orbiter or whatever of other creators when he himself is an orbiter of one. But yeah, I think this clip, there are so many clips that make him look far worse. I don't just mean the couch punching one. Let's see. Okay, let's do Jordan Peterson versus Megyn Kelly. I'm like trying to find my argument with him, but I can't find it because I guess Twitter on desktop doesn't want to let you search your own tweets. And I don't know that I can search his, but maybe I can search his.
Western women, 30.
So this is the feminism debate. Can women have it all? This was Megyn Kelly, and this was uploaded a day ago on Jordan Peterson's channel.
No child. Half of them will never have a child, and 90% of them will regret it. This is a catastrophe.
Your life will be happier if you have a partner and children. That's just true. And people should be told that, and then they should be told the realities of fertility. But in my case, Jordan, from that day to this, I've always loved working. I love it. It's totally exciting and interesting and intellectually stimulating to me, and I cannot imagine not doing this.
We do potentially have a major societal issue in that men have their pathologies that are expressed socially: aggression, antisocial behavior, drug and alcohol abuse, but there's no reason to assume whatsoever that women wouldn't bring their own pathologies to the workplace.
I've seen women behaving terribly over the past 5 years in particular, and they're at the apex of the bad messaging. They're obsessed with abortion, which I just think speaks to a lot of things, like the absence of religion in the public square. So I just think the whole system is set up to breed that kind of woman.
Never seen an episode of this.
It's become mandatory in our culture to assume that the feminist movement has elevated women to the status that they now enjoy. I'm not so sure about that. I think that technological transformation and plumbing has had a lot more to do with that than ideological movement, let's say, especially one based on resentment. But in any case, it is the case that women occupy a position in society that was unheard of 100 years ago. There's a downside to all of that. And
do you think you could think of a single upside to that?
The downside appears to be the mounting unhappiness among young women, the precipitous decline in birth rates, the collapse of marriage as a social institution, and a spate of childlessness among young women, as well as the feminization of our institutions in a manner that often borders on the pathological. I discussed these issues today with MEGYN Kelly, a woman who's married, who has children, and who's had a stellar career. And we attempted to sort through these thorny issues and come to a conclusion about how men and women might conduct themselves in relationship to one another and what the consequences of that are for the way we think about ourselves in society. You've had a very successful...
I feel like he seems to think this is more a product of ideology rather than it being just the material reality, or like tied far more to like education levels. The more educated you are, the less likely you are to have kids. And the busier you are with your career, the less time you have for raising a family.
Successful career.
But that is usually the thing that if somebody really wants to have kids, they will have kids.
And I'm kind of curious about how you've balanced your life and your work and how that's...
Aaron Brown covers the show all the time. I know that music quite well at this point.
For you, and what advice you would give young women who are apparently struggling quite radically. Now, young men have their problems, there's no doubt about that, but I think it's something in the neighborhood of 50 to 60% of liberal young women in particular between the ages of 18 and 34 who suffer from at least one diagnosable mental disorder, for example. And, and polls show pretty consistently that since the 1960s, the average self-reported happiness of young women in...
Oh, these stats drive me crazy. These stats drive me fucking insane, because the stats that we have now with respect to understanding women's mental health, men's mental health, people having like therapeutic dosages of like medications to manage depression, any mental health ailment, is far more robust and sophisticated than the type of data we had in the 50s and the fucking 60s, obviously. So yes, you would expect there to be an increase in it, but it's more of an increase in the awareness of it, not necessarily the leap in prevalence of these things.
Particular has declined, and quite precipitously. So let's start with that.
Well, I'm not surprised to hear those stats about liberal women in particular, because, look, I see it with my own daughter who's 14. The schools today try to exploit young girls and young women's empathy.
She's worried about her 14-year-old not getting pregnant soon.
To bend them.
This is the logic of republicanism.
To their democratic norms. They try to impose all of their left-wing viewpoints on these young girls by tapping into the empathy vein. If you don't support...
Okay, but what are you doing? You are attempting to influence young women to have a career and to have kids at the same time. Or if you have to pick one or the other, maybe she would say you should pick the family. So how about you just leave the people that say you don't have to do that? How about you just call it a fucking stalemate, because you both clearly have strategies for how you want society to look like.
Black Lives Matter, you're racist if you don't support trans girls, meaning boys, playing in girl sports, you're a bigot. They're bullied. Don't be a bully. Be a nice girl. That's how we've been raised.
So she's describing people generally encouraging other people and young people and specifically to be more tolerant of other people. Of course, she represents this in a way that like it's either you agree or you don't, and like either you agree with me and you're not bigoted, or if you disagree, you're bigoted. But she presents that as a bad thing, apparently.
Time immemorial.
Like I would agree the black and white thinking is bad, but I don't think that the general sentiment of encouraging tolerance is bad.
To be nice girls who get patted on the heads. And you're not a nice girl if you're a bully or a bigot or a racist. So I'm not surprised at all that girls who don't get inoculated against that kind of thinking at home, who go into any normal school system,
inoculated against the idea of anti-racism and trans ideology,
will be indoctrinated in that kind of thinking, and will wind up very unhappy.
So what did these people disagree with again?
Very unhappy, because her natural instincts will be to fight against things like watching a boy take all of her blue ribbons. But she's been told by all the people she respects, in the school setting at least, that she's a bad person if she objects to that. And I think that incongruous feeling leads to unhappiness. I think the reward system of K through 12 and college education right now is for people who play the victim. And so much the better if you could actually be a victim. That would be terrific. You will be celebrated. You will be the cool one. You'll get the snaps from your fellow classmates and your professors. Writing your college essay about what a happy childhood you had and your intact family that supported you and loved you along the way will not get you in anywhere. Maybe 3 universities in the United States. But writing about the destitute...
She's right, but not for the reason that she thinks. If you attempt to write an essay that goes away from that diverges too much from the prompt that you're given for your college essay, or does not have an emphasis on why you care about learning and why you're interested in it and doing it at that particular institution, yeah, you're not getting in. It's not about like, oh, you don't have a like. Also, just like, even if I took it at face value, are you really trying to argue that stability in your life actually puts you at a disadvantage for getting into college? Are you fucking kidding me, lady? You having a dual income household and money, that makes it harder to write your essay because you don't have like a sad story to start off with. So therefore it's more difficult. Go make yourself the biggest victim somewhere else.
Constitution derby that you have suffered from 0 to 18 can open doors that would otherwise be closed to you, especially if you happen to be a white person, a girl or boy. So all of the incentives are set up in a very backward manner. And I think the other problem facing young liberal women is young liberal men who, by and large, are being turned into these.
Also, she's also talking about it at a time where we're seeing an increase in the education gap between young men and young women. So statistically, young women have an advantage into getting into college, right, and universities right now over men. We're like getting to that point because the majority of the student population is turning out to be women.
It's derogatorily referred to as soy boys, but I get it. Like, they're taking the masculinity out of our young men and then telling.
Obviously, she's talking to a virile, highly masculine man. But let's see. Megyn Kelly husband. This is a very stupid thing. I'm just curious. What does her husband look like? Is he some Chad? Sure. She married Chad. Okay. She just wants the same for her daughter.
Accepted. And especially young liberal men are buying that and walking around in Birkenstocks with their Starbucks, being quick to cry at any emotional wound. And that's fine. You can cry as a man, but most women would like somebody who doesn't do it all the time in response to all emotional upset.
Yeah, okay. A man who doesn't cry, who doesn't allow himself to cry, is a man who will hit you, probably.
They prefer the...
So give me a man that is willing to be in touch with his emotions and cry over one that just keeps it bottled up and expresses it in highly unproductive and antisocial ways any day of the week.
Gatherer types. And so these young women I talk to on college campuses are looking around for a man who will protect her, who will help lead, who is not afraid to enter hand-to-hand combat if necessary, or just rhetorical combat if necessary, and who, while he treats her as an equal, will put his coat over her shoulders if it's a cool night out, will absolutely protect her if somebody messes with her on the street, will, like my husband does with me, gently move me to the side that's not facing the traffic along the road. Just those small little things that a man does for a woman, and women have a different list that they do for their men.
So just chivalry. Is this 16 years ago, 15 years ago, Starbucks cup, crying, feels emotion, red flag? These people are, this is like 2016. These people are like stuck in 2016.
They're in a kind of loving relationship. And instead, what they're getting is somebody who wants to braid each other's hair, which would depress you and make you question the whole experience.
But as somebody pointed out, a man who cries all the time like Jordan.
Yeah, well, it's not surprising, I suppose, that boys are turning in that direction. You know, I met a young man in a restaurant a while back. He wasn't looking too bad when he approached me. He was a waiter, and he said that he had started listening to first Ben Shapiro and then me 6 years ago, something like that, and that...
I thought that was going to take a different turn.
Prior to that, it was his proclivity and his friends to compete with one another with regard to their victim status, let's say.
This is such a straw man of liberal men. Well, the thing is that these people are whining about there's a crisis of masculinity on the left. It's like, dude, okay. Here's your bastion of masculinity on the right. So Tim Pool. And then who else? Let's see. Tucker Carlson. A bow tie wearing fancy lad is another one. Why he doesn't wear? There's no photos of him in a bow tie. This is peak masculinity. Apparently, this guy who looks like a prep school attendee, or Charlie Kirk, I guess. This is also supposed to be the peak of masculinity in America, or trigonometry. Again, if you see these men and think anything other than alpha, you're dead wrong, obviously. Who's another one? Who's like another right-wing figure that just encapsulates... Oh, Ben Shapiro, of course. How could we forget Ben Shapiro? He screams masculinity. Wait till you hear his voice. Yes, this is peak masculinity.
And to present themselves as radically feminized to the young women that, in principle, they were with. He said that was necessary with the girl he had dated at one point because she was very radically liberal, and that was a job requirement, you might say. And he shook all that off and told me and my wife, who was sitting with me, that he was much happier for it. But it doesn't really surprise me, Megan, because boys are not well served in the education system at all, right? Their play preferences. I was just reviewing some stats on ADHD over medication among young boys with one of my producers. And what the original hypothesis, such as it was with regard...
I was expecting him to say like one of my friends, but no, somebody who he like pays to talk to
hypothetically hyperactive boys, was that stimulants, which is what Ritalin is, have a paradoxical effect on hyperactive young boys, calming them down. And that's complete bloody biochemical nonsense, and it's a lie psychologically. What stimulants do is focus people intently on whatever they happen to be focused on. And they have exactly the same effect on ordinary boys as they do on hyperactive boys, not least because 90% or 95% of hyperactive...
What the fuck is he talking? I mean, you can just safely not take anything that someone who is not actually an MD or physician says about medicine, not seriously at all.
Boys are actually normal. Stimulants suppress play behavior in animals. So if you give stimulants to young juvenile rats, for example, who are very playful, then they stop playing. And that's exactly why they're administered to young boys in schools. And so their play proclivity is punished quite severely. Any attempt they make to be competitive in a world of cooperative games, and there's really no such thing as a cooperative game, although all games that are rule-governed are cooperative. Any sign of ambition they have is pilloried. They're associated constantly with the destructive patriarchy and presented to the world as enemies of the planet. And so it's not surprising that they tilt in a, let's say, feminized direction, especially to appease the angrier women. And there's a deeper problem here that I'd like your thoughts on. You know, the most woke disciplines in the universities, and that's really saying something, are the female-dominated. The more female-dominated they are, there's another contributing factor, right?
Real.
So the less cognitive power the discipline requires, the more woke it tends to be. So physics is about the least woke discipline, whereas social work, well, enough, the less said about social work, the better. But so we have an issue here too, because
there was another study though that shows that one, he should not be denigrating the liberal arts or humanities, but two, that like leaving that criticism aside, there have been studies that showed when they've presented STEM classes to women as an option, and they gave them names that sounded like they resembled something closer to a liberal arts or humanities course, that women were not only more likely to select the course and then stay in it, but the retention rate for it for the second semester or continuing the class was like over 60 or 70%. So it goes to show that the barrier to entry can be more intimidating for women, but it's not necessarily because they're not interested in those fields. It's just because they know that they're going to be male dominated, and then they kind of self-selects and ends up being a thing that continues to be self-fulfilling.
I have a suspicion. You tell me what you think about
that.
This.
Like if you see more women gravitating towards certain courses, you're more willing to go with that. If you don't want to, go outside your comfort zone, and the same goes for men.
Because I'm very curious that
because there's like all of this emphasis on it assumes that women only gravitate to those because they're easier, but men gravitate towards STEM because they're harder. But I mean, he's not even interested in asking the questions like, why don't men do humanities on the scale or with parity, like to the same degree of parity that like women do? They would not be complaining so much about losing the culture war if they had more conservatives in these courses and then going out and influencing the world.
Default.
Just part of our socialization that women shouldn't want to engage in sciences or math. Yeah, pretty much.
Female ethos, let's say, is nurture. This isn't really a radical idea, I don't think, is nurturer to infant. And in the absence of managerial training, let's say, or rigorous mentoring in the operation of large-scale organizations, every situation turns into an infantilized family. I mean, and it's become absolutely preposterous in universities. I mean, the faculty, to their own discredit, have been infantilized by the administrators. We have never seen a large-scale incursion of women into large organizations prior to the last 40 years. That's never happened in human history. And we have no idea what the social psychopathology that would be associated with that, as well as the positive benefits. We have no idea what the social psychopathology might be. But the infantilized...
Look at how it works for men. If you call gardening man work, etc., lol.
...of everyone and everything might well be it. And so I'm curious about what you think about that. There is data, for example, that women prefer male supervisors. So that's one... it's not overwhelming. It's not overwhelming data, but it's suggestive. And obviously that doesn't mean there are no good female managers. We're talking about broad trends here. But we do potentially have a major societal issue.
I mean, I'm not saying that women are incapable of management. I'm sure there are some out there somewhere. I'm sure it's been known to happen once or twice. I'm simply saying overall.
In that men have their pathologies that are expressed socially: aggression, antisocial behavior, drug and alcohol abuse, a tilt towards a kind of self-serving narcissism in some cases, but there's no reason to assume whatsoever that women wouldn't bring their own pathologies to the workplace. And it is the female-dominated institutions that seem to be the most woke. I mean, and that's how the 18 to 34-year-olds vote as well, right? They're radically out of phase with the entire rest of the culture. Mm-hmm. So what do you think about that? And how would you reflect on that, like in your personal experience with the organizations that you've worked with and the managerial situations that you've been in?
It makes perfect sense to me. I accept that as a likely cause of the problem that we're seeing, and probably the more than likely culprit of it. I see exactly what you're saying. And it's, I guess with today's generation, I ask, it's like a chicken egg. Like these woke institutions are trying to exploit girls' natural empathy, as I said. Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. But those women at some point were the first ones in to a system that hadn't been exploiting their empathy. And they ran wild with it, clearly, because we're now at the place we are. And I see it being done. We just played videotape on the show today from peak BLM, right after George Floyd.
Oh, yeah.
The riots everywhere. And one of those infamous
Peak
videos
BLM.
where BLM members got up in the face of, it happened to be a woman.
Again, BLM was 5 years ago, you guys. And 2016 was almost 10.
Woman of color, she looked Latina to me, sitting there trying to eat her lunch at an outdoor cafe. And the BLM crowd was moving in on her, standing over her, screaming in her face, trying to get her fist up to say Black Lives Matter. And it was all white women. And I remember this from when I lived on the Upper West Side, which included 2020.
Again, like these people will point to cringy things that happened, but they base their whole worldview around it. It's not just a thing that came across their feed once and they're like, oh, crazy. That was weird. It's a thing that sticks in their memory and does not go away and goes on to shape the way that they view other things.
During the George Floyd-a-palooza. And it was all white women who tended to have some money in their Lululemon out there at these BLM protests. It's like, okay, these women would never want that crowd coming back to their...
It's so funny that they're propagating this narrative when we were just watching Her Take and they were giving the exact opposite assessment. They were like, we're so not woke and politically incorrect because we will say that the majority of people looting were black people. Hold on. Her Take, episode 4. Let's see. No, this is episode 1. Hold on. Episode, let's see if they have like a... User free. Okay, they don't have a clip of it. Where is it where they talk like BLM? There was a point where they also mentioned, it's funny that she said Lululemon. Because Anna was the one, like, it's a lot of white people in these movements. And Jillian was, it's like, it's not all white people. Very anxious about that. And then Lindy Lee was like, you're right. It was black people. Diversity of thought on Her Take. It was here. Let's see.
IVF bombs an IVF clinic because he hates humanity and actually hates God, basically, for creating him and him being born.
The boys are not all right. Like there's a lot of like pain in this.
Okay, Amy, I know you wanted to talk about something.
Just
one quick second. I just feel like there has been a social conditioning of this again since COVID, and I know I keep coming back to COVID. I probably sound very repetitive. The fiery but mostly peaceful protest. Fiery but mostly peaceful protest. Do you remember that?
Like again, it's so funny to me that this only came out a few days ago. This came out yesterday, and yet they are both talking about the same things, down to the same events, pretty much.
The way that violence became normalized during the COVID era, it's really set us up for everything that we're running into now. And I don't think it's a coincidence. I think it was contrived and it was by design.
Amy, thank you so much for bringing that up because I happen to be on the street that they burned down in Philadelphia.
Thank you, Amy. We really don't talk about BLM riots enough.
And Rittenhouse Square, they burned it down.
You were in Rittenhouse?
I moved after the fire.
Oh, okay.
But they burned my street down.
I went to Temple.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Amazing. Well, it's a beautiful neighborhood.
Is the premise that it's wrong to stand for equality because they're white and so should therefore be against it? I don't even understand what her position. I asked the same thing, and the closest that I could get to a steel man is that they feel that you as a white person, since you don't have a direct stake in being oppressed in this country, should not be that aggrieved on behalf of your fellow man or citizen in this country, and that you should act accordingly. So I feel like that's the strongest interpretation of that argument.
But it wasn't in the summer of 2020. They burned down the entire street. My street smelled like rubber. I have no idea why for an entire month, and I had to keep my windows closed. So do not tell me it was a summer of love. It was traumatic for everyone involved. And it actually caused me to move. I had to move. The damage was so great. And so they were heralded, though, as this emblem of racial justice. And, you know, they're just such hypocrites. Thank you for bringing that up. Yeah. Look, I think the problem was the media did lie. There was violent looting and rioting at night, right? But what really sucks is I think the right to protest is important. And there were most of the protesters during the day weren't causing problems. We're protesting something that they feel passionately about. And I hate the fact that they're getting defamed and conflated with the wreckers, right? With these
sorry, I don't want to curse, but like the
please curse. Call them that. They are.
Yeah,
they are. They're good agitators too. Who knows?
Absolute assholes. Yeah. Okay, many of whom, by the way, if you look at video, white guys like just breaking into businesses, causing.
See, like, okay, fine. I'll also have another charitable interpretation: is that the few crazy people that loot, riot, are violent, and therefore not peacefully assembling, fine, ruin it for everybody else, and it's that much worse that it was a white person, because then it ends up being a white person that leads people to make racist assumptions about who actually did the violence. But
to push back on the white guy thing.
Which again, Jillian Michael gets very, very uncomfortable at the idea that like we might be saying it was white people responsible for this.
People of color doing it too.
There's a mixed bag in there.
But look, it's just really interesting because whenever you see some of these like radical movements, whenever you do see these radical movements, the people who speak up the loudest and rile people up the most. I mean, just
even though Anna, like, see, it makes me want to like almost knee-jerk side with her in the way that she presented this, because she tried to say, yeah, black people ended up being scapegoated for this thing that when you actually look at who did the property damage was not just relegated to black Americans. It doesn't specifically attract black people to burn property, obviously. It's going to attract antisocial people, and that could be anybody, but it's more likely to be men.
Take a look at the videos.
It's like that would be the only thing that you could maybe predictably say, like, yeah, probably had more men doing it than women, but race, good luck.
Activists tend to be white, okay? And they rile people up.
The people who burned down my street were black, though. I'm very
definitely.
People that burned down my street were black.
Yeah, they were black.
In Chaz,
predominantly.
They were black without a single doubt.
Seattle,
I'm just saying, like, I can't pretend that something.
Talking about Chaz or like the CHOP, this Capitol Hill Autonomous Zone in Portland.
It's like politically correct. I'm not blaming. I'm not saying
that a lot of people I know,
involved. Like all the white people are the ones stealing, and it's like
no. That's not what I'm saying. That's not what I'm saying.
I mean, there are definitely people of color in the mix. Yeah, it's just everybody was behaving badly, not just the white guys.
Well, I'm also, now that I'm out of the Democratic Party.
Lindy Lee sitting to her left saying it was exclusively black people that burned down her neighborhood, not a fucking peep from Jillian Michaels. But when Anna suggests that white people were involved, she didn't even say entirely responsible. She said involved, and it was a lot like made up more than people would have you think part of this property destruction. Then Jillian pushes back on that.
Can tell the truth, and the truth is they were predominantly black, and I have footage on my phone that I sent to my family of black people zooming into the Lululemon down the street and just grabbing everything and going into the Nike store.
But that wasn't protesters. That's just looting. It's just straight up
that's
looting.
That's what I'm trying to make.
You see this as a disaster situation. Like, oh, it's a disaster. We got to go hit the Foot Locker.
Have those people take advantage of this situation.
They did that in the name of George Floyd. They had people.
Okay, so black people looted Lululemon in the name of George Floyd. Let's go back a little bit and compare and contrast these two.
The Upper West Side, which it was all or actually videos where BLM members got up in the face of, it happened to be a woman of color, she looked Latina to me, sitting there trying to eat her lunch at an outdoor cafe. And the BLM crowd was moving in on her, standing over her, screaming in her face, trying to get her fist up to say Black Lives Matter. And it was all white women. And I remember this from when I lived on the Upper West Side, which included 2020 during the George Floyd-a-palooza. And it was all white women who tended to have some money in their Lululemon out there at these BLM protests. It's like, okay, these women would never want that crowd coming back to their apartment building with them at the end of the day. But they want to be out there on the streets and pretend that they're one of them.
So we're having conflicting reports. We have the same jumble of all the same buzzwords. We have George Floyd, BLM, black people, white people, rioters, looters, Lululemon. It's just about different orders. So see, on this show, Lindy Lee was confidently saying that it was all of the black people were the ones doing the looting of Lululemon. But MEGYN seems to have gotten like a different AI prompt for what she should be saying, because what she was like, thinking, here's what I need to say, here's what I should contribute, is that no. It was actually all white women, and they were clutching their Lululemon, but they weren't doing the looting, but they were the ones cheering it on, I guess, in the name of George Floyd.
They understand the experience that, your average inner city person of color has had. It's a lie. So I accept, because I've seen women behaving terribly over the past 5 years in particular, and they're at the apex of the bad messaging, and they're the last to come along on the Trump train, which is also disturbing. Those same stats I've seen from that you're citing with the young women in particular.
How can we make this racist but also mock white liberals? Well, you have to blame BLM for seducing young white women in this country to believe in their racial ideology and critical race theory or whatever.
That's with abortion, which I just think speaks to a lot of things, like the absence of religion in the public square. no one's even telling them the other side or the other options. You know, we had laws at one point where you'd have to show women the picture of the fetus.
Yeah, in a post Roe v. Wade world, you guys, we actually don't talk about abortion enough. Or we actually talk about abortion too much, you guys.
Before they could abort it, and those got struck down. It was like, no, you can't even show her what she's doing. So I just think the whole system is set up to breed that kind of woman. Like, you'd almost think that it's the kind of
Lululemon is where race politics discourse takes place. It can't be avoided.
That society wants because they're so prevalent.
Which, I mean, is funny because isn't the CEO of Lululemon like a racist? Because the reason why they came up with that name is because I believe they said they knew that they had a lot of Asian workers in sweatshops doing it. So they thought it would be funny because the way that L is pronounced in Eastern languages is they would basically end up sounding like replacing the L with the R or something like that.
Welcome to this episode of Parenting.
Our 13-year-old throws tantrums quite often, loud screaming tantrums when he doesn't get his way.
There's a time in every child's life when he or she realizes they stand on the precipice of adulthood. It's during this window that learning responsibility becomes crucial.
We're trying to figure out how to get him through this part of his life, become a responsible adult.
If they don't learn how to be autonomous in your household when they're teenagers, how do you
Okay, so in a 2004 interview, Chip Wilson, the founder of Lululemon, said he chose the name Lululemon because it has 3 L's in it and that he thought, quote, it's funny to watch Japanese people try to say it as the L sound is challenging for some Japanese speaker. He also mentioned that he believes names with L's sound more authentically North American/Western to Japanese customers, and that this might lead to increased sales, referencing a previous successful brand he had in Japan. Very cool. And then what did he say? Lululemon founder says popular brand isn't for certain customers, and I'd have to pay to find out who he was talking about.
Expect that they're going to be able to take care of themselves when they leave home. It'd be really good to get this under control. You have to sit down with your husband.
It is a knockoff of the Super Nanny show.
And you have to see not only where you think things have gone wrong very concretely around specific episodes, but you have to flesh out a vision of what you would rather see instead. You're going to get pushback, but better late than never.
Not for poor people, I guess.
Did we tilt in that direction with there's certainly a strain of feminism that developed particularly in the 1960s, although it was there long before that really did in some ways aim at that kind of women. And let me ask you something as well that's deeper. You know, I've studied malevolence as deeply as I can for a very long time, and the philosophical representations of malevolence and the theological representations of malevolence. And the deepest representation is Luciferian, and that trope underlies like the evil scientist in popular entertainment, the idea of the intellect gone mad, the intellect that worships itself, that then usurps and attempts to put itself in the highest place. And so there's an idea that, this is Milton's idea, that Lucifer, who's the spirit of the unbridled intellect, the light bringer, is the spirit that was most finely made that went most dreadfully wrong. And so the psychological idea there is that there isn't anything more remarkable about human beings than their cognitive ability. But if it becomes master instead of serving something higher, then look.
Peterson is making me fall asleep. Why is he so ASMR? I think it's the vocal fry.
The hell out. Now, there's an echo of that that's very, very deep with regards to the maternal instinct. And I think this is what's played out in the Genesis story of the consort between Eve and the serpent. What seems to me to happen is that Eve clutches the poisonous serpent to her breast. And so that's an overextension of that empathy that you described, which is the core element, let's say, of the maternal instinct, and really the instinct that the species itself depends on, right? Human beings have the longest dependency period of any creature by a lot, and human infants are markedly helpless. And so that self-sacrificing compassion that's at the core of the maternal instinct is absolutely vital. But as Freud pointed out, if that goes wrong within families and overextends its domain, so that, for example, that infant-mother bond isn't attenuated as the child develops, then there's nothing that's more devouring than the mother. And that's the story of Hansel and Gretel, right? They go out into the forest, chased there in part by
No, he doesn't make any points. There's nothing for your brain to focus on. I'm sitting here listening to this thinking, like, where are we going with this?
The fracturing of their...
This is the pseudo-intellectualism that helps create the IDW.
family. And they find a gingerbread house, which is a little bit too good to be true, right? It's not only a house, but it's made out of...
Where the fuck did it say even embrace the serpent? I guess what he's referencing is the fact that she succumbed to it, or was like what they said they ended up eating, right? From the tree of knowledge or whatever. Fuck. I'm the worst Catholic.
Of candy. And so maybe you might suspect that the jig is up when something's painted that beautifully on the outside. I'm oh so compassionate and embracing. And of course, inside there's a witch whose goal...
They gave in to temptation. That's what I was saying.
...is to fatten up the children and to make them helpless so that she can eat them. And so fairy tales are pretty vicious in that sort of representation, but that's also a portrayal of how...
The IDW, what a cringe name. I mean, all they were doing is putting it's like the landlord special, but for conservative ideas, aka they're putting this like glossy new coat of paint over ideas that are very, very uncontroversial and stiff and boring, basically just right-wing Republican and conservative ideals, but they had to make it sound like it was far more dark and mysterious than it actually was to get people on board.
All devouring the maternal embrace can be if it overextends its domain. Yeah. Now, it's not like men get off easy in that Genesis story, by the way, when Eve decides she's going to put herself at the center of the moral universe, because that's what she does. She's tempted to become like a god because that's the temptation, and she clutches the serpent to her breast. Adam doesn't object, and he goes along for the ride. And then later in the story, when
it's really Eve's fault, the whole downfall of humanity thing.
God wants to walk with Adam so that they're working together. Let's say Adam is hiding behind a bush because he's realized that he's naked. And so the woman and the serpent have made him self-conscious, and now he doesn't have the courage to walk with God. And when God asks him why, he blames the woman, and he blames God for making her. And so there's I don't want to lay this all at the feet of women, because what I saw in the universities, for example, is that, let's put it this way, that when the...
Is zero physical interaction described in Genesis? BTW, she's tempted to eat fruit. That's what I remember. Not that there's actually this embrace.
Maternal instinct went astray, partly because it didn't have any valid target. The men just backed off and didn't oppose it. And so, they're complicit in this disintegration. But we do have a problem on our hands that's not trivial. And we also see this reflected in a growing political divide between young men in particular and young women all across the world, right? Young men are becoming more conservative.
Yeah, I know. It's
young
wonderful.
women are
This is this scripture? No, wait. Dude, I hate it. AI summaries coming.
Becoming more liberal, and they're also not finding each other very effectively. The political...
Okay, here it is. Hold on. Now the serpent was more crafty than any of the wild animals the Lord God had made. He said to the woman, "Did God really say you must not eat from any tree in the garden?" The woman said to the serpent, "We may eat fruit from the trees in the garden, but God did say, you must not eat fruit from the tree that is in the middle of the garden, and you must not touch it or you will die." "You will not surely die," the serpent said to the woman, "for God knows that when you eat of it, your eyes will be opened and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." When the woman saw the fruit of the tree was good for food and pleasing to the eye and also desirable for gaining wisdom, she took some and ate it. She also gave some to her husband, who was with her, and he ate it. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they realized they were naked. So they sewed fig leaves together and made coverings for themselves. Then the man and wife heard the sound of the Lord God as he was walking in the garden in the cool of the day, and they hid from the Lord among the trees of the garden. But the Lord God called to the man, "Where are you?" He answered, "I heard you in the garden, and I was afraid because I was naked, so I hid." And he said, "Who told you that you were naked? Have you eaten from the tree I commanded you not to eat from?" The man said, "The woman you put here with me, she gave me some fruit from the tree, and I ate it." Damn, fucking threw her under the bus right away. Thanks, Adam, for that one. Then the God Lord said to the woman, "What is this you have done?" The woman said, "The serpent deceived me, and I ate." So the Lord God said to the serpent, "Because you've done this, cursed are you above all the livestock and all the wild animals. You will crawl on your belly, and you will eat dust for all the days of your life. And I will put enmity between you and the woman, and between your offspring, and hers he will crush your head, and you will strike his heel. To the woman he said, I will greatly increase your pains in childbearing. With pain you will give birth to children. Your desire will be for your husband, and he will rule over you. To Adam he said, because you listened to your wife and ate from the tree about which I commanded you, you must not eat of it. Cursed is the ground because of you. Through painful toil you will eat of it all the days of your life. It will produce thorns and thistles for you, and you will eat the plants of the field. By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground, since from it you were taken. For dust you are, and to dust you will return. Adam named his wife Eve, because she would become the mother of all the living. The Lord God made garments of skin for Adam and his wife, and clothed them. And the Lord God said, the man has now become like one of us, knowing good and evil. He must not be allowed to reach out his hand and take also from the tree of life and eat and live forever. So the Lord God banished him from the Garden of Eden to work from the ground from which he had been taken. As he drove the man out, he placed on the east side and the Garden of Eden a cherubim and a flaming sword flashing back and forth to guard the way of the tree of life. Can't believe God created the patriarchy. See, I never directly read scripture, because when you're a Catholic, you just have the catechism, and the catechism interprets all of this crap for you. So this stuff is it's interesting to see what's actually in the Bible, because you don't really study the actual scripture. So how did he describe this?
When the university king her, God work without it, doesn't become at the center of the
I have to biblically fact check Jordan Peterson. Now we're in too deep.
Universe, because that if it overextends its domain. Now, it's not like men get off easy in that Genesis story, by the way, when Eve decides she's going to put herself at the center of the moral universe, because that's what she does. She's tempted to become like a god, because that's the temptation, and she clutches the serpent to her breast. Adam doesn't object, and he goes along for the ride. And then later in the story, when God wants to walk with Adam so that they're working together, let's say, Adam is hiding behind a bush because he's realized that he's naked. And so the woman and the serpent have made him self-conscious, and now he doesn't have the courage to walk with God. And when
he's butchering the story,
God asks him why, he blames the woman, and he blames God for making her. And so there's I don't want to lay this all at the feet of women, because what I saw in the universities, for example, is that, let's put it this way, that when the maternal instinct went astray, partly because it didn't have any valid target, the men just backed off and didn't oppose it. And so, they're complicit in this disintegration. But we do have a problem on our hands that's not trivial. And we also see this reflected in a growing political divide between young men in particular and young women all across the world, right? Young men are becoming more conservative.
Yeah, I know.
Young women are becoming more liberal, and they're also not finding each other very effectively. The political, who would have guessed that, so we got two problems. Men and women both have the vote. Now, does that mean they're political enemies? Because that's certainly one of the things that appears to be happening. And then we have the mass migration of women into workforces of a size where empathy cannot be the regulating principle. I'll give you one more example, and then I'll turn it over for your comments. If empathy was the appropriate ethos for operation in a corporation, let's say.
See, I have not watched too much Jordan Peterson. Are these new thoughts, are these new things that he's saying, or is it like most influencers and talking heads that when you actually watch enough of their interviews, their conversations, any podcast episodes that they guest star on, you can start to hear the recycled anecdotes and stories come up again and again and again? Is this something that I'm if it's Adam and Eve, I find it hard to believe that this is the first time he's bringing this up.
Beyond the size of the family.
But maybe it is.
Then the personality trait agreeableness, which is the index of compassion and empathy, would positively predict workplace performance, particularly among managers. But it isn't agreeableness that predicts.
He doesn't want to lay it all at the hands of women, yet all he does is talk about what women did wrong. Interesting. And the one time that he was like, well, Adam and man in general don't get off scot-free, because it's you're foolish and silly to even fall prey and victim to the whims and desires of a woman that was tempting you.
Conscientiousness.
So it's still something that ends up being the root cause is still women or feminism,
which is a cold virtue that typifies conservatives more than liberals. big organizations run on raw cognitive power and conscientiousness. They don't run on empathy. Little bitty families run on empathy, especially when there are infants, but that doesn't scale. And I actually think that's why the personality trait conscientiousness, which is diligence, orderliness, industriousness, is associated often with patriotism and more conservative values. I think that's why it evolved, because empathy does not scale, because everyone isn't a big, happy family. And once you exceed kin group size in your organization, you have to turn to a different ethos. And that, I think that's particularly problematic for unconscientious women who self-aggrandize on the basis of their compassion.
Yeah, there's a lot in there, and I agree with a lot of it. I keep thinking about the fact that, look, I'm a Gen Xer, and I was raised by a boomer, right, who was part of that.
I was going to say, it seems to me that there's this thing that kids do. It's called collective monologuing. When you look at early iterations of mixed communication between adolescents and like young children in particular, they don't really have communication. They don't have conversations with one another. They collectively monologue. They say, "Oh, I have a hat. I also have a hat. I have a mom. I have a mom too." They're both just saying things about themselves to one another, but they're not really talking to each other. And this conversation is reminding me of that, where the other will give the other person the chance to speak, but they're not really engaging with what the past person just said, because she was like, BLM, white women, wokeness, liberals, crazy women, we talk about abortion too much. And then he just like launched into this tirade about biblical stories of how women are to blame for the fall of mankind. And she was just like, there was a lot in there anyway. And it just seems like she's going to pivot to something completely unrelated to what he said.
That first wave of feminism, who, they were told you can have it all at the same time, and you're kind of a failure if you don't have it all at the same time. And that generation of mothers did as told and left their kids alone for a large portion of their childhoods. And that wasn't a bad thing. And I have a great relationship with my mom. I'm not saying I'm glad she wasn't around that much, but it led to self-sufficiency and independence and absolutely no overbearing motherhood. That wasn't a thing in the 1970s or the 1980s. We were so neglected. We were called latchkey kids, where you had a key around your neck to let yourself back in after you walked home from school, and you didn't really know when your parents were going to come home. There were rules like, be home when it gets dark. Your parents had no idea where you were and really didn't care. Those were good things. Those were, building the ties for appropriate separation at the earliest possible age. Love always remains, caring and all that stays, but not overbearing motherhood or fatherhood for that matter. And that generation, so that's me now, and maybe my brother and sister, who are older. And I think we'll raise the solution to the problem that came just a little bit after we came. Because I think what started to happen was those women got into the workforce and they were doing it all, and they would commit to work because there was an understanding that they would not blow it for the next generation of women. They'd been given the keys to the kingdom. Now you come in and you do well at these jobs, and you don't talk about your kids, and you don't leave to go home early, and you don't insist on flexible work schedules. So the women did it, and they raised tough Gen X kids who were fine. But as they started to get more rights at the office, and it sounds great on paper, okay, flex time.
We were neglected. It was great. That's funny that she's like actually making, I don't want to say making light, but the way that she frames being a latchkey kid, which is obviously more of a pejorative than it was anything good, like a neutral descriptor of children that had to be unsupervised after school.
And I only have to work part-time, and I have to leave early for this thing and the other thing and so on. And the workplace started to bend more to supporting what mothers needed in their motherly roles. The mothers were home more, and I think started to overcorrect, started to see like go from the latchkey kid to the, the helicopter parent, right? Where I'm never leaving you alone. I'm gonna somehow overcompensate and be the parent that I didn't have, or that the generation before me didn't have. And slowly we started to migrate to parents who never leave their children alone. Mothers and fathers for that matter, but especially mothers. And that leads to helplessness. And it leads to leaning into victimization and finding the newest disorder and overplaying any injury, because you can get attention that way, especially when you have a mother whose competition.
Okay, so she might be talking about this form of parenting, but a woman who is as concerned about the outline, like the things that she outlined about her 14-year-old daughter being exposed to and learning, does that not require a heavy-handed intervention to correct Also this idea that like, again, she'll say in general, people should not helicopter parent their kids. But when it comes like to her being open with her kid about like sex education or giving them the space and comfort to feel like they can be honest about like a romantic life at that age or anything like that, you think that fucking exists between her and her family? There's no way.
You can potentially beat by overacting your injury or your upset, etc. Like if you're in competition with a job and she's got to go to the job and you know that, you don't do anything as the child. You understand that's the deal. But if there's a split between her attentions and you've got to play for it, I think you lean into more upset, more victimhood, more things that would get a mother's attention naturally. Like I have a disorder. I'm not well. I need extra help.
Yeah, well, that'll get her attention if she doesn't have anything better to do, and it has no sense, right? But that is another example of that exaggeration of compassion to the point that it becomes toxic, and the fact that it's necessary to human beings, especially in the early years, like vital, also means that it's a very difficult force to regulate. I mean, the general rule for caretaking, and this goes for the elderly as well, pretty much anybody you're actually taking care of, is don't do anything for anyone that they can do for themselves, right? Because you're actually stealing from them, not helping them. You know, I mean, certainly one of the rules for psychotherapy, insofar as there are actual rules for that enterprise, which has probably become now more destructive than useful, is that people have to make their own way, right? You listen and you help people strategize and you ask them questions, but you don't provide them with the direction for their life because that's their enterprise. And that requires it requires a hard bound on compassion, that's for sure, because you don't want to get in there and interfere. Can I ask you a little bit about the way that you constructed your own family and career?
I just wonder how they reconciled these narratives with their emphasis on like fatherlessness in Black communities and homes in general, how like young girls and boys need like a strong father figure growing up. Like maybe it's me being unimaginative and closed off to not imagine how that's not mutually exclusive, but it just seems like in different instances they will talk about this need to have very, very strong intervention and like involvement in your child's life. And then now she's talking about like kids these days are too close to their parents, and these millennial parents, they're helicopters, and even Gen Xers somewhat, they're too involved in their kid's life. And I'm like, where is this balance? It just doesn't seem like it really exists. It's incoherent. It seems incoherent to me.
Pathway, because I've been working with my wife, trying to sketch out, she does a podcast on issues related to femininity. And we've been trying to sketch out, at least hypothetically, something like a appropriate timeline for young women, because they have...
I knew the daughter had a podcast. I did not know that the wife did too. Tammy Peterson podcast. So this is his wife. Interesting. I literally had never seen his wife till now.
No real guidance in that. So here's a stat for you. We hit this milestone last year. Half of Western women 30 and under have no child. So it's a little more than half now. So we hit more than half. Half of them will never have a child. And 90% of them will regret it. That means we're setting up. This is a catastrophe. This is a catastrophe if it's true. And the data are pretty clear, I believe.
No, my understanding is that people that don't have kids actually end up reporting that they're happier and they don't express regret.
This means we're setting up 1 woman in 4 for means we're setting
90
isolation.
Okay. Half of women under the age of 30 do not have a child, and 90%, this is probably a different stat, will regret it statistic. Look, he's mentioned this multiple. Of course, the first thing it links to is a Jordan Peterson tweet. Where is that from r/Jordan Peterson? Where is the statistic that women don't have regret at this rate? 90%. Okay, I'm not the only one who's wondering what the fuck. Where is the statistic that women who don't have children regret it? I have heard Jordan Peterson say 90% of women who don't have children regret it. But I can't find a single study supporting this statistic. I've actually found the opposite. It says that only 25% regret it, and women who have children actually have higher rates of regret compared to those who don't. I'm not a Peterson hater, but this misinformation specifically I've seen him spread around childless women is really confusing. I also personally have known infertile women or women who never did have children because they never felt a pull towards that. I wouldn't consider those women to be masculine in nature or disagreeable as he describes, or unhappy. Okay, let's see how they reconcile this. Literally go to scholar.google and search women regret not having children. Then pick your study. There are dozens on both sides. Some say there is a high regret rate and others say there is none at all. Approximately 63% of respondents said that they would change nothing, whereas 37% did express specific reproductive regrets. Okay, but that's a far cry from 90%. No, this person is being like, you're a fucking moron. Go to fucking Google Scholar and learn something for once. But yeah, exactly. Thank you for providing these, but I'm unsure why Jordan Peterson is using 90% so confidently. I often wonder the same thing. If someone is going to put a number out there, they should at least tell you where they got it from. Cheers, because the message is more important than the truth for him. He's a very charismatic speaker, but he plays fast and loose with science and data. AKA he lies to get people to agree with him. He is a liar. You start digging deeper into the things he says, you quickly start seeing the flaws, cherry-picking studies or data points, making up stats entirely, ignoring when his opinion is contradicted by experts in the field, etc. Peterson has said myths can be more truth than reality, and truth is whatever is most useful. It's not surprising he gets facts wrong. And then I think, is this the first person that replied? Somebody else, but if you start digging deeper into things he says, you quickly start seeing the flaws. Based on what I've seen, Peterson's very accurate on most things he says. Survey immediately after childbirth. I just do not see this. Usually sometimes these stats are based off of it's like there's a stat that would come up in red pill debates all the fucking time. And it was that people that had a body count of 3 or higher, the likelihood of a successful relationship would drop significantly, but then they would always leave out that if you kept going and you looked at body count of 4 to 12, it actually the likelihood that their relationships or marriage would be fine actually increased, and they would always leave that other side out. And it was the Institute of Family Studies or something like that. Usually there's some basis for a weird stat that's been cherry picked, but this seems to literally be made up. 50% of 30-year-old women are childless. He said this a year ago. Half of those will never have a child. 90% of those will suffer from that fate involuntarily. It goes in line with this poll? What? Oh my god. And all my friends in all the 30s talking about freezing their eggs now. Wild anecdotes. Okay.
Right, and that's...
So this just seemed like a lie.
That gets increasingly brutal as you get older. And I also think we're setting up that 25% of women to be preyed upon in a manner like nothing we've ever seen when they enter their later years, because they'll have no one to keep an eye out for them, especially during times of vulnerability. This is not going to be good. So let me sketch out an idea for you in terms of a timeline and tell me what you think about that. I mean, one couple in 3 have fertility problems by the age of 30. And that's defined as not being able to conceive within a year of trying.
Right.
And so it seems pretty obvious, all assistive reproductive technology notwithstanding, which is very expensive and very unreliable and certainly not something to be depended on except in cases of absolute necessity.
Okay, so, but this is a private website, kill me. 300-year-old fertility statistics still used today. Because this says 1 in 6 couples have trouble getting pregnant, but it doesn't say anything about over the age of 30 or something like that. It just says it declines about 35 years old, but they don't link to anything. They just assert this and they want you to believe it and pay for their services. So I'm not inclined to believe it. This is another one. 1 out of 3 women over the age of 35 will have not conceived after a year of trying. Is that exactly what he said?
Pretty defined. In 3 have for you in terms of a timeline, and tell me what you think about that. I mean, one couple in 3 have fertility problems by the age of 30. And that's defined as not being able to conceive within a year of trying.
Right.
And so it seems pretty obvious.
Oh my God. I think he's talking about this. This was in 2013. This was 300 years old. According to the BBC, the 300-year-old fertility stats still in use today. So he got it slightly wrong. He actually is more fear-mongery about it because he's saying 30. But this maps on us perfectly to what he said. Take this often cited statistic. 1 out of 3 women over the age of 35 will not have conceived after a year of trying. Jean Twenge, a psychologist at San Diego State University in the U.S., was 34, recently remarried, and looking to start a family when she heard it from her doctor. That was very frightening to me, as it is to many women who are in their 30s. Confronted with those odds, she wanted to find out where the stat had come from, and she discovered something quite amazing. Sounds like my journey to find a Jordan Peterson statistic. The data on which that statistic is based is from 1700s France. They put together all these church birth records and then came up with these stats about how likely it was someone would get pregnant after certain ages. These are women who had no access to modern healthcare, nutrition, or even electricity. Why would any researcher think they can tell us something useful about modern-day fertility? Well, actually, they do have one big advantage. They weren't using effective methods of birth control. I can empathize slightly with the researchers in this area, says Twenge, who traced the source of the data as she researched her book, An Impatient Woman's Guide to Getting Pregnant. It's difficult to draw conclusions about age and fertility from modern populations where birth control is widely used, but there are some studies that have looked at modern couples, and these two paint a rather different picture. The most widely cited as a paper by David Dunson published in 2004, which found that 82% of women aged between 35 and 39 fell pregnant within a year. That's significantly better odds than the 2/3 chance drawn from the 300-year-old birth records. But can we be confident it's more accurate? Yes, said David James of the UK's National Institute for Health and Care Excellence, or NICE, Fertility Guideline Development Group. It was a single study undertaken relatively recently of about 780 women in 7 different European centers. The important point about that was that these were women who were trying to conceive, he says, adding it's much more realistic, as in they're not using birth control, so you don't even have to factor that in. The main problem with the historic data, in James' view, is that the women may not have been trying to conceive. Indeed, they may have actively been trying to avoid becoming pregnant. They may not have even had intercourse. So that's fucking amazing that he's repeating that.
Assistive reproductive technology notwithstanding, which is very expensive and very unreliable and certainly not something to be depended on except in cases of absolute necessity. Having your children...
I'm surprised you don't use AI chatbots at all. I ain't using this Google one. It's usually shit. I'll use ChatGPT to like get sources or whatever, but the summaries are usually crap. Before you're 30 is a wise move if you want to ensure that it's going to happen. And so then the question is order. You know, we're best served probably as human beings to have our children in our 20s and probably our early 20s. And of course, that's going to be more demanding for women, more demanding and more of an opportunity, I would say, because each child really requires something approximating 3 years of pretty dedicated care. You know, the data seem to show that if your child is 3 and reasonably social, then social education, daycare, can... I use Grok and ChatGPT daily for random questions. Don't tell me these things. Don't tell them to me. Can work. Before that, especially with transformation of caregivers, it doesn't look like it's a very good idea. So you need 3 years per child. And maybe you want 2 children or 3 children. And so that's something like, I don't know, 5 or 6 years that you have to devote to it. Now, women live about 6 or 7 years longer than men. So that's kind of an interesting little twist on the whole situation. And if you started your career at 30, you could have 40 years of career, which is a lot. And that way, I would say... He's not factoring in that if you start at 30, you're also probably, like, yes, you'll have 40 years of career, assuming that you work to 70 and not 65, but you work to 70. But it's not really good for your retirement, but okay. In some ways, you get to have your cake and eat it too, although perhaps not at the same time, you know, which we had talked about early. But there are no real guidelines developmentally for young women, and they don't know what to do, and they're increasingly not married, and they increasingly don't have children, and they're increasingly unhappy. And it doesn't look to me like slave to a corporation is necessarily a substitute for family life and children.
Now, some people have a career. You have a career. Some people have a career. Most people have jobs. So anyways, I'm not saying that that's a hard and fast rule, but I don't really see any way around it. And here's another little twist that is worth adding. I think most people...
So his prescription is that to avoid the pitfalls of these 300-year-old stats and other ones that he's fucking making up, you should have a kid as early and young as possible and get married, I assume. I don't think he supports, having kids out of wedlock. And then at 30, you can start your career.
Who are popular and attractive.
And I guess you're supposed to feed and clothe that child with your husband, who I guess would be working, and you're the one as the woman like rearing them. But at some point, that kid will be less expensive to take care of, I guess, and you're supposed to put money towards education than going back to entering into the workforce. Or just trying to enter right away and getting a low autonomy, low paying job. I just don't see why that should be the natural order of things. Like, instead of going to pursue higher education or a career straight out of high school and like getting experience and building your resume, earning some money, getting used to being independent as you move out of your parents' house, you should rush into adulthood, get married, have a kid, and then at 30 you're going to do all that, the whole like career thing. Just seems like not the right path to send people down.
5 chances to establish
The Peterson plan merely requires a time machine.
Permanent relationship, and that's about it.
That's fascinating.
Right?
That's
well,
interesting.
figure it's a year to kind of get to know someone.
Yeah.
And then assume that, you're fortunate enough so that people are lining up, which is not that likely and probably not the position that most people are in.
Right.
And so maybe it's 2 years, including the failure, and 5 is a 10-year span. I'm not trying to be overwhelmingly pessimistic, but I wouldn't say it gets easier as you get older. You get more different from other people. It isn't easier to establish a relationship when you're older, I wouldn't say.
And more people are snatched up.
Well, there's that. That's a big problem. Who's left? And the other issue I would say, too, that's germane is, why wouldn't you want to spend your young...
Yeah, how the fuck are you going to provide for your kid if you don't have a career? Yeah, I guess the idea is that your husband does it, but he's also probably going to be a student, or if he's the full-time at McDonald's is supposed to support a young couple and a child. Where?
Young years is, who's left? And the other issue I would say, too, that's germane is, why wouldn't you want...
If I had a better job, I would support this flipping stream. It's okay.
To spend your young years with the person that you want to be with. You're going to forestall that for what reason? I got married to Tammy when I was 27, I think, and one of our regrets is that we didn't do that earlier. Now, there were reasons for that, and maybe they were valid. Probably they weren't, but I'm not happy that time was...
So he didn't even do it.
It would have been better to have spent it together. So I'd like your thoughts on that. I mean, the timeline, just that general layout.
This isn't like some huge, oh, you're a massive hypocrite, but it does show that the fact that even a guy of this sort of semi-religious devotion and who has this outlook on life could not even adhere to it himself. How practical do you think it is for other people to do it then?
I mean, I think that's
because he grew up in Canada where they have more robust welfare systems.
Problem in setting out those honest truths, which are your life will be happier if you have a partner and children. I just think that's just true. And people...
What's crazy also is that none of these conservatives follow their own advice. Neither Peterson nor Kelly followed their own advice. I guess what they're saying is that you should take it from them, even though they didn't do it themselves, because they are very, very regretful. And if they had, it would have been so much better.
Should be told that. And then they should be told the realities of fertility, because those are realities that, can be potentially meddled with, but there's no guarantee. And
you know why? Because having a kid young without a stable career holds you back, LMAO. According to Jordan Peterson, there's a huge young mother to college graduate pipeline around the age of 30.
If you're one of the people who cannot meddle with it and you missed your window, it will be a lifelong regret that will be unsolvable and will be like a deep source of pain, an ongoing deep source of pain. So it's not something that you could easily brush off. And so all those truths need to be shared while at the same time prizing and sharing the fullness of the rewards of motherhood with young women, which isn't done. That's the other piece of it. Like if you listen to Jordan, if you listen to Ben, if you listen to, the Daily Wire, you'll hear that. You won't hear motherhood, early motherhood, or any kind of motherhood generally bashed. You'll hear it praised. But in societies,
like when did Jordan Peterson, not Jordan Peterson, Ben Shapiro has talked about aggressively courting his wife. And I remember he talked about how his wife was like studying to be a doctor, and he would go talk to her at her lunchtime or something like that pretty much every day. Hold on, Ben Shapiro, because like again, doctor wife, but they also have kids. So 37, like what's their youngest? She's 37. When did they have their youngest kid? Because it seemed like he got married young, but that doesn't necessarily mean they had a child young. You can be married and then not have a kid for a little bit. Child? He has 4 kids. Father? When did he have these 4 kids, man? How are you a woman doctor with 4 kids?
Still, in the movies, on the television shows that women watch, it's not. You still hear she's just a stay-at-home mom, or she doesn't work. They still don't look at, motherhood as something that's, something valuable, like work as though it's a bad word. Motherhood is work too. It's great work. It's life-fulfilling work. But it still has this and women who I know all over New York, and now I'm in Connecticut, they say things like, it's very important to me that my daughter see me going to a business meeting. Like mommy's got a business meeting, or going to the office if they have just like some small meeting. And I'm like, why? Why? Because they don't think the daughter will think that they're important if they don't have some sort of business pressing on them, which is absurd and hashtag part of the problem, right? Like, no, we
so gross when I hear people insert hashtag into their sentences like that.
All need to be teaching young girls and boys that motherhood is enough. Like being a mother is.
I think both are from the same religious community, so it was a bit different. Well, I understand the courting thing. I get that because they're both Orthodox Jews. I understand that. What I don't understand is how these people advocate that you get married and like have kids super young, but she's 37 now and she had a kid barely like in 2023. So I guess she was having her 4th kid at 33, but I'm like, when did you get started? Because that kid has to cook for 9 months and also your body needs recovery in between pregnancies. And like, how are you doing all of that and like becoming a doctor?
Completely valid, beautiful, awesome, really important choice. I actually went to my daughter's school and I said, I think it's fine you have career night. It's an all-girls school. And you bring in doctors and lawyers and journalists and whomever. You need to bring in a stay-at-home mom. You need to have somebody stand up there and tell the girls, I made a totally different choice. And so much the better if she's got a great education. And she can say, yeah, I have all the same skills you have. And I was on the exact same path as you were. And I loved learning and being introduced to the classics and being able to sit around a dinner table with so-called intellectuals and know the references. And I chose a totally different path when I graduated from those schools because there was one thing that was most important to me. And let me tell you how that's rewarded me. The school did not do it. Okay. So, we've got a counter program at home. So having said all that, I'll tell you my own.
Do you agree that antinatalism is cringe and even harmful? I think antinatalism is... I feel like one, it's more harmful to the person that holds it, not really to society generally. But yeah, I mostly find it cringe, but I'm indifferent towards this. Like I don't worry about like falling birth rates and stuff like that.
My own personal experience, which doesn't really reflect that way of thinking or this recommended course at all. And yet still, I'm very, very happy.
But on that, there's a very good video by Solar Sands called Voluntary Extinction, I think. This video essay from 4 years ago is excellent. And he looks into like the origins of antinatalism, and in a lot of ways, these people are like nihilistic, and this is kind of the way they go about expressing it. But
I'm a very contented person. Happy is a charged word, but I really am very happy with my life. I'm contented. I have a very, very strong marriage and extremely intact, loving, present, and meaningful relationships with my 3 kids. But I also have a very large career that's been hugely successful. Not to be self-aggrandizing, I'm just saying, like, on the scales of careers, mine has worked out very well. So in no way did I really sacrifice much in that lane. And I realize this puts me in the 0.00001% of people.
But again, they think it's like a lack of moral will or conviction that's why she's in that position. I don't think she'll ever understand that it was like really a function of like class and background that led to her being a pretty exceptional person. I really dislike the antinatalist left. I mean, I was an antinatalist, but I was I used to think it was unethical for people to have kids because I just saw how many kids existed in this world already. And I was like, why would people opt to have children over adopt them? And in some ways, I still really do feel that way, but not as intensely as I used to. I used to think it was unethical, but now not so much. I just think it's like not the maximally ethical thing to do if you can adopt.
Fewer percent of women. So the way that I did it was not that unconventional for, when I grew up. I was definitely part of a generation that felt you work, you get to work. You graduate from college, go to college, but when you finish college, you work. That's the thing you do. But in my case, Jordan, from that day to this, I've always loved working. I love it. It's totally exciting and interesting and intellectually stimulating to me. And I cannot imagine not doing this. It's been really important to me. And if I looked at the 21 or 22-year-old version of me versus me now, or let's say when I had my kids, which was later, 38, 40, and 42,
damn, lady.
Guarantee you, I personally, this isn't true of everybody, but I personally would not have been anywhere near as good a mother. I was much more selfish and less capable of giving. And, I was more of a taker, like most young people are. Not all, but most. And so I really...
Okay, but why did you push back when he was... Well, it's just not that kind of conversation, I guess, but why did you push back more when he was like, yeah, people should be basically pumping out kids at 21? Like someone said, the conservative sentiment is always this way. One set of rules for the elite, another for the plebes. Be a baby-making machine who works in factories and have no health care.
I really think that the calm I've brought to motherhood, the life lessons, the wisdom.
Feminism debate on the right. So what is Jordan arguing that Megyn should stop having agency for the greater good of the right wing? They don't really seem to disagree much.
Has been a boon to my children who are calm and cool and not panickers and have a wisdom about them that I think you kind of get through osmosis and maybe some genetics. But they're in a very good place, I think, in part thanks to the fact that it's not age related for everybody, but for me, I didn't reach that place in my life until I was older. And unfortunately, it wasn't planned.
No, it's not just you. You're not exceptional in that respect. Most people, have you ever met a fucking 18-year-old who's just graduated high school? Do you even remember being one? You are not ready for parenthood at that point.
Way, because I didn't meet my husband until we were 35. But unfortunately, and believe me, I think about it all the time, it means that my children and I have a shorter runway together. And I hate that fact. It haunts me. I'm so grateful that I have them at all, unlike so many women who weren't this fortunate. But I hate the fact that every time we talk about their lives, I'm calculating, it's his age plus 42. That's what I'll be, when my youngest has his children. And boy, my kids better have kids young if they want me to be part of that child's life at all. If I get to be a grandparent. And it's its own special form of pain, Like, would I have traded my career building and doing the things that I love? Because I was a lawyer for the first 10 years and then I switched to journalism. I don't know if I can say that. I didn't meet the right man until I was 35. If Doug had come into my life at 22 and I rejected him, and then we went and married different people and refound each other at 35, that would be really painful. But I don't have that regret. We didn't meet until the time I think God brought us together. And for me, that was the time. That's when I was ready.
Okay, it sounds like you got married old.
Not downshift in my career exactly, but to make compromises in my career that I hadn't been prior to that. And I was fully committed to devoting myself to motherhood in a way I never had been before. And some of it was born of the intense love that I had for my husband and still have, in which my kids were born into, this swath of like truly mad romantic love.
Okay, so she leaves out a divorce. Kelly was first married in 2001 to Daniel Kendall, an anesthesiologist, in a Catholic ceremony. Their marriage ended in divorce in 2006. In 2024, Kelly disclosed that she was undergoing the Catholic annulment process for a marriage with Kendall. Eye roll inducing. In 2008, Kelly married Douglas Brunt, the CEO and president of the cybersecurity firm Authentium, or something like that. Brunt later transitioned to a career as a full-time writer and novelist. They have 3 kids. all conceived through in vitro. Another thing that she leaves out. Wonder why? Maybe it's because the right has made a pivot and has started to say that in vitro is unnatural and immoral, and they shouldn't be doing it. Because I know that that's what Michael Knowles argues. And we just looked at that. Hold on. Michael Knowles IVF. Like, he says it's wrong. Hold on. Proceed. Like, the switched embryo story is why IVF is immoral. We don't need to watch this, but he talks about like why he doesn't think that people should be doing IVF, apparently. Another thing that she, again, probably doesn't talk about because she doesn't want to get canceled. Lifelong Roman Catholic. Got it.
Their products.
But she gave the impression that the reason why she didn't have kids earlier with her husband is because of her career, and I'm sure that was part of it, but I think a bigger thing is also the fact that you were married for several years to somebody else entirely. Plus your career.
And are immersed in every day, which is probably the best medicine for them. So I have no regrets about how I did it, but I also acknowledge it's not all roses and unicorns. There are downsides to doing it the way I did.
Shopify powers millions of businesses worldwide, supporting everyone.
Okay, damn.
Yeah, well, our culture is so youth obsessed, and I suppose that came out of consumer culture in the 1960s when, for the first time in human history, young people had excess money to spend and could be, marketed at. We tend to construe, especially in popular culture, life as if you're old by the time you're 30.
Right.
And
Jordan, when I broke into journalism, I was 32, and I thought I'll never be.
JP not even trying. I was thinking, what do they pay them all this money for? The whole point is to get him specifically to do the ad read.
Accepted in this business. I'm too old. I will have no future in this industry. It was like so silly.
That turned out to be wrong. Yeah. Well,
so when she married her second husband, she was 37, and they had 3 kids. They had their first kid within a year, so they got started so quickly.
That's why it's so useful to start a discussion, let's say, about the actual span of life. I mean, you said that one of your potential regrets, is that you've truncated the time that you'll have as a grandmother, let's say.
Yeah.
And you took advantage of that when you were young, and there was some utility in that for you, but that is a price that is lurking, and it's very difficult to tell how it will play out. But as a pattern, it's something for people to give some consideration to. You optimally, you want to be a grandparent when you're still youthful enough to be active and engaged, and then you get to have the pleasures of having children again. And that's a pretty good deal, and it is something. We're not good at conceptualizing the entire span of life consciously. That's what roles were for. So you didn't actually have to think about that. But we have to think about it now. There's another perversity in this that I really have a hard time figuring out. Because I would say that by and large, the feminist movement that's at the bottom of some of the things we're talking about has been a left-wing movement. And I do not understand for the life of me how in the world it can be logically coherent that the left can be anti-capitalist, anti-corporate, and pro-career. I just can't. Yeah, so there's that. So we could talk about that for a bit. It's okay, corporations are evil, and there isn't any higher purpose you can serve as a woman than to serve one. It's okay, I'm not exactly sure what to make of that.
Now watch.
Then I want to tell you a weird little story too. I was looking at the Brothers Grimm Snow White version recently.
As soon as he said that, the whole chat is this fucking moron for saying that. I was just about to say that's not a mutually exclusive thing, and it's not really the contradiction that he thinks it is.
Because I went and saw the
because the obsession is not with selling your labor to a capitalist. The being pro-career or whatever is talking about the joy that you can get from your labor, just generally being empowered to do what you want.
Disney Snow White version, which was exactly the sort of mistake that you'd think it would be, both to attend and to produce. And so I want to just tell you a snippet of that story. So Snow White is young and beautiful, and the evil queen wants that, right? So she's an older woman who is competing with the younger woman for the younger woman's advantages. That's the evil queen. Okay, now Snow White has to run away from the evil queen. Right. And where does she go? Well, she goes out into the forest, which is the unknown, but she goes to where the dwarfs are. Now, in the Grimm's brother fairy tale, the dwarfs don't have names, so they're kind of generic.
We did Hansel and Gretel earlier, and now we're on to like Snow White. Maybe we'll end with Goldilocks.
But they keep an orderly house, and they work very hard. So the Grimm brothers dwarfs, now we don't know how old these fairy tales are, by the way. There have been some folklorists who've traced some fairy tales back like 10,000 years. They're very old. Okay, so it's wisdom speaking, you could say. So Snow White goes to what? To serve the dwarves. Okay, so what does that mean? It means that to escape the evil queen, she has to make a pact with ordinary masculinity, right? She has to serve the dwarfs. Now, why? Because they protect her from the evil queen. Now, among primates, there is a phenomenon called fertility suppression, which is where...
That was the point that he made with that, or will this tie back into it?
The females compete to suppress the fertility of other females. And it's a very widespread phenomenon that's well known among primatologists and biologists, and it definitely characterizes human beings. And so the evil queen in the Snow White story is suppressing the fertility of Snow White.
Oh, okay.
She runs away from that and takes shelter among the ordinary men, the dwarves, let's say, who are the positive side of the patriarchy, you might say it that way. When the evil queen comes back, she shows up again, right? And she offers Snow White 3 gifts. The first is a bodice that's too tight and just about strangles her. So that's exaggeration of is a narcissistic exaggeration of sexuality as a temptation. The second is a poisoned comb. Right, same thing in slightly different guise, right? Right, she's tempting Snow White to be poisoned by the worship of her own beauty. That's a good way of thinking about it. That's what the evil queen does. The third gift is the poisoned apple. Now, of course, that harkens back to the Genesis story. Anything you incorporate is something that changes you. It's like you incorporate knowledge. And so it's poisoned knowledge. And the dwarfs can't save her from that. And that's the situation young women are in the modern world, because the evil queen feeds them poisoned knowledge. And the deep question is why? And the real skeptic would say, well, the older, jealous, childless women are doing absolutely everything they can to destroy the fertility of young women. Now, there's a corollary to that, which is, this happened to Ayaan Hirsi Ali, for example. It's often the women in these brutally patriarchal
I feel like there was more to that story. I have not seen Snow White in literally years, and I've never read the folklore, the fairy tale of it. But isn't there something about, like, in some of these stories, like somebody mentioned Rapunzel, it's like, I mean, sure, you could kind of project the psychological impression onto the, like, narrative of the story, but my understanding is that their youthfulness was literally contingent on being able to, like, suck it out of the woman. No? So it kind of required that she not ever move on or not be in a state of pretty much functional indentured servitude to the person that was trying to, like, extract their youthfulness, because they were effectively like succubuses.
Enforce the worst impositions on young women. Like female genital mutilation, for example, is often a practice conducted by grandmothers.
I know about that.
Yeah, that's for sure. And
wait, what? There's no expanding on that. Just grandmas usually are the ones that do FGM. I thought he was going to give, like, a culture or a different country or even a fucking religion as a basis for that, but he just says to the extent that it happens, it's usually grandmothers.
So there's a brutality in this, a brutality in the, and I think you see it taken to its logical conclusion, by the way, with this trans phenomena, because I told the bloody Senate in Canada in 2016 when they crammed through that idiot pronoun bill that was a compelled speech bill, I told them that they would produce a psychogenic epidemic among young women. Because what happens when you...
We're getting to all the hits these days.
Confuse people about something basic, like their sex, you confuse the most confused the most. And so, for example, a 1% increase in unemployment produces a 5% increase in psychiatric hospitalizations, because you put a little pressure on the people who are barely hanging in there and they're done. Well, if you take the swath of girls or boys, but girls are more prone to psychogenic epidemics, you take the swath of them that are confused for 15 reasons and you add 6 more reasons and they're done. And so, and we can see the full horror show that's the surgical mutilation and sterilization as the ultimate exemplar of this evil queen phenomenon. It's really dark.
Let me ask you a question about it.
Yeah.
Do you think in this scenario that the evil queens are conscious of what they're doing? Or it's just
that's a great question.
It's their own self-loathing working itself out.
Here's a way of thinking about it. Every time you...
This is her gentle way of getting him back on track.
Make a decision, you're conscious of it. But you make a lot of micro decisions and you don't remember them, right? Like you don't remember all the decisions you made yesterday or certainly not a week ago. But that doesn't mean you weren't conscious when you made the decision. Okay, now if you make 1,000 little decisions in the wrong direction, you were conscious at each of those decision points. You might not be cognizant of where you've ended up. And, that's the tale of many a society's disintegration into blind totalitarianism. Look, when people fail to speak up in a state that's tilting towards totalitarianism,
he's not talking about Trump.
Every time.
Spoiler, he's talking about pronoun bills and college campus woke students.
They know they should say.
The fuck do you know about totalitarianism, dude?
Something, and they don't. They're conscious. Now, they might not be conscious of where they're going to get to if they keep that up, because that's the road to hell for sure. But they're conscious every step of the way, and so they're culpable. Now, if you're talking to someone who's made a lot of bad decisions,
he's talking about the board that took his license,
for example, and trying to help them identify where they where they met the devil at the crossroads and made the wrong choice. You're going to have to do a lot of reviewing, and to some degree, that's the representation of all that to consciousness, because it's become implicit. It's become part of the way that you look at the world. But it's conscious when you do it or don't do it.
Well, I mean, I would like to think that this is what I've been thinking while you've been talking, with all due respect, because I have a lot of friends who are Democrat women. But
so you were thinking and not listening, huh?
I feel like you're talking about liberal women and not just women, because the conservative women I know are just not like that. They just have a totally different set of values.
Oh my God. If you were going to grant that is a thing that exists between women and humans, which is a phenomenon that is not really well studied within women's, humans to begin with, or women specifically, it's studied in mammals and other tests or whatever, where you see that actually being more necessary, because obviously between humans, it's women get jealous or whatever, but there's not actually... It's possible for a man to impregnate multiple women or whatever and still technically, I guess, be responsible for them. But this sort of urge where he's talking about, where it's what did he say or whatever? This fucking it being this, the reproductive suppression shit is not really one well observed in women. But if it is observed, it would not be a phenomenon strictly confined to liberal women for whatever reason. And to the extent that does exist, it's it's this thing called relational aggression, and it's how women are bullies to one another, but it's mostly unrelated to, as far as I know, the research that talks about this, it's unrelated to any psychosexual dynamic.
And
so if it exists, it transcends partisanship. There is no way that it would only afflict women with a particular ideological predisposition, not others. Because you're talking about biological realities, and you voting for Trump would not make you an exception to that rule if that were the case.
They raise children by them. And
it's like saying women, if it's a biological predisposition for women, that would be like saying that women who vote for Trump are less likely to suffer from PMS around their menstrual cycle. It's fucking nuts to think this way.
I think we see the results of it. I don't know why, and not even necessarily your average Democrat woman, but a lot of them, but certainly leftist women. Yeah, I mean, I just feel like everything you said applies, and it's obvious.
Well, here's another weird data point. So psychologists have known for a long while, that sociologists as well, that people become more conservative as they get older. So that's how the data is explained. As people age, they become more conservative. But you can take exactly that same data and you can put another twist on it. It's exactly as explanatory, and I think it's more accurate. The reason this hasn't happened is because academics, including the researchers, are radically biased in the direction of the liberal.
I'm verifying this and I'm looking it up and getting triggered by just seeing Peterson as the author. This is cited 207 times, but just because something has a high citation rate does not mean that the quality of the data is very good, because sometimes when you see that high citation rate, it can be people citing it to criticize it. So I need to see like who is citing it. Do people really become more conservative as they age? Abstract folk wisdom has long held that people become more politically conservative as they grow older, although several empirical studies suggest political attitudes are stable across time. Using data from the Michigan Youth Parent Socialization Panel Study, we analyze attitudinal change over a major portion of the adult lifespan. We document changes in party identification, self-reported ideology, and selected issue positions over this time period and place these changes in context by comparing them with contemporaneous national averages. Consistent with previous research, but contrary to folk wisdom, our results indicate that political attitudes are remarkably stable over the long term. In contrast to previous research, however, we also find support for folk wisdom. On occasion, when political attitudes do shift across the lifespan, liberals are more likely to become conservatives than conservatives are to become liberals, suggesting that folk wisdom has some empirical basis, even as it overstates the degree of change. Interesting. This was something in a study in 2020. So I think this is the first statement, the first claim that he's made that has not just been like completely pulled out of his ass. It's more so that older generations were already more conservative. They just got older. Well, that's the thing that's weird to me is like the past that we give to boomers of like, oh, well, they're old, they're going to be conservative. And I'm like, okay, but these people lived through like how many different landmark social movements? How did you not move on any of it?
It isn't that you become more conservative as you get older. It's that conservatism is the political expression of maturity, and liberalism, progressivism, and the hedonism that goes along with it, that self-centered hedonism that is part and parcel, let's say, of the Pride movement, that is the political expression of immaturity. And so here's something else this explains, because this is a perverse fact. There has been no economic and conceptual doctrine that's been more radically discredited than, let's say, the radical leftism, the Marxist brands of leftism.
I feel like there's some truth to that. Like if you've never been a compassionate person and have no desire to grow and mature, I can see how that leads to conservative views when you age. I guess so. They live through these social... I mean, why should I be surprised? Megyn Kelly is living through it too, and she has a backlash to BLM.
But it doesn't go away. So it's not leftism. It's not Marxism. Marxism is the most radical expression of hedonistic immaturity. And the reason it doesn't go away is because hedonistic immaturity doesn't go away. It battles with maturity. And as you become more mature, you become more conservative, because conservatives are community-oriented, and
the most mature people are the ones that do not question the distribution of wealth and money in this country and are happy to let a capitalist just take it all.
Not self-oriented. Now, interestingly as well, on the psychological side, there is no distinction between thinking about yourself and being unhappy. Those things are so tightly aligned that you can't dissociate them statistically. Right. So as you become more conservative, but truly more mature.
Hedonism and Marxism do not mix. What the hell? I don't understand that either. I was like, how do you reconcile saying that this ideology is toxic because it's collectivist, but it's also simultaneously indulgent and hedonistic?
The way you orient your life is toward the future and towards other people. And that turns out not exactly to make you happy.
Conservatives are more community oriented is a wild claim. Not to me, because I remember when I was getting my undergrad, I took what was this? I think it was a political science class, and they talked about it. Not that we were looking at like political compasses, but it wasn't on the basis of just, authoritarian right, authoritarian left, libertarian left. It was like communitarian versus something else. That was like the axis presented. And there was a large contingent of right-wing ideologies that fell into the cluster of what they considered like the communitarian right.
And you pointed this out. You said happiness was a fraught word, and I agree, because happiness is a hedonistic goal. But secure in your identity, free from chaotic anxiety, goal-directed, purpose-driven, and in service to others, right? Well, that's not bad. That's a good substitute for happiness. In fact, if you were wise and mature, that's what you would substitute for happiness, right? That's why Pinocchio discovers nothing but slavery on Pleasure Island, by the way. So, right, because, you know, if you're a slave to your hedonic whims, that doesn't make you happy. It just makes you a slave. Right. So, okay, so...
But let me ask you, because I look at the political divide you mentioned when we kicked this off between young people, young men and young women. And it doesn't surprise me one iota that young women are liberal. But it does surprise me that young men are now becoming conservative in greater numbers than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't because I follow politics for a living and I've seen what the left has done to young men.
Wait, what, lady? Hold on.
It doesn't surprise me when we kick this off between young people, young men and young women. And it doesn't surprise me one iota that...
Community oriented is pretty vague. Yeah, of course. I mean, when he's using it, it's supposed to be this Rorschach test, so you're just supposed to like project onto it exactly whatever you're thinking.
Young women are...
He doesn't mean it like a serious way.
It does surprise me that...
Or it's like, it's not a serious claim that you can really interrogate based on the little that he expanded on it.
Men are now becoming conservative in greater numbers than I've ever seen in my lifetime.
Yeah.
I mean, it doesn't because I follow politics for a living and I've seen what the left has done to young men. So I see it's a natural gravitation. But what do you think that that's what's caused it? And if so, why aren't young women open to that? You know, we've seen some young women start to vote Trump with the Trump hats. I tend to believe
it's like the minority.
I'm totally wrong. This is
to the extent that women are voting for Trump, it's white women.
Completely anecdotal, but I tend to believe they see these young men who are very pro-Trump with the hat, and it's kind of cool, and they like the guys wearing those hats, and they like what those guys are saying and the way they're acting, and it's a natural...
This is just another way to say they're being pick-me's.
Aphrodisiac, and so next thing you know, those women have the hat on, and they're open-minded, and they're hearing it discussed.
Or they're like imprinting onto the men around them that they want to woo.
Okay. Let's delve into that a little bit. First of all, I think...
Are younger people moving right? I've seen conflicting stuff about this online. I personally don't really think so, because what you're seeing a rightward shift in is people willing to identify themselves as conservative outwardly and more openly. But when you actually pull people issue by issue, and this includes Zoomers, both young men and young women, they're calling themselves conservative, but they're open to universal health care. They're open to universal college and pre-K. They're open to increasing the minimum wage, and they're open to marijuana legalization. And they're still a conservative somehow.
I think it's happening to young men. I think that the podcast crowd has had a fair bit to do.
So I'll have to go back. So I do feel like it's overstated, or it's more complicated than people realize, superficially.
With that a little bit.
They're hearing it discussed.
I think it's happening to young men. I think that the podcast crowd has had a fair bit to do with that. And I think the reason for that is that that's the only place that young men find encouragement. And that encouragement...
This podcast specifically.
Struck to the core in my travels and my encounters with thousands of people, or tens of thousands of people, many of them young men, how little encouragement is enough. None is not enough. Some is enough. And they've got some encouragement from the podcast sphere world, and that's enough. Now,
this is reminding me that he, hold on, let me find it. So I think when did this movie come out? Jordan, no. So I only went to see the movie Free Guy because he said this about Free Guy. I went to a movie tonight at a theater. What a miracle. It's been maybe 2 years. Free Guy. Fun, smart, creative, and a perfect archetypal structure. Persona, shadow, anima, self, in that order. Perfect. And yes, he is talking about Free Guy, the movie with Ryan Reynolds. He is talking about this movie. So I went, and I did not have this experience watching this terrible movie, for one. But the way that he's talking about male podcast is reminding me of that. Like there is something there, but he's overstating the extent to which it can really resonate with people. And I think even young men in particular, but you're having further left policies than the espoused outward stereotype. Who?
why not young women? Well, Megan, one of the mistakes that pollsters make is assuming that 16-year-old boys or 18-year-old boys, let's say, and 18-year-old girls inhabit the same world. They don't, because worldwide, women prefer men who are about 4 years older.
Oh, got you.
And I would say that proclivity is even more pronounced in early, in the teen years and in the early 20s. So I think we should be matching young men against girls who are 4 years younger, not the same age. So we'll see how that plays out, in the upcoming years.
Of course.
So that would be the first thing. It is also not obvious to me that the conservative types have done a particularly good job of communicating with young women. Now, there's a bunch of reasons for that. Like the 18 to 34-year-old female crowd gravitates not towards YouTube and the longer form content that at least at once was the hallmark of YouTube, but to these more pathological social worlds. Tumblr was one of them. Wherever you get a large aggregation of young women
Tumblr,
who are unsupervised, let's say, or unmentored, that's a better way of thinking about it. Look the hell out.
The unsupervised girls on Tumblr.
Social pathology. And young women get a lot of their information, I think it's 60 to 70% from TikTok.
I know, it's terrifying.
What's waiting for him to say TikTok?
TikTok is a complete bloody snake pit, and the Chinese and the Iranians and the Russians have a major hand in that. And so that's not...
Okay, I don't know about the Iranians, but the Chinese thing, he's not wrong, because it's owned by ByteDance, and that has to have ties to the CCP.
This is one of the main reasons I'm on TikTok, as a show, as a content creator. Right. I want my voice out there, and I want people to hear me and my message.
That's why you have to be on the Iranian, Chinese, Communist Party, Russian-funded app. Got it.
Especially young women to hear there's another way, and there are different ways of thinking about this. But I think about the Trump election, Jordan. I sat in this very studio that night with a bunch of young men from my son's high school. And there were about 16, 17 of them. And we were up late. Trump, the election wasn't called until I think the 2 a.m. hour. And these guys, they didn't have to be a conservative or a Trump supporter to come here. Probably naturally, a lot of them just were. But when we called it for Trump, and I'm sure you saw this in your own world, but they weren't just like, yes. They were like this. Thank God.
What was that young country where a politician suggested that boys start school later so they'll be several years older than the girls in the same grade? Is this real?
They were head in hands, like running their hands through their hair, like near tears. It was more than joy. It was like relief.
Relief, yeah. Well, could you imagine a 4-year term of Kamala Harris? And
no, but when I was
the LGBTQ crowd,
17,
oh my God!
What? Wasn't their whole line that she was identical to Biden in every single way, and you weren't actually voting for change, and she was the one behind his administration the whole time because he was old and infirm, and now he's like, could you imagine a Kamala Harris administration? It's like, yeah, it would be like a Biden second term.
These guys were that into it because they knew they had seen what happened, I think, to the class ahead of them and the one ahead of that and their older brothers and maybe their fathers, and that's why, to me, it's so crazy. You've got in our society now, Democrats throwing $20 million, was in the New York Times this week, at trying to figure out the syntax to use to connect with young men. I'm like,
okay, she's talking about the concept of marketing, like she doesn't know what it is or that they're stupid or weird to even attempt to reach people this way.
Talk about being myopic. You don't have the first idea where you've gone wrong or how profound the loss is. You actually think you're going to be able to reach those boys with their heads in their hands in that sort of profound relief that Trump won by changing your syntax? Or we've seen some of these Democrat senators throw out a swear word here or there. They have no idea the depths of the betrayal, I think, that these young men are feeling from those
She's like onto something, but she's like making a very, very stupid point with it.
Political leaders. And to me,
it's not entirely going to be a shift that can be determined by improving messaging surrounding these things, but it would do a hell of a lot. So to act, you're arguing against the concept of like advertising, and when you're saying stuff like this,
that's the biggest divide right now. What the
literally just doing marketing research,
left has done to these young men. Not as much with just women. Yes, women, but also men of the left who have abandoned them or at least gone along with these dominant.
Again, see, this is why, and I was talking about this when I was reacting to Not Sarah versus Tim Pool. But this whole emphasis on like, we need more young men. It's like, yeah, sure, make the Democratic Party more welcoming to young men. Like, I wouldn't oppose it. But do I think it's something that actually needs that much resource put into it? Not really, because that demographic doesn't, as far as trying to predict voting patterns, doesn't really tell you much, because you would need to know, like, but by young men, are we talking about 18 to 24 or 18 to 30? And then we need to know class, and you need to know race and religion if it applies. And absent knowing those things, it's going to be very, very difficult to construct a strategy surrounding targeting those voters specifically. And you also need to know like state, because the things that resonate with a young man in the Chicago suburbs who is currently enrolled at a university are going to be different than the things that resonate with an 18-year-old who is only going to get a high school diploma, and he lives in Missouri and he's white.
Women at the BLM protests.
And we get Democrats solidly have young women, and young women are more likely to be civically active than young men. So that is the better of the two. That's the better demographic to have. And there's this, she overstated the extent to which young women are realigning for Trump. There's not really evidence for that. And two, she's trying to overstate the extent to which, like young men were like a truly decisive factor in this past election.
In corporate America, preaching these things because they can't find their balls to stand up for what they know is right and exercise, yes, maybe some toxic masculinity. Here and there, it's actually quite useful.
Well, as I said, my experience has been
never-ending debate over toxic masculinity. A thing that, to the extent that I hear toxic masculinity discussed, it is almost exclusively conservatives saying that the left care about this. It's much easier to mobilize demographics that already lean your way than to try to fucking transform demographics that are opposed to you, especially if their opposition to you is immaterial and based off narrative. That's the thing. It's just like to me, like if you want young men, I think focusing on class politics or whatever is going to get you a lot further than trying to construct a strategy that is focusing on gender more than that.
That the best pathway out.
It's like there was a Guardian article. Guardian, men are more open to parental leave or being stay-at-home dads. Or maybe it was Psychology Today. Let's see this. And Psychology Today. This was a while ago, yeah. This. Okay, so in 2018, instead of a tie, get dad some parental leave policies. Beyond Father's Day, the U.S. does little to recognize the importance of dad. Okay, so this is not them really observing a phenomenon. This is somebody making the argument that ought to be that way. But the Guardian was already making the observation 2 years ago, based on data. More men want to be stay-at-home dads than fathers. Why won't politicians help them? Does he link to any study? Yeah. 20 years on, new polling data shows that substantially more men are experiencing life as a stay-at-home dad. This appears to have accelerated during lockdown when fathers across the UK found that they had time to involve themselves more deeply in looking after their kids. Among partnered fathers full-time at home during lockdown, 85% spent more time with their kids, 73% more time on homeschooling and helping with homework, and 72% more time on cleaning, laundry, and cooking. Most, or 73%, said their relationship with their child had improved. We now have official data from the Office for National Statistics confirming that in April 2020, at the height of the COVID-19 restrictions, working fathers were spending 88% of the time working mothers spent on unpaid childcare, up from 54% in 2014-15. We also know that in March of 2022, after the main COVID-19 restrictions were lifted, this crucial metric didn't fall back fully. It settled at 66%. What's changed? The new data shows that working fathers in March 2022 spent more than a third of their paid work time working from home, up from just 6% in 2014-15, and the time men spent on travel has also dropped by a whopping 41%. Fathers then, and not just stay-at-home fathers, are much more around, just like I was 20 years ago, as an early adopter of homeworking. Many dads are already voting with their feet, doing more of the hands-on, unpaid work that tends to fall more on mothers' shoulders. More would surely join in given the right policy nudges. So, these are the types of things to me. And to be fair, I have to factor in, I'm not sure if this study exclusively polled UK, this seems like it was across men in the UK, right? But I mean, are men in the United States that radically different from men in the UK that these wouldn't soon be priorities to them? Yeah, these are the things I feel like that are going to win back these demographics, because women are obviously going to be on board with stuff like this as well.
Or those
more women are going to be on board with it.
Young men is encouragement say, you're not who you could be.
Walls presented a good example of positive masculinity, especially compared to Trump. Well, I just watched a debate between Not So Erudite and I think Econo Boy on Live and Learn, where she was like, he was a soy boy cuck to most men. So no clue, because I do not look at things through this lens, because I thought the same thing, but maybe I'm just completely wrong. Maybe he was seen as like a fucking pussy.
You could get your act together. There could be a lot more to you if you were willing to develop it. And, don't accept the line that you're intrinsically pathological. I had a friend who committed suicide because of that, fundamentally, when he was about 40.
Okay.
He bought the sort of nihilistic Buddhist line that, the patriarchy was evil and male ambition was part of the force that was destroying the world, and he was a guilty colonialist.
Okay, thank you.
He lived up in Alberta, where there was a lot of Native Canadians, and there was a fair bit of tension there, and he wouldn't even defend himself in a physical fight if it came to that, because he was so guilty. And and some of that was irresponsibility on his part, let's say, and unwillingness to grow up and take on the challenges of productive life. I'm not trying to lay it all at the feet of the social world, but I saw that in him, and it did him in by the time he was 40. And he was a very smart, attractive, talented person. He had his problems for sure. But
come on.
That betrayal that you described.
I'm distracted. Now I want to see this thing on Tim Walz that I was talking about. So please, be a transcript. Okay. If I put Walz, let's see. If I put Tim, I swear he came up. Let me find this off screen.
It's strikes right to the core.
Mm-hmm.
There's nothing moral about demoralizing young people, young men, in the name of defending Mother Nature against the patriarchy. That is it's an ancient form of nature worship violation. It always ends in child sacrifice, which is exactly the situation today. It's pathological to the core. And as you said, the Democrats, all they can do is ape respect for masculinity. I mean, they tried to trot out Tim Walz as a man.
So, okay, we're looking into this right as it comes up.
Really?
Perfect.
There are worse examples of men than Tim Walz, admittedly, but we might also point out...
No one's coming to mind.
Okay, what is the functional difference between Jordan Peterson and Tim Walz as far as if we're comparing masculinity? I'm being so fucking for real right now.
But I'm sure theoretically, spend enough time.
If you're looking for archetype of admirable masculinity, I wouldn't start with him.
No.
I mean, right. Well, and the fact that was even an idea, I'm not trying to denigrate Walz specifically, but the idea that
can I just say on the same front, yes, as horrible as they come. I mean, tampon in the boys' rooms. That's enough. Tampon Tim is enough.
Can we say the R word in here? I don't know. For now, I guess you guys can, but I don't know. Don't be surprised if I ban it later.
To convince me he's not the archetype.
Like, I don't say it, but I also don't really police other people when they say it.
But
they put those in the military bathrooms in Canada,
we had, they've been in some, bathrooms at Facebook. That was one of the things that Mark Zuckerberg undid as he became more right wing or more of a Trump supporter. But I think more about somebody like Doug Emhoff. To me, he's even more of like the poster boy for this problem because he's married to Kamala Harris. He is utterly feckless. If you see him speak publicly or in interviews, all he's trying to do is project sweater man. I would never wear a suit because I'm a sweater man. I'm approachable. I'm a feminist. I'm a likable. I'm non-threatening. And he buys into all the tropes. I'm married to a professional, successful woman. I'm happy to be the second gentleman, not threatened by it at all. Only in his case, as it is in so many of these people who...
I do not understand this. We are talking about married people that seem to have successful home and personal lives, and yet they're still tearing them down. So
over backward to live up to that image. It's all fake. He's actually not a supportive.
Just as I said, Walz is a masculine figure as much as Peterson, and even more classic masculinity. Yeah, because there's photos of him like hunting and shit. Yet they will cry about him like he's the worst or something. I guess it's like a disposition thing. He doesn't hold frame.
Partner at all. He's not.
Doesn't Trump wear makeup?
In his own skin. And I mean, I don't like the word feminist, and I don't call myself feminist, but I think you could create a definition of that word that would be flattering. You know, it could be used in modern day America in a way that could really embody what could be great about femininity. Anyway, my point is he's not it. And he is behind the scenes, according to the Daily.
Again, you don't get to say these things when the people on your side, we're talking about Ben Shapiro, Matt Walsh, Charlie Kirk, Constantine Kissin, and the other trigonometry dude, Tim Pool. Like, these are supposed to be like the fucking bastions of masculinity. Please,
male,
please,
and the woman to whom it happened, an abuser, a physical abuser of women. So it's always those guys, right? The ones who are totally against the patriarchy and the first to speak out against toxic masculinity and throw their fellow men under the bus as a sex, as problematic, who, you know, are in the sweater and saying they'll be second gentlemen. And then you find out they're actually beating the women in their life. That's the allegation. I've spoken to his accuser directly. There's plenty of corroborating.
Wait, she's saying Doug Emhoff accused of abuse? Is there a credible accusation? So 7 months ago, Doug Emhoff's former girlfriend allegedly slapped her during an argument in 2012. Spokesperson for Second Gentleman denies claim from woman who says he struck her at the Cannes Film Festival. Woman has alleged that Doug Emhoff slapped her during an argument when they were a couple in 2012 before he married Kamala Harris, and the accusation has prompted a spokesperson for the Second Gentleman to issue a denial. The woman has not publicly identified herself. She first spoke to Daily Mail anonymously, and then again after Emhoff's denial on the condition that her name was not disclosed. Yeah, I'm sorry. You're not talking to somebody who just believes all women, and I really do not believe all women when it comes to people that anonymously report shit to the Daily Mail. Sorry.
Evidence, and not one journalist would even ask him about it, Jordan, when they got this guy in front of them. Now, all these self-serving leftists who say that kind of...
Okay, but that's not because of like the woke mind virus. That's because of fucking clip it and ship it. That's because this is emanating from a fucking tabloid, practically. That's why. It's like, how come they never asked Ted Cruz about his dad killing JFK? It's like, because that came from the fucking National Enquirer.
Kind of a man would be terrible. We wouldn't want that man anywhere near 1600 Pennsylvania Avenue. Never mind a role model for our little boys and girls. Not only did they not inquire into the story, when they had him across from them, wouldn't even ask about it. And to me, that is the embodiment of the problem on the left. They elevate guys like that who actually are complete shits, and they want us to celebrate them as non-toxically masculine. Whereas they're looking at an actual man who will throw a punch in defense of a woman, or just a weakling who might be getting bullied in a public setting, and say he's the problem. His natural male instincts to protect or compete or get ahead are somehow problematic.
Yeah, well, that's the same ethos that underlies the insistence in so many schools, for example, that there can only be cooperative games, right? There's no winners and losers because we're all winners, and there can only be... And it's so pathological, Megan, because, first of all, competitive games are cooperative because everybody plays by the rules. So they're founded on cooperation, right? They have the rules of the game are the constitution of the playing field, and everyone accepts that. And then if you're a fair player, you abide by the rules in practice and spirit, and that's cooperation. And so what it actually is...
Or a referee forces you to.
Civilized combat within a container of cooperation. So it's unbelievably sophisticated. And then the victory and the loss issue is, well, how about you learn to be a good winner? And how about you learn to have some resilience in the face of loss and take some responsibility for it? And all that does is strengthen you in every possible way. And our education systems, K through 12, are so pathological and so miseducated that they...
Okay, I found the live and learn part where they talk about Tim Walz. Hold on. Okay.
Like a more, expansive project overall. I'm interested to see, like, moving forward in future campaigns, what politicians can do rhetoric-wise because I think the policies, like I think generally speaking, young men and just really people in general benefit under Democratic administrations as a general proposition at the state and federal level. But then I also look at people like Tim Walz, and Walz came out, Governor Walz came out and effectively said this, like that he was chosen by Vice President Harris's campaign because he could code switch and talk to, these kind of stereotypically conservative people who like to wear flannel and work on trucks and watch and play football. But a lot of people also felt that he coded feminine because he was not like particularly gruff and he was like a really sympathetic, affable guy. And so I'm curious because, especially when you worked with Progressive Victory during that campaign cycle, you're obviously familiar with Governor Walz. Yeah. Let's look at him as a specific example. How did you feel that Walz did in terms of a...
He said cooperative games don't exist earlier. Like, what the fuck is he talking about? When did he say that? Did he say that in the same thing? If he did, I didn't catch it, but that's funny.
Step towards trying to appeal to young men in a way that's not Trump-like, because Walz is not cruel.
Yeah, I think he was better than we've had before. And just to be clear, I love Tim Walz. Like, I love him so much. I feel like everything I see of him, I don't know if I agree with him at every policy level, but that's not how I gauge good people at this point. He just seems like he just seems legit, like really legit. I think he really, really cares. And I think there's this sad thing that's happened because I'd be curious how much he would appeal to young men like 10 years ago, right? Because he has like this dad high school vibe that I think a lot of millennial men can map onto and be like, I actually...
Don't forget, Schrader said, I really do not believe all women busted and clipped. Now when they're accusing a Democrat, obviously. Now, I've always felt like that. Obviously, that phrase in spirit I don't have an issue with. What I don't like is how people read it so literally when by believe all women, all it ever meant was like take women seriously, trust, and then verify their claims. So just dismiss them out of hands. But then it was used to be like, oh, so you just believe a woman whenever she says anything.
Actually look up to this.
Whenever she makes any claim.
I think a lot of 20-year-old men probably wouldn't map onto that very strongly, right? Especially because they've been so far captured towards the right. And so I'm not opposed to Tim Walz. I don't know if he's like the perfect Democratic answer, but I also think that putting the burden of appealing to young men on like a single individual in the Democratic Party is probably unfair, right?
Wildly unfair, yeah.
Like Tim Walz shouldn't be expected to be the perfect macho man to poll and say Pete Buttigieg shouldn't be either, even though he's badass and cool in a lot of ways and he's handsome, but he's also gay. So a lot of guys might be like, oh, he's cool, but he's gay, So I think what...
Yeah, but then that's them being homophobic. And to me, that's not an attitude that should be catered towards. Is this going to be another long stream? No, I'm going to wrap it up after this. Not this, after the Jordan Peterson thing.
What really has to happen is there has to just be an acceptable cultural shift.
Is that not what she's saying?
Badass and cool in a lot of ways, and he's handsome, but he's also gay. So a lot of guys might be like, oh, he's cool, but he's gay, So I think...
Like that. He's cool, but he's gay. It's like, yeah, but he's also like a veteran. And I don't know. I mean, I don't think she's wrong that like young men have this attitude. I just think it's all something to be catered to.
What really has to happen is there has to just be an acceptable cultural shift in the left party to say, what are we willing to play ball with where men are at right now? What are genuine their issues? And how do we code switch to talk to them? I think those are like really important first steps.
One quick follow-up before Akana Boy jumps in. Just one quick follow-up again, kind of circling back to the cruelty thing or the ruthlessness. What about a Democratic politician? Because I don't think Governor Walz was really this. He had a sense of humor. Like he picked on Elon Musk and stuff like that. So I guess he had some edge to him. But what about an asshole? What about somebody who, like again, and this could be totally reductive, but as somebody who covers like Trump and MAGA a lot, there's just like a lot of like naked open cruelty, and it's increasing with each month. Like they're not even trying to hide it.
I don't think an asshole would have a lot of success in the Democratic
that's why I'm
Party.
curious. That's why I'd like to hear her take on it. What about a more liberal asshole who's like,
dude, Cuomo is like close to capturing the fucking New York City mayoral race. Hello.
Like for example, because I don't watch a lot.
There are asshole men in the Democratic Party.
Like Dean and Parker when they debate, but like to the extent like the debate space is watched predominantly by young men. What about?
I think it's cool to be gay. Says you.
A liberal who just insults and bullies their MAGA opponents. Like basically
says you, high progressive.
Directs it specifically at the right. Do you think that could appeal to conservatives?
It could appeal to some, right? The main...
Or excuse me, I'm sorry, not appeal to conservatives. I apologize. My brain fog there. To young men. Yeah.
Yeah, who are often conservative, right? It could. It probably would to some degree. Especially if they're emasculating other men. It's just dicey because the Democrat Party doesn't want that. They would be very nervous. Well,
the Democrat Party. Okay. And then maybe they talked about it more here, the culture war, Temple. Because I swear she said something more than this. Let's see. Okay. If I just put walls, because it... Walls? No, I guess maybe it didn't come up. If I put Tim. Oh, that's not... fuck me. I'll have to go looking.
Understand those basics about games, right? And games are they're a microcosm of society, and we get all that wrong. And so that ambitious striving forward towards victory, you might say, that's the hallmark of stereotypical masculinity, has become demonized, even though it's a hallmark of the civilized conduct that's also protective and resilient.
Well, let me ask you this question. What if we did an experiment starting, the 2025, 26 school year, where we radically changed the so-called academy and we made it much more heavily male, the way it used to be? And I don't know what we would do with those women who were formerly in those leadership. They're now running these universities, but let's just say they don't all have to go, but let's say we reduce the numbers dramatically. Forget where the women go and what we do with them. It's a different problem for a different day. But do you think that the men who would be running those universities would actually change them? Would today's collection of men want to be the men too?
That's a good question, Megan. Men, what's the old joke? You know what happened never? 20 women got together and built a boat and traveled to a distant land. Right? I mean, well, we don't actually... Right. Well, we don't actually know, I would say, a tremendous amount about those closed sex dynamics. Men are pretty good at sorting themselves out on the basis of competence when they're thrown together in a group. And I think the reason for that, think about it this way, evolutionarily, well, why would you ally yourself with the best hunter? Because maybe the best hunter is the highest status guy. It's like, well, you don't die, that's a start, and you get to eat, and so does your family, and maybe proximity to the top dog confers status. Not the highest status, but, do you want to be the quarterback on the winning football team? Yes, but being even the water boy is better than not playing at all. And men are pretty good at that, if they're thrown together in a group and there's a task, they sort themselves...
And women weren't allowed to do anything but cook, clean, and rear children.
...out pretty quickly in relationship to competence at the task. Now, that can get perverted by power and tyranny and, aggression. But all things considered, that's the way men conduct themselves.
Okay, let me ask you something. Let me ask you something. Just to follow up on that, forgive me. My worry about that scenario, this is completely offbeat, but I genuinely have this worry, is like all the toxins in the environment, all the microplastics, all the messing with hormones that's happening through our drinking water. These guys, through no fault of their own, may be getting more and more feminine. And it's
also... This is like a step away from they're turning the frogs gay.
Megan, that women on the birth control pill are less attracted to masculine men.
These guys love bringing it back to hunter/gatherer days. My God. I mean, it's a dream. The idea that you can club a woman over the head and force her to be your fucking wife to these people.
Well, it's definitely hormonal manipulation. There's no question.
Oh yeah, and we have absolutely no idea whatsoever the political consequences of the birth control bill. We have no idea. It could be.
This is another fucking lie. Birth control is well studied and safe to take.
Catastrophic for all we know, because we don't know what it means that women find masculine men less attractive on the pill than off. We don't know what the political ramifications of that are. Mm-hmm. They don't have to be that great.
If the women get access to the birth control pills, they will not tolerate men quite as much. We must prevent this.
To be determining, given the small margins of victory that constitute the typical political...
We must restrict access to this medication.
Okay. So these sorts of questions that you're raising, they're open-ended. We don't know, and the same thing applies with regards to hormonal alteration in the environment.
We're finally going to look into it, though. This is one of the reasons why I was such a big supporter of RFKJ.
Do you like R. Kelly's music? Not his character, just his music? I heard one R. Kelly song. No, two. The one where he talks about being stuck in the closet, and then the other one that's that he was on with Lady Gaga, the Do What You Want. And I liked those. I liked the Lady Gaga song a lot.
I really think you have someone in there who is very open-minded to looking into those kinds of things. I mean, the microplastics, geez, I don't even know how we're going to solve that, but there is evidence that it's hormonally manipulating us in a very unfortunate way. And that if that's true, I mean, the latest data says that we have the equivalent of 5 bottle caps worth of plastic in our brains. We'll never be able to solve that. We need medical doctors to actually help. And
she's like, government intervention and regulation couldn't possibly solve that. It's more practical to get people to stop taking this widely available medication before we regulate the environment.
Further,
or like, you know, what sludge corporations are allowed to dump into waters and whatnot.
Depressing us is the fact that even if you eliminate all plastics from your life, you never put plastic in the microwave so it doesn't seep into your food, you're inhaling plastics that they're using in Germany. That's what the data are. So to me, I just feel like there's so many things we have to solve for. Even if we were to take out our pen and write the guidelines down and then everybody were to live by them, we've lost something as a society when it comes to basic like health, wellness, caretaking, a structure in the world order that would allow for all those things to blossom. And up until about 2 minutes ago, we were paying zero attention to that as a factor.
Yeah, well,
that is a huge self-report. The idea that nobody was talking about bioaccumulation or climate change or anything related to what microplastics, like what sort of long-term microplastics have, like long-term effects they have on our bodies. Like, it's like, no one was paying attention to this. It's like, no, you were paying attention to it because you're in a right-wing bubble.
Like, I guess that's what we hope.
And now the only embrace of it has happened because the right has gone so far off the fucking deep end with respect to vaccines.
Will transpire as a consequence of this tilt spearheaded by the U.S. towards...
It's interesting to see you're interested in public health. Be a shame if someone started getting the CDC. Yeah, what do you want to bet? You could like go on her channel right now and find praise for DOGE.
Productive conservatism. Hopefully we'll see that spread, well, not to Canada by all appearances, but perhaps,
our evil top
and not
hat,
to
as
Australia.
Michael Knowles calls it.
Yeah. All right, well, look, we should bring this to a close. I know
Michael Knowles, name drop, the guy who we were talking about earlier, because he does not support IVF, a thing that she used all 3 times to conceive all of her children.
That your time is constrained today. We're going to go over to the Daily Wire side. I think what we'll do there is I think we'll continue a discussion on motherhood per se, because I'm curious about how you managed that and also about the manner in which having children shifted the way you looked at the world and also in what you would tell young.
She managed it because by the time she was having them, if you can afford IVF, if you had your own show on Fox News, if you had the ability to change from being a lawyer at one point in your career to 10 years later deciding to do journalism and then succeeding in that, then you obviously come from money or you have money. So that is how she was able to fucking do it. And it wasn't an issue for her because she can do her job and she can pay to have these kids implanted in her and grown in her or whatever with IVF that a lot of people can't fucking reasonably access with the money that they have. And she can also afford to pay nannies to take care of them. That's how she can do it.
Young women about that shift in perspective.
Do you support kids under 12 taking transgender hormone changers? I support you not coming into my chat and asking a bunch of random questions. First you did R. Kelly and now you're doing this and you're already on my nerves.
Attendant on having your own child, which is a very different thing than looking at someone else's child.
If it was related to this, I would be more interested in answering that question.
So I think we'll delve into that. Yeah, and I did a lot of management consulting with women as part of my clinical practice and watched a number of them have children at, in their 30s and later, and watched what the transformation was like, and also the pain that women had.
You put, please save me, Donald Trump, from these wicked people. Put that one Facebook and repost it for me, please. This guy seems so smart. Triggered. He was just asking a question. Are you guys lost? How did you guys find this? How did you find this live stream?
When that didn't work. That's not fun. That's not fun. So we'll delve into that on the Daily Wire.
He was just asking a question. It's not an issue that he's asking a question, but he's like asking a series of questions that are completely unrelated to the topic, to the content I'm covering.
Thank you very much for talking to me today. I much appreciated it. Appreciate your insights on this thorniest of all problems, and maybe we'll make some headway with it. It's certainly the case that your work on TikTok is extremely useful because young women are dying for guidance in the same way that young men were 10 years ago.
Thank God for Megyn Kelly's presence on TikTok.
Mm-hmm. I know.
They need some women who aren't evil queens to guide them.
That's right. Well, I mean,
that was not said with enough humor injected into it.
Bit by bit, right? Brick by brick, as they say.
Yeah, right, exactly. A typical conservative attitude. Good to talk to you, Megan.
You too, Jordan. Thanks for having me.
And thank you for everybody who's watching on the YouTube side, and to the Daily Wire for making this possible, to the film crew here in Scottsdale today, and thanks again, Megan.
Leave now. Okay, I'm banning you both, and I have the type of ban that results in you guys not being able to see my stream as soon as I do it, so have fun. Head to YouTube if they want to see me. Okay. Well, to those that are watching me on Twitch, hello, you should be following me or subscribe to me so you can enjoy me without any ads. And to those that are watching on YouTube, you should like the stream or subscribe, because when I hit a certain number of subscribers, I will be able to have super chats and memberships. And since I now stream practically every day, that is a thing of utmost importance to me to get access to as quickly as possible. But if you want to materially support me, you can go ahead and follow the donation links in either chat. In my Twitch chat, it is pinned, and in my YouTube, it's in the description box. And you can donate there through my Streamlabs tip link, or buy me a coffee on Ko-fi. And I'm at Straighterade or Straighterade_ on everything. Real socialists feed their streamers. We need more evil queens, TBH. Pisco's doing her take reaction. He's copies. It's stealing me. How dare he? All right, then I guess I have no choice but to raid him and subject you guys all to somebody else consuming her take and giving their take on it. So that's where we're headed. I don't think I've raided Pisco, so have fun all. I will be back tomorrow. No clue what I'm covering. But have fun with Pisco. We'll see you soon. Okay. Rating now. Bye.